Hey guys, what's happening? So we're back for the full story of Ultimate Black Panther. And even though this takes place on Earth 6160, it's not gonna feel like it. Just letting you know, if you don't already know. But much like many of the other stories in this universe, from the other series like Ultimate Wolverine, Ultimate Spider-Man, or Ultimate X-Men, each of these stories focus on a hero or a group of heroes as they go up against the leaders of a certain territory, with those leaders being members of the Maker's Council, until eventually each of these stories get funneled into Ultimate Endgame. So they're all funneling into the same conclusion. And now with that said, if you're enjoying these videos, be sure to drop a like, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and don't forget to hit that bell up top to get all notifications. Alright, so starting this out, we begin in West Africa, where we see a group of workers who are just slaughtered by soldiers who are working for both Khonshu and Ra, who are actively claiming more West African territories in their name. Because back when we began our talks on Ultimate Invasion, which gave us our introduction to Earth 6160, it was here where we were first introduced to Khonshu and Ra as members of the Maker's Illuminati, with the two of these guys being the lords of the upper and lower kingdoms, which for the most part is your northeastern portion of Africa, as shown on this map located just above Wakanda. And right now, with the Maker being locked away in the city, these two are expanding their dominance over the continent of Africa, showing no mercy to anyone who stands in their way. And we see that this is noticed by a couple of Wakandan spies, where one of them wants to jump down and help these people, but the other stops him and tells him no. Since Wakanda must stay in secret, the only thing they can do is report this to their king. So the two of these spies, they end up leaving and making their way back to Wakanda, which is where we also head to next, as we see King T'Challa waking up from a disturbing nightmare. And with how this is done, we're given something very different early on, because right out the gate we're shown that King T'Challa is married to Okoye, and it's a fresh take that I'm really digging, because from what we're shown, she still has the background of being the former general of the Dora Milaje, but now as Queen of Wakanda, her position is their high mentor. So for that reason, we'll see that she's very aware of certain things concerning the Dora Milaje, which we'll talk more about in a little bit. But one thing to know about Okoye early on is that she stands firm on the traditions of Wakanda, while T'Challa, on the other hand, he believes that these traditions must change. And we'll learn more about what he believes must change throughout this first issue as well as over the course of this series, because for T'Challa, as King of Wakanda, he's bound to his traditions, and he doesn't believe that the ways of old are gonna do his people any good going forward. And just moments later, will we see him make his way to the Citadel of Knowledge to speak with his father T'Chaka, who's also the former king and T'Challa's mentor. Right here, even though we're shown his father is very much the traditional type, even with that being the case, he still listens to his son. He recognizes T'Challa as king and he offers him advice in a way that supports how T'Challa thinks rather than trying to force him to be more traditional. And you'll see more of what I mean as this conversation plays out, because initially T'Chaka asks if T'Challa is still being plagued by these dreams, and T'Challa responds by saying that they're just dreams, but his father believes that these dreams could be the gods trying to speak to T'Challa, and the reason that he's plagued by them is just because he won't listen. So T'Challa tells his father perhaps the gods should make their wishes more clear, which again, you can tell from the start of this conversation that it's playing out like a bit of the old ways versus the new. But at no point is T'Chaka trying to force the old ways down his son's throat, but instead it just comes to the point where his father asks him if the king has come here to actually listen to his advice. So T'Challa makes it clear that being the king changes nothing, and he'll always be in the shadow of his father's wisdom. So right away, T'Chaka tells him to speak to the divine mother of the Vodou Khan, which on the surface might sound like a bit of force feeding of the tradition, which is why initially T'Challa gives a little pushback, because he tells his father that she just wants his servitude, almost like a puppet, under her beliefs and superstitions. But T'Challa does not trust the Vodou Khan or their ways, and he even goes as far as to say that he believes Wakanda should be free of them completely. And I really like what T'Chaka tells him in this conversation, because first he tells T'Challa no, he shouldn't trust them, but he needs to recognize their power and hide his intentions because they can sense his doubt. Because the smart thing for T'Challa to do right now is to go and see the mother of the Vodou Khan, tell her about his dreams, and that'll show them that he'll listen. Because going forward, T'Challa needs to keep the Vodou Khan close until he decides their fate, because one should only know that they're an enemy of the king after they're destroyed. Which again is great advice from a father to a son, from a former king to the current king, because he's not trying to force his ways on T'Challa, but instead he's teaching T'Challa how to move forward with what T'Challa believes that he should do. So T'Challa ends up going over to the temple of the Voodoo Khan to meet up with the Divine Mother, who's also referred to as the Sacred Mother of the Voodoo Khan, Matron Imala. And after telling her of his dream of pain and suffering, she asks, what did that teach him? And he tells her, I learned from books, not dreams. So she says, you underestimate dreams, King T'Challa. And he tells her, the Voodoo Khan underestimates me. I am not my father, Matron Imala. Which, right away, you can tell this is a conversation that T'Challa didn't want to have. And the only reason he's here is because his father suggested showing up and playing nice as a way for T'Challa to keep them unaware of the fact that he wants to get rid of the Voodoo Khan as far as their influence on his throne. And for a moment here, it almost seems like Matron Imala is somewhat aware of T'Challa's true intentions, because for a moment she just starts to go on about how the Voodoo Khan has served Wakanda since its birth and how it's been their connection to the gods. And in a way to prove that they also want to offer this to him, she informs him that in meditation they have sensed violent enemies in their midst, as well as enemies outside their walls, as she goes on to warn him that he should trust no one because his dreams are a warning. The gods are on his side, but gods can be fickle. And hearing this just has T'Challa telling her that he won't be paralyzed by paranoia, because it almost sounds like she wants him to be in fear of everyone since he can't trust anyone. But that's not the case, because she tells him, do not choose fear, choose awareness, which is also some good advice, and it lets T'Challa know that Matron Imala has his back. And later on, when we head over to the royal court, we see that the two spies from the beginning of the story have made their way back, bringing their report to T'Challa about Khonshu and Ra slaughtering people in West Africa and taking their land. And one of the spies even makes the suggestion that they marshal a small group of warriors, including some of the Dora Milaje, to head back out there and hunt down these marauders. But King T'Challa shoots this idea down, simply by saying, I take information from spies, not strategy. You are dismissed. Thank you. And it's just like, man, that's some king talk, ain't it? But this decision to not take action, it upsets Shuri, because at first she thinks T'Challa doesn't believe them, and he assures her that he does, but at the same time he's not trying to blindly send Wakanda to war. And Shuri crosses the line here, because she tells him father would act, which more or less translates to, you don't know what you're doing here. So T'Challa tells her, father is not king, and I did say we wouldn't act. And as he continues to tell her the reasons why, he lets her know it's because they need information, reconnaissance. They need to know what they're after and why, because once they know these things, then they can consider war. Which, of course, to Shuri this doesn't really help, because it sounds like a whole lot of sitting around, talking and thinking without anybody doing anything. While in the meantime out there, more innocent people are suffering and dying. So Okoye backs up T'Challa, and she tells Shuri that being careful is the right decision, because with Wakanda being unknown to the outside world, when the time comes that they do decide to make that kind of move, they'll only have the element of surprise once. So Shuri's just like, I understand, and she walks away, but you can tell it's still bothering her. And after she leaves, T'Challa thanks Okoye for having his back, but she tells him there's no need to thank her because she truly believes this is the right decision. And for T'Challa, with him seeing how Shuri responded to all this, he believes that his sister truly wants to go to war. But Okoye tells him that's not true. The Dora Milaje want war, and they want Shuri's genius to help them wage it, because the only people who fear peace are soldiers, because when there's peace, they have no purpose. And this is something that Okoye is well aware of, and not just about soldiers in general, but also about the Dora Milaje as far as how they feel and what they want, with her being their high mentor. And after this, we follow Shuri outside of the royal palace, where now we see her having a conversation with the Dora Milaje captain of arms, Abeni, who for a moment here asks Shuri, how does it feel to see her mind laid before her? Which is really Abeni referring to Shuri's technological achievements on display all around them. But in response, Shuri's just kind of like, meh, it feels like all of it could do more. And right away, Abeni can tell that Shuri is referring to beyond Wakanda, which, as we know, that would lead to the outside world knowing who they are. And this takes me to one of the things that this series has had me thinking early on, because with Earth 6160 being manipulated by the Maker, who used time travel to get rid of all the superheroes, you'd think he would have gotten rid of the Black Panther as well, or at least hindered the advancements of Wakanda to some extent. Because even though the people of this Earth aren't aware of the advancements in Wakanda, the Maker should be. But I imagine because of his injury and his memory loss, it's possible that this may have caused him to overlook the Wakanda of this world, but I'm not sure if that's exactly why he hasn't exposed or attacked them, since he's bringing knowledge here from another universe. But going forward, I'm hoping that we get that answer at some point in this series. But nonetheless, Shuri ends up telling Ebony that more so than her just wanting to share the technology with the world, she wants the enemies of the innocent to fear them. And as it stands, that's precisely what'll happen if any of them trespass in Wakanda. With Ebony knowing that this is weighing heavy on Shuri's heart, she tells her to use this conflict that she's dealing with as fuel for her mind and build them something beautiful, which has me interested to see what type of creation Shuri's gonna come up with. Since much like the films, we're going with Shuri as the technological genius here, which I don't mind, but like I'd mentioned before in our previous talks on Earth 616 Black Panther, there are some times where I kinda miss Wakabi being the technological genius. Like Secret Invasion when the Skrulls hacked Wakanda, and Wakabi, he hacked them back. So hopefully on this Earth, Shuri being smarter doesn't mean that Wakabi has to be dumber. And I'ma just leave that right there. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. But just after this, we head over to another part of West Africa, where we see a kid playing and just minding his own business as the soldiers of Ra and Khonshu make their way here and prepare to open fire. But just before any harm can come to this kid, out of nowhere, Killmonger comes to his rescue by just slaughtering every last one of these guys while telling this kid to go and hide because more are coming. And when they do, this moment gets really crazy for a number of reasons, because for starters, he just looks up and says, "My love, bless them." And the sky just opens up with lightning, taking their air support out. But as more of these guys close in on Killmonger on foot, he throws his axe at this group, and just before it hits them, it's charged with lightning. And just after taking those guys out, it returns back to him. It's crazy. And he goes on to tell the people of this village that their gods and hidden kingdoms will not protect them, but Killmonger and the Wind Rider will, which is a crazy introduction that we're given here for Killmonger and his love interest, the Wind Rider, who I'm pretty sure is Storm, since she's gone by that name before. And it's just another one of these things in this story that has me super eager to learn more about both of these guys and how the axe came back and how these two even got together, which will probably be a story that tells itself if we end up seeing that a young Storm met Killmonger before Xavier. But nonetheless, like, I'm sold already. You got me. Because the more I see about this world, the more interested I am. It just keeps getting better. And next, when we head back over to Wakanda, we find ourselves at the celebration of life, where King T'Challa's giving this huge speech where he's showing recognition to the people of Wakanda because their efforts built this kingdom, and he's honored to be their king. So he goes on to tell them that they are his strength, they're his family, his faith, his legacy, as we're shown glimpses of things like Shuri constructing her new device, the Voodoo Khan praying, as well as T'Challa's father, sitting behind him. But suddenly in the middle of this speech, the woman standing on this platform yells for Khonshu, for Ra, as she reveals this huge explosive strapped to her chest. So T'Chaka acts quickly, pushing his son off the platform just before the explosion, with him knowing that T'Challa would be able to suit up into his Panther suit on the way down, effectively saving his son as his final act. And now with his father killed as a result of this terrorist attack, we see T'Challa say, "Call the Queen and my sister and the Voodoo Khan. Our enemies call themselves Moon Knight. Wakanda is at war." Because for King T'Challa, now that his father's been killed, he's no longer trying to play it safe. And pretty soon this world is going to get to know Wakanda and the Black Panther. Alright, so coming back, we pick up 30 days after the assassination of T'Chaka, where now Okoye is letting T'Challa know that his people are living in fear. So he assures her that he's gonna root out the rot that's hiding in Wakanda, and he will end this war. Which right there just goes back to the whole idea of T'Challa not wanting to be at war in the first place. But Okoye lets him know that the people aren't living in fear because they're afraid of war, but instead they're afraid of him. They're afraid of their own king, because for the past few weeks, since T'Challa's declared war, citizens of Wakanda have been searched, some have been imprisoned, and others interrogated. And all of this is being done as a way to search for the enemies hidden within their people. But at the same time, it's created a situation where the people of Wakanda can't even mourn T'Chaka without security breathing down their neck. But the way T'Challa sees it, he's just doing what must be done. But right here, Okoye, she unpacks this into different layers, because she tells him, you're grieving T'Challa and angry, and you're angry because you're afraid. Fear is what anger truly is. So T'Challa asks her, what is it exactly that he's afraid of? So Okoye tells him what all men fear, that what they are will never be good enough. Because there's a lot of weight that he's carrying on his shoulders to honor his father, to protect his people and their nation, to be their king and their night warrior. It's a lot, but his queen Okoye assures him that he is what Wakanda needs. And just after this, T'Challa lets her know that he's scheduled to take counsel with the Voodoo Khan today. But just before he leaves, Okoye gives him a bit of counsel to take with him along the way. Because before he goes, she tells him not to trust the Voodoo Khan because they serve their prophecies. They don't serve you. And it's for that reason that you shouldn't serve them. Which more or less is very similar to the advice that T'Chaka gave T'Challa, because he didn't fully trust the Voodoo Khan as well. So going forward, when we see T'Challa make his way to the temple of the Voodoo Khan, it's here where Matron Amala lets him know that the sisterhood has received a vision about him that said a woman of light will come to you. She's around you now. Fates intertwined. Between you there is a bond made during war, and she will give you an heir, the heir that Wakanda has awaited for generations. So immediately after hearing this, T'Challa's like, that woman of light must be Okoye. So Matron Amala says she is close to you, and she asks, she is your light? So T'Challa responds saying she's my sanity. I never wanted to be a king of war, Amala. So Matron Amala tells him, Destiny cares little for what we want, my king. Destiny doesn't care about us at all. And really right here, I want you guys to hold on to the words of this prophecy, because as this continues, we'll find that it can be interpreted a number of ways. But just after this, we head outside the perimeter of Wakanda, where the Dora Milaje are battling the Moon Knight soldiers, and they're holding the line so far. But suddenly we see Shuri tell T'Challa that it's time to turn the tide, as she gives him control to her most recent creation, which she calls the throne. And as soon as this thing drops down, the Moon Knight soldiers are like, oh shit, they brought out the Thundercats. And right away, T'Challa just smacks all of these guys, taking them out of the fight and effectively turning the tide. But shortly after, we also see this fight was being observed by both Khonshu and Ra, who are currently having a conversation with the Wakandan spy who helped them assassinate T'Chaka. But for the time being, it's not revealed to us yet who exactly this spy is, though I have my suspicions that we'll talk about later. But right now, after the failed attack of the Moon Knight soldiers, both Khonshu and Ra are questioning the effectiveness of this spy who came to them with the mutual desire of seeing Wakanda fall. So the spy reminds them of how effective they've been thus far, by first betraying Wakanda and getting their Moon Knight assassin inside, to where that assassin succeeded at killing T'Chaka. But still, Ra and Khonshu are growing impatient. They demand information, weaknesses, vulnerabilities in Wakanda's armaments. So the spy tells them that they do have mutual needs, but in addition, this spy needs this war to continue. And when the spy tells them, I am your eyes within Wakanda, I am your sight, Khonshu tells the spy, then seek a path for victory, and seek it soon. So in response, this glowing traitor then says, you do not command me, Khonshu. Moon Knight does not know me, but it is time for T'Challa's reign to end. I am sending you information for a plan. Follow it. And just like that, communications ended. But just after this, Ra asks Khonshu if he trusts this spy, and Khonshu tells him no, but he trusts that they want Wakanda to fall, which is really all they need to make this spy useful. And after this, we head over to the war room in Wakanda, where T'Challa is called a meeting to speak with the people he trusts the most. And it's here where he tells them Moon Knight is after vibranium because every village that they've taken is close to a mine. They don't take prisoners or hostages. Moon Knight seeks the resource. And right there, Shuri's just like, we hide our mines. The only way they would know where they are, and Okoye comes in like if someone is telling them. And this is why T'Challa's brought them here, to share with them what he knows. And to do so, he made sure that the only people he trusts are in this room. Because after the death of his father and the sudden strikes by Moon Knight's forces, these things have given the clear sign that someone in Wakanda is helping their enemy, which immediately has Shuri like, why would someone do that? And Okoye tells her that it's likely because that person is not in this room. A traitor usually wants more than what a nation has to give them. This traitor will be someone close to us, but not embraced by us. Search your thoughts, as will I. So T'Challa assures Okoye that they'll do just that, and he goes on to let the others know that Foxel and Anon have made a recent discovery that will give them the advantage. And it's pretty clever what they share here, because they believe they know where Khonshu and Ra are, which prior to this has been hard to lock down, with Khonshu and Ra constantly moving their power source from place to place. So because of that, Foxel and Anon have been watching the unnatural migration of the wildlife that usually clears out of an area days before they can detect that Khonshu and Ra are there. So T'Challa lets them know that he's heading to this location alone tonight. And at first, one of them are like, let us go with you, let us help. But T'Challa tells them no, because they're needed here. because there is still a traitor within the walls of Wakanda, so T'Challa assigns Foxel to protect Okoye, while Anon protects Shuri. So from here, as he heads out to the location, I do gotta say that there's something I've been thinking about since the start of this series that's kinda had me like, man, and it's really not that deep, but I gotta say, at first, I wasn't feeling the open mask for Ultimate Black Panther, but more recently, it's been growing on me. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But as he's heading out to this location, Shuri tells him that she wished he had not gone alone. So he lets her know, thanks to her technological invisibility, he can head in quiet, and after he confirms they're there, he'll have her send out the Dora Milaje. But in the middle of this conversation, T'Challa's signal goes dark, as we're shown that he's been hit and he's going down. So next he tries to reconnect to Shuri, but with no success, only to then find himself surrounded by the Moon Knight soldiers, almost as if they knew he was coming. And as they surround T'Challa, they quickly open fire, which I'll admit, this now has me thinking like, hey, maybe he should have covered his whole face, I don't know. But when this happens, it isn't long before a storm cloud forms directly over their heads, only to drop thunder on everyone here, including T'Challa. But when the smoke clears, T'Challa looks up. To his surprise, he sees a woman made of light, who of course is none other than Storm. Which right here just has me thinking about the whole prophecy thing. Cause like I said before, it could be interpreted a number of ways. And I mean, I could be way off with what I'm thinking here, but I'm just gonna put it out there. Cause to me, it almost seems like Storm is the woman of light that the prophecy was talking about, with how their fates are intertwined and the bond being made between them during war, which leads to them producing the heir that Wakanda has waited for generations. And I know some of you are probably thinking, but Dez, T'Challa's with Okoye. Well, yeah, that's true. But as it stands right now, I think she's the traitor. And if that turns out to be the case, this will be precisely what separates her and T'Challa in the middle of this war, to where from there I wouldn't be surprised if he formed a bond with Storm. But that's just what I'm thinking right now. Once again, I could be way off, but I'm curious to know what you guys think about all this down in the comments. Because if it does pan out this way, and we see the Panther turn into a cheetah, running around the continent with a girlfriend and a wife on the side. From there, the motivations for Killmonger to hate T'Challa, that part will just be self-explanatory. But either way, I can't wait to see how it all goes down. Alright, so coming back, we pick up weeks after T'Challa was ambushed by a group of Moon Knight soldiers and saved by a mysterious woman who can control lightning, who at a first glance T'Challa believed to be the woman made of light that was prophesied to him by the Voodoo Khan. So at this point, weeks later, the first thing we do is pick up with Shuri, who's currently doing some intense training, and even to the point where she disables the safety protocols to make the sparring session even more dangerous. But nonetheless, she comes out on top, only to find out right after that Okoye's been here watching for some time. Because Okoye's come to speak with Shuri about the fact that T'Challa's been missing for weeks, and you can tell by the way that she comes off here. It's like Okoye doesn't believe that Shuri's showing enough concern about T'Challa missing for this length of time. And I can only imagine, because it's been weeks, this isn't the first time they've had a discussion similar to this since T'Challa's been gone. But right off the bat, Shuri just gives her this casual response like, I know how long it's been, Okoye. Only for Okoye to correct her and tell her that's Queen Okoye. But the thing is, it's not that Shuri doesn't care about her brother, but it's more so the case of her trusting him and having faith that her brother knows what he's doing out there. While on the other hand, for Okoye, she expresses it like it's more so about her concern for her husband, Wakanda's king, which it may very well be in her case. But at the same time, it also comes off as if she's nervous and anxious because she doesn't know exactly where he is or what's going on. And it comes to a point where it's almost like she's trying to hide those feelings behind a mask of suspicion. Because remember, there's still this whole issue of a traitor being in Wakanda, so it's hard to tell if Okoye's concern is genuine or not. But again, Shuri just tells her that she trusts T'Challa, and that Okoye should do the same and trust her too. To where then Shuri starts to walk away, and Queen Okoye takes that as a sign of disrespect. So they end up settling this using the tradition of the Dora Milaje, which means the two of them will go head to head, and the first one who ends up on their back, they have to put the conflict to rest. And I like how this is done, because in a lot of ways it reminds me of something you'd see in either an old samurai film or an anime, because it also just fits well into the Wakandan tradition. But what ends up happening here after they fight for a moment, Shuri ends up coming out on top by putting Queen Okoye on her back. But because of the way that things have been unfolding throughout this series, there's almost like this undertone where it makes you ask yourself, did Okoye let Shuri win? Because as former general and current high mentor of the Dora Milaje, I find it hard to believe that she could go down this easily. And because we know that she's very intelligent when it comes to war and strategy, these underlying attributes just make it hard to believe Okoye in these moments where she comes off as vulnerable. But nonetheless, with this dispute going in the favor of Shuri, Okoye says, "Just tell me, is he on the right path?" So Shuri responds saying he believes he is. Which from here, this takes us over to T'Challa, who's currently hunting with Killmonger. And it's kind of crazy seeing the two of these guys get to know each other. Because on one hand, in this universe, Killmonger, he knows who T'Challa is. But right here, where it's just the two of them, Killmonger's taking out the time to have a one-on-one talk with T'Challa, so he can figure out whether or not he can trust him. And there's the case of T'Challa getting to know him as well, so he can learn why Killmonger and this mysterious woman are out here doing what they're doing. And I like how we're introduced to the conversation between the two of these guys, because with just a few words exchanged, we're shown a lot. Because right after Killmonger kills their next meal, he tells T'Challa there's no servants out here. Here we hunt for our own meals, and we take nothing for granted. To where after that, Killmonger closes the eyes on his kill. So T'Challa tells him, "I am no stranger to the land, Killmonger," because T'Challa's capable of surviving in the wild himself. But in response, Killmonger tells him, "Good," and he hands T'Challa his knife while telling him to cut out the meat for the two of them and leave the carcass rough. So if anyone else finds the remains, they'll believe that it was killed by a natural predator. Which right there just goes to show the attention to detail that Killmonger has to have out here, because as a freedom fighter, right now it's just him and Storm. And I imagine in most instances, they're constantly looking over their shoulder. But after this, as they prepare their meal, Killmonger tells T'Challa that his kingdom must miss him. So T'Challa lets him know to protect his kingdom, he has to be here, where Wakanda's enemies make their war. And Killmonger can't help but to notice the pride in T'Challa's tone when he says Wakanda, which for T'Challa, he's not sure why that's such a surprise, since at this point, Killmonger already told him that he's from Wakanda. But as it turns out, Killmonger considers himself to be more of a prodigal son, and he has very little interest in changing that, because back in Wakanda, he got tired of sleeping in paradise, while people who looked like him suffered in the world beyond it, where on top of that, he was told to be proud of doing so. So T'Challa tells him the Black Panther protects the innocent. And it's right here where, in response, Killmonger gives T'Challa the opportunity to more or less prove himself to be a protector outside of Wakanda, because he tells him, "Let's turn our minds from the innocent to the guilty. Tonight, Ororo and I want to show you what our enemies truly seek, and it is not in Wakanda." So from here, he blindfolds T'Challa so he can take him to a location that has been kept a secret for quite some time. And the crazy thing is, when T'Challa sees this place, it begins to challenge everything that he thought he knew about his god and his kingdom. And it's not like it's all thrown at him at one time. It's a gradual sequence of revelations, because even with Killmonger bringing him here, Killmonger doesn't fully understand what exactly this place is himself, but what he does know is that inside lies a great power that both Khonshu and Ra seek, that they can't allow them to get a hold of. And as it stands, Killmonger, he trusts T'Challa just enough to show him this place, though like we saw earlier, he brought him here blindfolded, so that trust is limited. And as they head deeper inside, T'Challa sees a number of ancient figures that he doesn't recognize, so he suits up while saying a little prayer like, "Mother Bast, be with me." Cause think about it, he's going into this place where on the outside, the entrance looks like Bast, but aside from that, when he goes in, he's not exactly sure what he's looking at. And there's a moment here where before they head any further, Killmonger asks T'Challa why he's wearing his armor now, as if he's expecting a fight. So T'Challa more or less tells him that he has his own trust issues heading into this, because even the markings on the wall, they seem unfamiliar to him. And he even tells Killmonger as he goes to check him out that he does not recognize this language at all. So Killmonger tells him he didn't expect him to, because they're words from long ago, as lost as the people who carved them. So next, Killmonger tells him that they gotta go down this hole so they can make their way further in to Ororo, who's already deeper inside waiting for the two of them. So Killmonger tosses the torch down to give them some light heading in, because as it turns out, it's not too far of a drop, which allows the both of them to just hop down inside. And it's kind of funny when they do, because to me, this still looks like a significant drop. And I can't help but to think, like, had I been there, I'd have to tell Killmonger, like, "Man, I don't know how your knees and ankles are set up, but if I try to make this jump, all you gonna hear is a snap, crackle, and pop, followed by tears of agony and regret." But nonetheless, these guys jump down like it's nothing. And the first thing T'Challa notices, now that they made their way deeper inside, is that there's a ton of vibranium down here. So for a moment here, T'Challa's like, okay, this is what they're after. Moon Knight seeks to find vibranium, only for Killmonger to tell him that there's more to it. But before they go any further, T'Challa's suit starts acting up. So Killmonger tells him, it's because in here you are not its master. Let it rest. You will not need it. Which now this more or less puts T'Challa in the position where he has to trust these guys. Because again, he really doesn't know Killmonger and Ororo that well. Not at this point. So next, they make their way to another hole in the ground. And Killmonger tells them that this one's too deep for them to just jump in. So he lets T'Challa know that Storm's gonna help them with that. So he pulls one of the vibranium crystals from out of the wall and he drops it down into the hole as a way of letting Storm know that they're there. So the next thing we see is her pick it up, followed by a huge gust of wind rising up from the bottom, allowing both Killmonger and T'Challa to jump inside, while Ororo guides them down safely. And as soon as they make their way to her, T'Challa tells her, commanding winds, nice skill to have. To where then Ororo tells him, a connection isn't a skill, it's a responsibility. And I'm just like, dang girl, relax, he's just trying to make conversation. But also with her seeing that Killmonger actually brought T'Challa here, this lets her know that Killmonger trusts T'Challa enough for them to share with him what they'd discovered. So from here they head further in, and Storm tells T'Challa, son of Wakanda, time to unlearn what you think you know, while also telling him to prepare his mind. Because this place, the people who built it, it's a culture older than Wakanda, which right away, this has T'Challa like, that's impossible. So Storm's like, oh, so the king's a master of possibility now. Perhaps this room will make a king humble. And as they make their way into this huge room down here, Killmonger tells T'Challa that they're ahead of Khonshu and Ra. They do not know this place, only the possibility of its power. And as they make their way in, there's images all over the walls of these ancient figures worshipping some sort of orb, and it only causes T'Challa to have even more questions, because now he's asking Killmonger, what power are you talking about? So from here they head inside, where they see this huge glowing orb surrounded by skeletons, and it just has T'Challa like mother bast. And Storm tells him, no, son of Wakanda, I don't know what is here, but I know your God is not, and what is here cannot fall into the hands of our enemies. Which right here, this is all we get for the moment. And even though I am tempted to go on about what this could mean and how this may have been done intentionally so that the maker would miss it, I'm just gonna leave that up to you guys. Alright, so coming back, we pick up with Okoye giving a speech to the people of Wakanda, where she tells them, I've heard from our king. Soon he will be back among us. He has revelations about this war, about our enemies, about what they seek, and how we can bring them humble before justice. I know Wakanda has a fear it is not known for many generations. The ones responsible for the death of our great king T'Chaka have yet to be found. But do not lose faith. Do not make yourself accustomed to fear. King T'Challa will come soon. We must keep faith in his strength. We must be strong to receive him. Wakanda forever. And just after Okoye gives this grand speech to her people, we're told that she's lying. And you know, on my first read through, as soon as she said, I have heard from our king, I was just like, oh yeah, that's cap. Because the whole speech really just came off as like generic corporate talk. Like she's out here telling Xbox fans everything's okay. And I mean, no shade towards Sarah Bond. But after Okoye's speech, Shuri tells her she knows she lied, though at the same time, she understands why. In Okoye, she frames this whole thing like she's trying to give the people faith that she doesn't have, since she hasn't heard from T'Challa in weeks, and she's not even sure if he's still alive at this point. But Shuri, on the other hand, she still believes that T'Challa's out there. She's hopeful that he'll make his way back, they'll find the assassin, and end Ra and Khonshu's aggression. So Okoye is pretty much like, wow, I almost believe you. So she suggests that tomorrow Shuri goes out there and sell their people a dream, only for Shuri to pass and tell Okoye, not me, you are their queen. Which, you know, as far as Okoye, this lie, along with all the suspicious behavior we've seen up to this point, it all just really has Okoye looking more and more like the spy. And I mean, if I'm wrong about that, I'll totally own it. But later on that night, while Okoye's in bed, she feels something drip on her face. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this ain't the type of spill you want to be catching every week. But for the kind that you do, be sure to like and subscribe and hit the bell notification so you know when I upload. But no, seriously, while she's laying there, something drips on her face and she's like, what is that, sweat? So for a moment here, it's like she's trying to figure out what it is until suddenly she's attacked. by someone who looks like an actual Moon Knight in this universe. Because as it stands on Earth 6160, Moon Knight's been more of an organization than an actual individual or single avatar. And by all means, this person is working with Khonshu and Ra, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But while she's here attacking Okoye, she's struck from behind and knocked out the window by none other than Shuri, who came to Okoye's rescue. And she doesn't stop there, she goes right out the window and after the assassin, who as it would seem, just attempted to take Okoye's life. But I'm sure you guys may have guessed it by now. My first impression of seeing this attack was like, this whole thing's staged. Because I don't trust this version of Okoye. But as it turns out, there's a whole nother twist when it comes to this assassin, and we'll get to that. But when it comes to Shuri and her going after this person, I truly believe in her case, what you see is what you get. But as she's going after this assassin, she notices that it's bleeding, so she follows the trail of blood as it leads her straight to the assassin, who as it would seem is just here in this alley waiting on Shuri. Because just moments after Shuri makes her way to her, she ends up getting ambushed by the assassin, who during this ambush is telling Shuri about this being the end of Wakanda, and saying things like, oh, you thought the gods would let this place reign. You think this is a kingdom. Wakanda is a scar. I was raised believing in all your lies. Khonshu found me blind, and now I see. And aside from this, Shuri can tell from this assassin's fighting stance and her technique that she's from the Dora Milaje, and the assassin even confirms that to be true. So Shuri asks her, why betray us? And the assassin tells her there is greater power in the upper and lower kingdoms than you fools know. You raised me to be a warrior. Ra and Khonshu will make me a god. Which right there sounds a lot like Okoye's explanation from before, back when she was talking about the reasons why someone would betray Wakanda, when at the time she mentioned that it's likely because the spy, or traitor, whatever you want to call it, wanted something that the leaders or Wakanda could not give them. Which sounds a lot like how this assassin went from being part of the Dora Milaje over to working for Ra and Khonshu in exchange for the promise of becoming a god. And in just a moment, we'll talk about who hired this spy. Or better yet, whose idea it was to bring her in, because that bit of information is going to end up leaving somebody high and dry. But just as she's about to strike Shuri, the assassin is struck from behind. Again. And I mean, she must have skipped the day where the Dora Milaje were training to be aware of your surroundings. Because the girl can fight, but peripheral vision be damned. She got a serious case of tunnel vision, and after being struck from behind, she swept off her feet, only to look up and hear a voice saying, "You will not harm the queen. And you will not harm my blood," which of course are the words of T'Challa, who has now made his way back to Wakanda. And not a moment too late. So from here, he just ends up incapacitating the assassin so the Voodoo Khan can interrogate her later. And while she's down, in the meantime, he goes to check on Shuri, who's just happy to see that T'Challa's alive and well. But before they can take this assassin to the Voodoo Khan so they can probe her mind, the assassin starts glowing and then she just disintegrates. Which now is just like, well, there goes that lead. And after this, next we head over to the Temple of Ra, where now after hearing about the assassin's failure, Khonshu tells Ra that his Milaje failed. But the way that Ra sees this, he's more or less looking on the bright side here. No pun intended. Because the two of them wanted a death out of this, but instead the result was fear, and Ra says that has to be enough. And Khonshu thinks that this is Ra underestimating Wakanda or playing with them, but Ra just lets him know that's not the case. And he goes on to say their king is dead, they fear us in their ranks. Their strength was their safety, Khonshu, and we have taken it from them. So next, Khonshu tells him, you underestimate T'Challa, only for Ra to tell him, I estimate him accurately. He knows our names, not what we are. He knows we seek power, but he does not understand what that power is. He still believes in his gods, his withering and impotent gods. When people turn to their king and see fear, they lose their will. When kings turn to their gods and see weakness, they lose everything. I have tired of playing with spies and assassins. Gather the willing, we will destroy Wakanda by the light of the moon. Which right here this shows us with Ra coming up with this plan and saying I have tired of playing with spies and assassins. This now lets us know that he no longer wants to deal with the spy that we saw in issue 2. And it's not like they know exactly who the spy is, because all they really knew and trusted was that this spy wanted Wakanda to fall. But what this tells us is now Ra's recruiting his own assassins and making his own plans. So whoever that spy might be, it's likely that they're in panic mode, and it's possible that they're no longer safe depending on how close they are to T'Challa. But following this conversation, we head back over to T'Challa and Okoye, where now she is chewing this guy out. She hasn't heard from him in weeks, she didn't know if he was dead or alive, And regardless of where she actually stands in all this, Okoye had to operate in the unknown for weeks, so I can only imagine her frustration here is coming from a real place. And T'Challa just tells her that he was protecting them. So Okoye tells him, as I was protected tonight, cause there was an assassin here just earlier. So T'Challa's like, I should have been here. But for Okoye, that's not the point, cause for her, it's not like she's some scared little girl who's defenseless, who needs somebody to watch over her, but instead it's the fact that she was left in the dark. Which again, regardless of how you see Okoye, she has a valid argument. So she tells T'Challa, no more secrets, not between us. So he agrees, and he tells Okoye, these men, Ra and Khonshu, believe they are gods, and I know what they want, and it frightens me, my queen. Everything's about to change for Wakanda, for Africa itself. Our knowledge of the world, it's just shadows on the wall. I have seen the light that casts them, which right there just refers to the discovery we saw T'Challa make just before coming back to Wakanda. So following this, he tells Okoye to meet him in secret at the Temple of the Sacred Dead, and he lets her know not to tell anyone about this meeting, not the Dora Milaje, not the Vodou Khan, not even their own spies, Foxel and Anan. He just instructs her to make her way there, in silence, and trust no one, because now T'Challa believes that they need a new circle of trust, the smallest circle. So the next morning, Okoye follows these instructions, and she makes her way to the temple, where upon entry, she meets this new small circle, who T'Challa calls the Circle of Force, who, aside from the two of them, it's made up of Eric Killmonger, Shuri, and Storm. And it's just hilarious to me the way that Storm's looking at her, like, oh, this Okoye? I'm not impressed. Let me stop. It sounds like I'm trying to start something. But once again, we see T'Challa using the same method as far as putting together the short list of people he trusts, and now it's changed because of this new information that he's discovered, and I can't wait to see the details. Alright, so coming back for issue 5, this brings together the events from issues 3 and 4, where we saw Killmonger and Storm lead T'Challa to a secret temple, holding a mysterious green orb that was being sought after by Khonshu and Ra. And now that T'Challa's brought in both Killmonger and Storm into his inner circle, or his circle of force, as he would call it, he's now not only welcomed them to Wakanda, but now he considers them to be among the small group of people he can trust, after discovering Khonshu and Ra had been successful before with sending spies into Wakanda. So now, after some weeks have passed, they've managed to bring this mysterious ore back to Wakanda so that Shuri and T'Challa could analyze it. Though unfortunately, they still have a lot of questions about what this is and where exactly it came from, because all they really know at this time is that it's not vibranium, and its composition is unlike anything they've seen. So as it stands, they really just have a theory as far as what it could be used for. So to demonstrate this, T'Challa asks Storm to charge a vibranium rod that's running across where they have the ore sitting, so they can show her a demonstration of what it does. So Storm tells them this is going to be loud, because it's only polite to give an indoor lightning alert. But when she charges the rod, the energy runs through the ore to a nearby plant, and just seconds later the room is filled with plant life, and it's produced at such a rapid rate that it nearly breaks through the display glass. So T'Challa tells Shuri to incinerate it, as he goes on to tell Storm, in isolation, this new element is, for lack of a better term, dormant. But in combination with the presence of vibranium and release of kinetic energy, I suspect this material creates accelerated biological development. I suspect it also affects non-biological material. Its properties are alchemical. And after hearing this, Storm's like, I don't understand. So T'Challa tells her, this material enhances life. You found it in a temple because that culture worshipped it. They worshipped it because to them, it had the power of a god. So aside from this, T'Challa just tells Storm not to tell anyone about it, because as of late, Khonshu and Ra have been silent. So they need to find them, while T'Challa seeks more answers from the Vodou Khan. Because in this universe, Earth 6160, the Vodou Khan, they've served for years as like your spiritual advisors to the throne of Wakanda. But the whole time that T'Challa's been king, he hasn't really cared for them, because they often speak in riddles, they often speak with prophecies that are very cryptic, while T'Challa would much rather them be straightforward. And aside from that, he also believes that they're keeping secrets that could potentially be valuable to him, because as king and protector of Wakanda, he's accountable for the safety of all of its citizens, including them. But if they're over here keeping secrets, then he's not able to do his job efficiently. So when I say he doesn't care for them, it's more so of the case where he would just rather do away with the Vodou Khan and the whole idea of the throne needing their counsel. But as it turns out, now that he's found this mysterious ore, He believes that their leader, Matron Amala, knows what it is, and he needs her to tell him everything she knows about it. So as you might imagine, with T'Challa coming here to ask Matron Amala about this ore and what it is and where it came from, he's not the least bit excited about this, and if he had any other option, he wouldn't be here. But as soon as he arrives at the temple of the Voodoo Khan, he tells Matron Amala that she knows what this ore is, and that she should more or less just spill it, tell him everything she knows. So she tells him that she can't give him certainty, all she can give him is possibility. Which right there has T'Challa like, man, I just want the truth. I don't want no mysteries, no riddles, none of that extra stuff. So the matron tells him there's fear in his voice. He should measure it and master it. The truth is, you have the throne in an era of great change for Wakanda, for Africa, for the world. I will tell you what the Voodoo Khan believes. You can decide if I'm being honest. So where from here, Matron Amala goes on to tell T'Challa the origin of this mysterious ore. And she goes on to say, 2 trails of fire came from the sky. They found Africa, each of them with great power, the power that changes the direction of time. Their origins are unknown. Those who found them called them the tears of the gods. One of them you know, the indestructible element that which has aided Wakanda, what science has called vibranium. The other you do not. The other spreads life like a plague. Your science has no name for it has been blind to its existence. Everything in the universe has its opposite, T'Challa. Light and dark, death and life. Did you believe vibranium could not? And she goes on to say, it is the opposite of vibranium, but no less powerful. Vibranium makes our weapons, our shields, our machines. It is the god of material. Think of its opposite as the god of flesh. It can accelerate life. From it, whole kingdoms can be born. This is what Ra and Khonshu want. They want its power. To form a new kingdom, Wakanda will have its opposite too. Such is the way of things. I have seen what is to come. I have seen you in solitude. I have seen what you find. You will try to master it with your reason and power, and it will laugh at you. And it will change you. And you will beg for its change, but not before you will scream. So with hearing this, T'Challa, he's eager to know the interpretation of what this actually means for him. Because at first he's like, I'm not going to be begging or screaming. I don't know what you're talking about. So the matron tells him, all things scream when they are born, and all things are born afraid. And really what she's telling him is that there's a rebirth coming, and that he should prepare for war like never before. It'll be nothing like his father or grandfather ever knew. And Matron Amala even tells him that she understands that T'Challa doesn't trust her, or the Voodoo Khan for that matter, but they trust him to lead them and to protect Wakanda. But going forward, by no means should he let Ra and Khonshu claim this power, and he must be willing to sacrifice anything, because their lives are in his hands. And following this, next we head over to the lower kingdom, where we find Khonshu, who's holding this farmer captive after destroying his village and killing his son. So for a moment here, Khonshu's like, okay, so I owe you a life. But as it turns out, one of the reasons why Khonshu's holding this guy here is because when this guy's village was attacked, he called out for the Black Panther as someone would for a god. And even now, this guy believes that the Black Panther will find Khonshu and he will punish him. So of course, Khonshu, he doesn't like this at all, because not only does this guy see the Black Panther as a god, but at the same time, it's like he's not acknowledging Khonshu as one. So to Khonshu, he takes that as a sign of disrespect, because he's like, you speak of him as if he's a god, when a god stands before you now, and God wants something from you, farmer. God will give you purpose. God will give you power. And following this, Khonshu ends up using this guy by giving him power and sending him over to Shuri to retrieve the ore and take it back to Khonshu. And with the way this is done, it's almost like he's become Khonshu's avatar. Though it's not really clear if he's being mind controlled or just heavily influenced. All we're really shown here is this guy stepping through a portal, making his way to Shuri, and him saying things like, I will serve him, and for Khonshu. And it comes off a bit different than some of the other followers of Khonshu and Ra that we've seen thus far in this universe, because the ones we've seen prior to this, they've come off like they're more aware of what they're doing. And I mean, even with the glowing eyes still being a thing. But just like for an example, the assassin we saw in issue 4, for her, it seemed like she was serving Khonshu and Ra in exchange for the promise of more power, which might have been an agreement she made with them. But now after seeing this guy, I'm starting to think Khonshu and Ra are using the methods of just forcing their will on a select few whom they later consider to be disposable. But while this guy is fighting Shuri, Khonshu can see through his eyes. So for a moment here when Khonshu sees the ore, he tells this guy to go for it, and the farmer just starts banging his head into the glass. Which right there is far from what any sane person would have done. But right after that, when Shuri tries to stop him, Khonshu has the farmer just blast her out of the way, and then blast an opening into the lab so he can get to the ore. But just before he can grab it, he's struck by lightning when Storm shows up, telling Shuri to close her eyes, cause, you know, indoor lightning etiquette. But as Storm is electrocuting this guy within inches of his life, he turns around, reaches for the ore, and he cries out for Khonshu. And then boom, he disappears. So Storm tells Shuri that wasn't her, and neither one of them are sure exactly what happened. But we find out immediately after when we head back to the lower kingdom, where we see the farmer fried and holding the orb, with Khonshu standing over him saying, "You've served your god well, farmer. Be with your son." Which is really messed up as far as how Khonshu just used this guy. But following this, we find out this was Khonshu's plan, because he knew T'Challa and the others would find the ore for them. Because he says to Ra, "I told you Wakanda would do our work for us. And look what they have found. Brother Ra, it's been a long evening. I need rest. For tomorrow, we will build a kingdom." So now, as it would seem, the Voodoo Khan's worst fear is about to become a reality. Alright, so coming back, we pick up in West Africa with a family whose child has fallen sick. So they call a doctor to see if he can treat him, but unfortunately there's nothing he can do, aside from taking this kid to a hospital and easing his pain for a while, before he passes. But not long after these parents get the bad news, Khonshu shows up, telling them that he's come because there is suffering, and that he'll help this boy. But when he gets here, nobody really knows who he is. And the doctor's even asking Khonshu, like, "What are you?" So Khonshu tells him, "I am many things. Tonight, I am the hope you seek. Quiet now. Be quiet and have faith." As Khonshu lays his hand on the boy's head, and he heals him. And it's a bit of a process, because at first the kid's just able to get some sleep. And Khonshu lets the parents know when the kid wakes up, he'll be without pain. But just to be clear, Khonshu's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart. Not at all. But instead, he's making his way around the continent of Africa and performing miracles with the intention of persuading the people to believe that he is a god. So with more people seeing these miracles or hearing these stories, more of them will start to believe, become followers, and some even zealots, to where eventually Khonshu will have built a kingdom full of people who would do anything for him. And he's able to do this on a large scale now, after stealing some of the mysterious green ore, which acts as a counter to vibranium. And when we go back to Wakanda, we find out that his myths have already spread throughout the land, with people saying that he's built the kingdom from the earth itself. So right now, Shuri and T'Challa are having this conversation where on one hand, she understands why all these people are following Khonshu so easily. He's healing the sick, he's changing the earth, he's making their lives better, so they want to believe in him. But on the other hand, T'Challa's just looking at this for what it is, because Khonshu's just using this new element to produce these miracles and win people over. And for a moment here, T'Challa even says that he knows Khonshu doesn't understand this element. And T'Challa's only saying that because he doesn't understand it fully. But regardless of who understands what more than the other, Khonshu's out here making moves. But nonetheless, a new kingdom is being built outside of Wakanda, which over time will cover the whole continent. And it puts T'Challa in a tough spot, because he doesn't want to wage war against the people of Africa. So Shuri tells him, well, you know, it's not like they can just wait and hope for peace, because eventually this new kingdom is going to climb their walls. And this causes T'Challa to say perhaps the walls are the problem. In isolation, we have allowed this. We remain in Wakanda. He walks among them. Why respect a king behind a wall when a god walks among you? So Shuri tells him he's sounding more like Eric Killmonger now. And this puts an interesting spin on the conversation, because T'Challa admits that Killmonger's perspective is making more sense day after day, especially with how much has changed in the past few months. But when Shuri tells T'Challa that she doesn't trust Killmonger or Storm, T'Challa's a little too quick to defend Storm here. Cause for a second here, he's more or less like, what about her? Like, what problems do you see in her? And it's not so much that Shuri sees a problem or has a problem with Storm. Shuri sees power and certainty in her. But at the same time, she notices that Ororo's not one to really share her thoughts. And among Shuri's observations of Storm, she mentions that she is beautiful. And right away, T'Challa's like, I haven't noticed. But at the same time, you can tell that Shuri just threw that out there just to see how T'Challa would respond to it. And it worked, because it trips him up here. so Shuri tells him that he should notice it before it sneaks up on him. So T'Challa, he just assures her that her and Okoye have nothing to worry about. Eric and Ororo have followed their laws, they fought by his side, they've saved his life. And Shuri, she doesn't contest any of this, she just leaves it there, because she walks off saying, "My king, may your wisdom be true." But you can tell just with the words Shuri left him with her telling T'Challa to not let Storm's beauty sneak up on him. That's some solid advice that he needs to take heed to, because we know that moment's coming, so it's better if he's honest with himself sooner than later. But meanwhile, when we head back over to Killmonger and Storm, we find the two of them getting very cozy in one of the guest rooms. And it's not even one of those things where it's like we always see these two up under each other. It's not like that. But during this time that they're spending in Wakanda, for the first time in who knows how long, they're both able to lay down and close their eyes without the other having to stay up and look out because somebody's trying to kill them. And for a brief time, they don't have to hunt for their food. So it all makes for this rare opportunity that they're definitely gonna take advantage of. And following this, next we head over to the new Temple of Ra, where we see a conversation between Ra and Khonshu. And you can tell here rather quickly that the two of them want very different things. Because for Khonshu, like we've seen, he's out here trying to make a name for himself. He wants to be acknowledged as a god and he seeks the praise. While on the other hand for Ra, he just wants the power, which as of late has been mainly focused on the ore. And even though they just have this fragment of it, which they just took from Wakanda, Ra and Khonshu know that the Wakandans know where to find more of it. But Khonshu's not concerned about them finding more for the time being, because he knows that the Wakandans don't fully understand what it is. So the way he sees it, he's just gonna let them wonder as he continues to take action. But hearing this has Ra telling Khonshu that he underestimates T'Challa. So Khonshu tells him, "Gather the willing. I will give them a task, and you will see I estimate him exactly." And following this, we head over to a mineral refinery in West Africa that's heavily guarded on what seems to be a quiet night, until it's not, because now a group of Khonshu zealots have been armed and sent to attack. And at first, it looks like these guys are running up with everything but guns, because they got machetes and axes here and there. But when they get closer, these dudes find out that each one of them is strapped with a bomb, which immediately raises the threat level, given how many of them there are, and how close they're getting to the main building. But before they can reach the building, a purple barrier just pops up in front of them, catching the blast before it can get to the other guards, because now the Black Panther's here. But keep in mind, on this world, on Earth 6160, nobody really knows who the Black Panther is. So with him showing up here to protect these guys and telling them to evacuate their people off the rip, they're just looking at him like, "What are you?" Much like the doctor and the family we saw earlier, when Khonshu came out of nowhere to heal that family's child. Because again, for King T'Challa, this is like one of his first steps as far as protecting people who are not from Wakanda. And he can tell just from the looks of things that these people who he's protecting, they're probably not good. So he tells them this operation's over, they're no longer safe here in Africa. But the whole time this guy's going back and forth with T'Challa, the barrier he'd put up has gone down, allowing Khonshu to hit this refinery a lot harder. And it's just kind of like, man, had dude just listened, they might have gotten out of there. But at the same time, I get it. It's not likely for a huge corporation to evacuate or just pack up and leave, because some stranger showed up one day and said you gotta go. But nonetheless, just after Khonshu wrecks this place, which by the way, he only does to make it look like he cares about corporations coming in and stealing minerals from Africa. But after destroying this refinery, he looks at T'Challa like, oh, so Wakanda's protecting corporations now. So T'Challa tells him Wakanda stops terrorists. And for a moment here, while the two of these guys are going back and forth, Khonshu's making some valid points. And he calls out T'Challa because prior to this point, Wakanda's only been looking out for themselves. And he tells him Wakanda hides behind its walls and its traditions and lets invaders steal from all the space around it. Which, I mean, it's true. But again, T'Challa, he just calls a spade, because regardless of Khonshu being right, he knows that Khonshu really doesn't care. And this definitely isn't about doing what's best for the continent, let alone the world for that matter. Not to Khonshu at least. And T'Challa tells him, so you're not just pretending to be a god, you're pretending to be an activist too. So Khonshu goes on to say, I am doing what Wakanda should have done generations ago. And you would be wise to allow me to do it, Black Panther, because there is nothing you can do to stop me. So T'Challa quickly tests out that theory, but Khonshu doesn't really try to fight back here. But instead he just takes this hit on the chin and he slams the ground to stop this fight from going any further, just before telling T'Challa, "Very well then, I suppose we'll have a war." And prior to this, like we saw, T'Challa already declared war back in issue 1 when his father T'Chaka was killed. But it wasn't until now when Khonshu made it official and more or less said, okay, if war is what you want, then that's exactly what you're gonna get. Though again, we know the only reason Khonshu's really doing this is because now he has the means to make his own kingdom. And as for T'Challa, this war is gonna force him to introduce the Black Panther to the rest of the world. Alright, so coming back, we pick up after the conversation between T'Challa and Khonshu, when Khonshu confirmed that they are definitely at war. But now things have changed since T'Challa initially made his declaration, because the people who Khonshu's using to build his nation to go against Wakanda and go against T'Challa, these are all his people, whether they be from Wakanda or any other part of Africa. Which means these are also people he was born to protect. So he can't fight this war in a traditional sense, where he's just out here cutting people down left and right. So he's got to figure out a way to fight Khonshu's army without killing them, because these are the people he's supposed to be protecting. So it's going to take a bit of creativity on T'Challa's part, to say the least. And we'll see his solution to this in a little while. But after T'Challa takes care of the first wave of Khonshu's soldiers, more come charging in right after. So quickly, he calls for Storm and Killmonger to step in, and he makes sure to tell them not to kill any of them. And as soon as he does, Killmonger comes racing over this hill on a bike called a tread glider, looking like a total badass, with this thing giving off Wakandan Batpod vibes. And as soon as he gets there, he arms the Sonics and he hits these guys with a non-lethal attack, which is then followed by Storm, who brings in the wind to incapacitate them after. And ever since Killmonger and Storm have joined up with T'Challa, this whole time they've been more or less playing by his rules. But even still, T'Challa, he's aware of the way that Killmonger is used to handling these types of things. So that's still in the back of his mind. Though in this moment, and even leading up to now, it seems like Eric is just fine with pacifying these soldiers rather than just killing them. But in the larger picture, the issue is this war has been going on for months. So this plan will only work for so long. So now that it's come to the point where it's a god versus a king, T'Challa's got to get to the heart of their power, find their weaknesses, so this king can finally destroy their god. So T'Challa tells Killmonger to do the recon so they can take care of that. And when Storm gets there, she tells T'Challa, "You're being more kind than your enemy, King. I hope you don't come to regret that." Which for him, for T'Challa, he's standing firm on the no killing policy. So he reminds Storm of that here. But at the same time, it's not like she's trying to go back and forth and convince him, but instead she's just warning him that his enemies know that. So it's likely that they'll use it against him. So he just tells her, "I sense cruelty in you, Ororo. Where did it come from?" Only for her to tell him, "You grew up in Wakanda. I grew up in the world outside of it." Which again, when it comes to Storm and Killmonger, they're here to help. And they don't mind doing this T'Challa's way. But at the same time, if there's something they got on their mind, they're gonna say it. Because they don't see him as their king, but instead more as a powerful ally, who they've come to help. And following this, we head over to the Garden of Bast in Wakanda, where we find T'Challa speaking to Matron Amala, telling her how it takes a special kind of madness for one to pretend to be a god, and how anyone who does, whether their cause is righteous or not, it's dangerous. And aside from that, Ra and Khonshu want this war, and the suffering it causes. So he goes on to tell her, "I will not give it to them. Africa will not be torn between two kingdoms." But she just tells him that's already the way it is, because T'Challa can't stop this war. He can only master how it ends. And it's admirable that he doesn't want to see his people die, but that's not his choice, it's theirs. And the way he sees it, instead of marching into Khonshu's kingdom with the Dora Milaje and killing all of his followers, he believes that it will be more effective when he understands the source of his enemy's power. And once again, he's almost certain that Matron Amala knows more about this mysterious ore than what she's telling him. So again, he asks her to tell him everything she knows about it. So it's not like he's out here seeking for the answers that she already has. So this creates a dynamic where T'Challa, he just wants the straightforward answers. He wants certainty. But what the matron ends up telling him here is that the Vodou Khan, they deal with fate. And there's a difference between the two. So T'Challa tells her, "Matron, you yourself told me of this substance, this element. It can harness their psychic power, break the laws of physics. Vibranium responds to it, but this element affects life itself." So the matron tells him, "So much science, my king. In faith, there are more possibilities. this is the secret of gods? What if vibranium was more than metal? What if it had a consciousness, a will of its own? What if it came from the vast cosmos, alive, like a seed? What if it's beyond science itself? What if this living substance was careful to hide its will, but its will was always working? Are you certain Wakanda controls vibranium, or does Wakanda serve it? In a kingdom, it gave our ancestors the vision to build, and we have become dependent upon it. In symbiosis, powerful in its grace, nothing without its strengths. So now this has got me thinking about a lot of things. Like, for one, is Peter's suit made of vibranium? Because we don't know how Howard Stark made that thing. But also the whole idea of vibranium being sentient and dormant, which again, the matron's not saying this with certainty. It's spoken with faith. But now this opens a whole nother bag of questions about the vibranium, not just in Wakanda, but all around the world. And following this, we jump to later that evening, with King T'Challa telling Queen Okoye about his conversation with Matron Amala. Which of course sounds crazy, you know, talking about vibranium being alive, but Okoye, she entertains the idea, and she asks T'Challa if that's even possible. So he just tells her more or less like, look, I'm the king, I'm not the master of possibility. Like, how I'm supposed to know? So when she asks about the element that Khonshu and Ra acquired, he just tells her, I have no answers, Okoye, only theory. And he goes on to say, vibranium may have its opposite, or its descendant, or its forebearer. But Khonshu understands it in the way I do not. And in his keep, it can terraform, enhance life, and most likely destroy it. Which right here, this is a different approach to thinking to what we saw before, like when T'Challa was talking to Shuri. Because now he's accepting the fact that Khonshu knows way more about this new element. So Okoye more or less tells him like, look, if anyone can figure this out, you can. But now after talking to Matron Amala, T'Challa's just like, but my mind is imprisoned by logic and reason. Amala is right. I need to think like a god to defeat a god. So going forward, this changes T'Challa's whole approach. So in the next meeting he has with the Circle of Force, he tells Eric and Okoye to seek out someone who is both mystic and a scientist and bring them to Wakanda from wherever they are in the world. So at first, Eric's like, well, you got a name? Cause the world's a big place. So T'Challa tells him, if I had a name, I wouldn't tell you and Okoye to go search for him. Chase whispers, hunt rumors, return with someone that is no stranger to mysteries. They will be treated well here, as they will help us understand the nature of all this. And right there, Eric's like, are you asking or are you telling me to do this? Because again, Eric doesn't look at T'Challa as his king. But it's also funny how T'Challa frames this, because he wants Eric to leave with his queen, Okoye, to practically go and search for a needle in a haystack. But he frames it like, no, I'm sending Okoye so she can bring the discipline of the Dora Milaje and make sure that no one's harmed. But the look on Okoye's face right here is just like, nah, you trying to be alone with Storm. So Storm speaks up and she's like, no, I'll go with Eric. His conscience will be my responsibility. And T'Challa just looks at her like, man, I was trying to set this whole thing up. You done messed it up. Nah, he's just like, fine, but do no harm to any innocents. And before they leave, T'Challa ends up telling Storm that he wants her to join him on the battlefield because he has a plan to show these gods just how fragile they really are. And later on that evening, we're shown exactly what this plan is, because it's here where we find Khonshu and Ra's men taking more people just before they're ambushed by T'Challa, who then leaps into the air and calls for Ororo to give him the storm. So she charges him up with lightning. So T'Challa takes this supercharge and he takes these guys out quickly. Though I'm not sure if the no killing policy applies to the Moon Knight soldiers, because some of these guys don't look like they're getting back up. But either way, when T'Challa does this, he makes sure to make it a spectacle, because he wants the people of Africa to see him as someone powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with the god. So after he saves them, he makes sure that they know who he is. Because after seeing this, they're going to tell people who are going to tell other people, and that's precisely what T'Challa wants. So for a moment here, he tells them to name the one who set you free. So at first, one of them's like, Black Panther? So he tells them say it again, loud enough for all of Africa. And you know, for a moment this had me thinking, and I hate that I think like this, but this had me thinking like, man, he made them say his name before he took their restraints off. So to me, it's almost like him saying, well, you know, I was going to set y'all free, but I wanted you to smash that like button first. Because again, I get what he's doing, but it's the order of operations that kind of just made me chuckle. But following this, T'Challa asked one of them, what did the Moon Knight promise them? And one of these guys tell him the Moon Knight said, soon there will be no place here where he cannot see. So next, T'Challa's like, okay, well, let him see this. As he brings back the lightning show as a statement to the people, and the message to Khonshu and Ra, who both undoubtedly see this from their temple, with Khonshu believing the sleeping power of Wakanda will soon awaken. Alright, so coming back, we continue with the most recent battle between Wakanda and Khonshu's new nation. And as we do, we're shown a passage from the book of Bast, the goddess, which says, you will guide them to their better natures, through the storms of violence and despair. Be mindful not to rip the womb of nations. Let no brother strike against another. Let no righteous tear find the soil. You are my hand, you walk in my power. You will shield them from your fear. You must endure their pain. Those who follow you will mirror your virtue, your calm spirit, your grace, your pride as a sentinel of peace. They will see you, Panther, and you will be loved. And alongside of this passage, we're shown a sequence of moments taking place in this battle that more or less visually describe the conflict that T'Challa's going through right now. Because with it saying things like, let no brother strike against the other, let no righteous tear find the soil, you will shield them from your fear. And it's like, on one hand, the things he shouldn't allow, they're still happening because there's a war between these nations. So people are going to strike each other and tears are going to fall. And as far as T'Challa shielding the innocent and enduring their pain, he's going to continue to do this to the best of his ability. But at the same time, it's not, he can't let the way that he sees one obligation prevent him from taking care of another. Because freedom isn't free, and sometimes a dozen tears gotta fall to prevent hundreds or even thousands of others. So once again, in this moment, it's really just mirroring the conflict that we've seen T'Challa going through since the start of this series, to where now it's like he's having this moment where he's literally seeing examples of his conflict play out right in front of him on the battlefield. And it's almost like a teaching moment at the same time, which in a way plays into the whole power upgrade that we're going to see happen here in a little bit. But part of the lesson that he gets here within this teaching moment, it comes when the passage says, those who follow you will mirror your virtue. But he sees it in this moment like those who are following him are mirroring his violence. But it's an eye-opener, because at the end of the day, however T'Challa chooses to fight this war, his followers are going to do the same. So in a way, it gives him the incentive to continue to try to find a better way. Because if T'Challa can be better, then his people will inherently become better. But even that doesn't change the fact that in the here and now, he still needs to fight, which for T'Challa is very necessary at times. But there's always going to be a constant cycle of actions and consequence that are connected to T'Challa and his people. And really, I gotta say, I think it's a great opening to this issue. But during this battle, there's this huge dude from Khonshu's army who comes forward with a blade containing the substance that is like your opposite to vibranium. And he ends up stabbing T'Challa in the leg while telling him, Khonshu brings illumination, receive it, blasphemer. And right after that, the knife just starts glowing as T'Challa is shown a vision. And when this happens, we're not given any context at all. But as we're shown two different worlds colliding and their debris making its way to this world, it very much falls in line with what Matron Amala told T'Challa about the origin of vibranium and this other element, when she described the falling debris as tears from the gods, with two of these trails finding their way to Africa. Because in this vision, T'Challa, he follows a single trail, which leads him to a piece of vibranium, so he picks it up, and immediately it begins to change him. So he screams, just like Matron Amala said he would, and at the time he said he never would, but here we are. Much like what the Matron mentioned, this change transforms T'Challa into a panther, though not literally at this time since all of this is happening in his vision, but it's like now with him being shown and in a way going through what the Matron told him would happen. This now creates the instance where perhaps T'Challa will look at the Vodou Khan a little differently. Because at the start of this series, T'Challa, he really didn't care for the Vodou Khan, let's be honest. Because with their position as like your spiritual counsel to the throne, he thought they were useless because they either couldn't or wouldn't give him answers in black and white. There was always something either left for interpretation, or at times when the Matron was specific, there would appear to be gaps in the information like she was holding something back. So for T'Challa to now see a version of one of her messages actually play out, we see that this illumination, it's going to change T'Challa, and he'll find himself begging for that change just like the Matron said. And down the line, this might change the dynamic between T'Challa and the Voodoo Khan, where at some point he'll really start to see Matron Amala as an advisor, because before this he was still in that place where he was just going to her because he had to. But after this, that might change, and it may cause him to understand the other messages that he was told, like the one about him forming a bond with the Woman of Light during a war, which would lead to her giving him an heir. But once again, that's something we gotta wait and see as far as how it develops, because in this vision, in the here and now, we're only shown a number of images with no context, and it all lines up with what we were told before, while at the same time managing to create some new questions. Because I need answers about those two worlds crashing together. Like, are we getting more references to incursions and secret wars? I need to know. But after this vision, T'Challa wakes up next to Okoye, who tells him that he went unconscious on the battlefield 7 days ago, which right there just lets us know that this vision, it was the extended cut, like it was a whole season. But she goes on to tell T'Challa that he was crying and screaming in his sleep, which once again is what Matron Amala told him would happen. But during that time, much like what we saw before, Okoye lied to the people of Wakanda to keep them calm, even though she was in fear for his life. And T'Challa doesn't even see that as a bad thing, because the way he looks at it, she was just doing what she needed to do. But while T'Challa was down, the assumption was that he was poisoned, because really they just figured the blade that was in him just had some type of drug on it that had T'Challa down for a week. And that's why Khonshu had this done. But T'Challa tells her that he wasn't poisoned, not by them, and all he needs right now is just some water. So Okoye gets him some water, and she goes on to tell him the situation with Shuri, because since T'Challa was down and out, Shuri feared the worst as well. So she got fired up, started marshaling Wakandan forces to attack Khonshu in T'Challa's name, but there's only so much Okoye could say to her. And to calm her down, Shuri needs to hear from T'Challa directly. So he tells Okoye that he will talk to her, though right now Shuri, she's not in the mood to listen, and T'Challa, he's not in the mood to argue. So that conversation's gonna have to wait. But it's right here where T'Challa tells Okoye that he can feel it. And at first this scares Okoye because she doesn't know what T'Challa's talking about right here. But then he tells her that, as he points to the blade that they just pulled out of him. And he goes on to say, I can feel it as if it could breathe. I can feel all of it. Our technology, the vibranium, it sings to me now. Which of course for Okoye, none of this is making any sense. So he tells her to pick up the blade, hold it, and stretch out her arm. So she does exactly that, and she stands there for a moment like, okay, so what now? So T'Challa reaches out his hand, and yes, this dude just calls the blade to him like he's using the force. So right away Okoye's like, T'Challa, you willed it to you. But he ends up telling her, no, I asked it. We have built a kingdom on a power we do not understand, and until we truly understand vibranium, Khonshu has the advantage. Say nothing to anyone. I need to be alone, Okoye. And just after this, the next thing we do is head over to Killmonger and Storm, where in their case, like we saw back in issue 7, the two of them were sent by T'Challa to find someone who is both mystic and a scientist. And that's where we pick up with them now, with the two of them being somewhere in Eastern Europe, because T'Challa, he didn't give them a specific area to search in. He just told them what he was looking for and to go out into the world and find it. But as we come back to Storm and Killmonger, we see them interrogating someone. And we're not told who exactly this person is. All we really know is that he is a magic user, but they need him to tell them where to find another person more skilled than him. So at first he's like, I can't tell you because that'll get me killed. And then he's struck by lightning. So they let him know like, hey, if you don't tell us, we're just gonna keep this going and you're gonna get hurt again and again. So finally this guy ends up telling them, for what you seek, you don't want a magician. Stop hurting me and I'll tell you where you can find the Sorcerer Supreme, but you're going to have to kill a lot of people to reach them, which right there, that's kind of crazy to hear. Because prior to this, I want to say we were told of the Sorcerer Supreme back in Ultimate's invasion when this all started, and it was mentioned that he was captured by the Maker and separated from the Eye of Agamotto in a similar way to what we saw with Thor, though in this case we didn't actually see it. But now it looks like we're about to get to it. Alright, so coming back, first we pick up with Killmonger and Storm, who were recently sent out by T'Challa to find someone who is both mystic and a scientist, so that person could help T'Challa get a better understanding of this strange new element that Khonshu's been using to build his kingdom. So this led to their most recent lead informing them of the Sorcerer Supreme, with that same lead sending them to a secret hand facility in Eastern Europe. And really, these are just the locations where the Maker's super police keep either missing heroes or whatever's left remaining of missing heroes, locked up and hidden away from the rest of the world. And mind you, for Killmonger and Storm, for the most part, this has been like a blind search for them, because T'Challa never told them who they were looking for or even where to look. They were just sent out into the world and told to find somebody. So when they get to this hand facility, Killmonger's just like, okay, we have no idea how many guards are inside. We don't know what we're walking into, because the only thing their last lead told them was that the Sorcerer Supreme is here and they're gonna have to kill a lot of people to get to him. So for a moment, Storm just tells Killmonger like, hey, we could just walk away. And it's not even in a way where it's like she's scared or anything, but she's just like, hey, we don't owe T'Challa anything. He's not our king, and this whole mystery of vibranium, that's his problem. But right here, Killmonger tells her something that I think tells us a lot about him, because he lets her know that they do have to follow through with this. And if for no other reason, it's because he gave T'Challa his word. So I can only imagine we're gonna come to the point where T'Challa's in the same position, only for him to make a different decision. So Storm just tells Eric, don't give him your trust, and we do not serve his bidding. And following this, the two of them make their move on the building. And all of these hand agents, they have the Punisher 2099 face thing going on, because his face was always digitized out and mainly for cameras. But as for the hand agents, that's just how they look for real. And seemingly out of nowhere, when it starts raining, first this guy looks up like he's just been lied to by another meteorologist, only to then immediately get struck by lightning. So from here, with Storm taking down the overwatch for the facility, she then joins Eric to move in on the ground. And right away they notice there's no cameras here, which makes sense for a place that shouldn't exist, because who's crazy enough to do the most shadiest and foul things behind closed doors and record it? You'd have to be one sick individual. But either way, at this time, Killmonger's already scoped this place out for the stealth attack. So he tells Storm they can make their way in using the exposed vents around the back, only for her to decide that they should take the more direct approach. So Eric's more or less like, okay, you in the mood today. But before they can even get started, a ton of disfigured bodies come flying out of the building, which right away lets them know something crazy is going on inside. And among these bodies, most of them are agents, though one of them happens to be a doctor. So quickly, Eric does a scan so they can figure out who this guy is. And as it turns out, this is Dr. Donald Heimstedler, who is a torture doctor for hire. And it's kind of funny to me how that's his description. Like, is that how you're listed on Indeed? Does a guy like him find work on Glassdoor? Like, what's really going on? Torture doctor for hire. That's wild. But nonetheless, with them seeing all these bodies fly out and also identifying Dr. Heimstedler, not only does this confirm that they're in the right place, but as it would seem, the person who they've come to look for, they're not as captive or as helpless as it initially seemed. And as they move in closer, it's almost like a pathway is made for them, because next the front doors just blast open as if this person inside was inviting them in. So Storm and Eric continue to move forward. But when they do, there's just a trail of bodies along the way. So for a moment here, it kind of has Storm like, she's beginning to wonder if setting this person free is actually a good idea. Because at the end of the day, they don't know the Sorcerer Supreme, and any information they do have is just hearsay. So Eric just tells her they've made more difficult alliances. And Storm's like, yeah, but those have often brought difficult consequences. So surely enough, what they're seeing here, it's only the initial red flags for what they're getting into. But as they make their way further in, next they hear a twisted laugh come from below, which right there tells them where they need to head next. And I mean, unless this was like a horror movie or something, because that would then mean to get up out of there. But no, I mean, in this case, they just head towards it, because hey, what could go wrong? So Storm tells Eric to take her hand so she can gently levitate the two of them down the elevator shaft. And even though she has her doubts and suspicions about this place in particular, and I mean really, I don't blame her, but even though she does, she still goes through with this whole thing for Eric. Because as it stands, when it comes to T'Challa, Storm hears what he's saying, but at this point in time, she's going to look out for Eric. Because initially, T'Challa was borderline ordering Eric to do this search with his wife and Queen Okoye. And at the time, Storm was the only person to step up and put her foot down and tell him no, which shows a lot about her loyalty. But at this point, with her and Eric making their way to the bottom of this facility, they're greeted by a voice who tells them, "You're not supposed to be here. Are you, friend?" So Eric responds saying, "We would like to be. We bring opportunity," only for this voice to tell him, "I don't believe you." But before we go deeper into this conversation, we head back to West Africa, where Khonshu's pretty much giving his campaign speech to get more people to join him in his fight against Wakanda. So it's here where he goes on to say, "For how long have you struggled? You are the custodians of a land with the most powerful resources on the planet. a harsh land that tests you, yet you all have endured. Too long have you been taken for granted. In my vision you are seen. In my power you are loved. There is no least among you, no prejudice of age. I am the one who has given you invitation to the future you deserve. And what has Wakanda done? They hold their kingdom to themselves, for themselves, while you suffer and struggle, while you are unaware of the sheer power you have in the earth beneath you. Vibranium is far more than metal. It holds the secrets to the cosmos. Inside, it's the truth of all things. And that power can be yours. This continent can make the world buckle and serve it. And it will. But I need your loyalty. I need an army of the faithful. I need them to march with me against Wakanda. Use me as your weapon. Pry their deceitful power from their hands. Who among you has the courage to end this war? Let Wakanda hear you. Let me hear you. And the people that are here, they just eat it up. They're just like, yeah man, Wakanda who? But we soon discovered that T'Challa was among them in disguise this whole time. And just after this Khonshu rally, we see him have a conversation with Shuri. Because at this point, T'Challa, he's seen enough. And it's very clear that Khonshu is trying to make this a holy war, where from the people's perspective, it would seem like Moon Knight is a demigod. Because as far as they know, he's out here championing for them, he's healing the sick, he's literally answering their prayers. And for a moment, it even has T'Challa admitting that Khonshu isn't completely wrong. Because for years, Wakanda has failed everyone else outside their borders. And T'Challa's like, now they're learning to hate us for it. And I mean, it's not like it's even his fault, because these traditions were in place long before he was born. But in the here and now, Shuri can tell that T'Challa's getting worked up. So for a moment, she just tells him that she'd feel better if he'd head back so they can talk about this. But when T'Challa doesn't move, she's like, wait, what are you doing? And he even takes off the cloak like he's about to turn around, go back and get down. But when she asks him, what are you doing? T'Challa's just like, I'm thinking. But on Shuri's end, she can see his armor being activated, like he's ready to get busy. So Shuri's just like, could you think different thoughts, please? Because as it stands, he's out there by himself, because this was just supposed to be a spy run. But T'Challa just tells Shuri here, I could face him now, in front of everyone. I can break him and they can all see what he is. He's using them to get to the power he thinks we have. So Shuri tells him the power we do have, but we do not understand. Yes, but you cannot do it alone. And now as a spy, you are as alone as you've ever been. Come home, brother. Please, let us talk this through with reason. Please. And just as a quick reminder, some of this firing up that's coming from T'Challa, part of it has to do with this new ability that he's gained that was part of the prophecy being fulfilled, which mentioned he would undergo a change. And from what we've seen so far, part of that change is him having the ability to communicate with Vibranium, which comes off as him having the ability to move it with his mind, though it's more of a scenario where he can just communicate with it, but nonetheless just as effective. Because in the here and now, he tells Shuri that it's like his suit wants him to strike, and again she advises him against it, because right now it's not like T'Challa understands what this new ability is, or even how much control he has over it, so it's even more of a reason for him to wait for Storm and Killmonger to come back before he tries to do anything else. Because for all he knows, he could just go back there and slaughter everybody, unintentionally. But fortunately, he listens to Shuri, and he heads back to Wakanda, while acknowledging in this moment that she's right. And following this, next we head back over to Killmonger and Storm, who make their way to meet this sorcerer, who at this time, the sorcerer's still acting very cautious about the two of them making their way here. So Eric tells them, we came because we heard what you can do. Someone very useful wants your help. So they respond saying, help. I've been here 3 years and I needed help. Tonight, I figured out a way to help myself. So Storm tells them, your help has violence in it. So they tell her, violence? That's a great deal of judgy-wudgy in your voice, considering the history you two share. Ororo Monroe, Eric Killmonger, you're far from home. And when this person steps into the light, Killmonger's immediate reaction is like, you're the sorcerer? And they tell him, no, this is just my voice, my puppet, if you will. They've made it very hard to speak here, but this one came close enough to hear me whisper. Magic needs speech, you see. My captors know that, and this puppet will only last so long. In my anger, I might have killed the other ones. I lose myself sometimes. You want my help? The old abracadabra? Hee hee. Well, I want something too. Quid pro quo. Come on in. So Killmonger starts to go in, while Storm, she's like, hey bruh, what you doing? So he heads in and he tells Storm to wait here. And as soon as he sees this person, in shock, he says goddess. So she tells him, and speaking through the puppet still, little old me? Nah. I just know the ways of above and below. And you're here about the vibranium. Y'all don't know what it really is, but you stink of it. I'd love to have a conversation about it with you, Eric. Easy to make this fella talk. Hard to make him do strong things. You look strong. I've done about all I can with my whispers. Why don't you swagger over here and take off this gag? And you know, it's like now this creates another mystery as far as who we're dealing with here, because according to the Maker's Archive, there is a Stephen Vincent Strange on Earth 6160 who's being held captive somewhere. So yeah, as it stands for the time being, there's a lot of mystery around the Sorcerer Supreme, and if she can really be trusted. And for whatever reason, she's kind of giving me Madame Slay vibes. And I mean, not so much as far as her looks, obviously, but for some reason I just kind of got the feeling this sorcerer is going to help out this Killmonger in a similar way to what the Madame Slay of Earth 616 did for Killmonger over there. Alright, so coming back, we pick up with Khonshu, who's running for his life. He's leaking out and he's terrified. And it's not long before we find out that the person who's giving him all this work, plus overtime, is none other than T'Challa, the Black Panther, as he stands over Khonshu saying, "It seems God has fallen, but can he find the strength to stand?" Which then leads to Khonshu creating a lightning sword construct and coming after T'Challa again. But T'Challa just handles this like it's nothing, because not only does he destroy Khonshu's sword, but just after that he finishes this fight with the Black Panther brutality by just punching through this guy and ripping out his heart. But what's seen with how all this is going down and how it's so easy for T'Challa, because he just walked right through this encounter like, whoa, look at this god scream, look at this god die. And it hasn't been this easy for T'Challa up to this point, or he would have done this sooner. But we find out what's happening in just a moment here, after T'Challa hears a voice saying, "You serve well." So he turns around and tells the stranger, "I serve no one," as they go on to say, "King of nothing, slave to the ancients. You serve the will of the cosmos. Did you think you could use the element without humility? Did you think you control it?" So right there, T'Challa's like, I think I don't need vibranium. Only for this entity to tell him, strong words, slave. Then free yourself. And you can tell with T'Challa saying, I think I don't need vibranium, there's not a lot of confidence behind that. But also when he says it, things start to get really trippy, because his hand sticks to his face, he tries to pull his hand away, and his face is coming with it. And it's right here where this voice tells him, "You are vibranium." And it's here where we find out that all of this was just a dream that had turned into a nightmare. Though in the scope of everything that's happening with T'Challa and his recent change, it's more so a vision that he's being shown that he needs to figure out. And so of course when he wakes up here next to the throne sweating like crazy, his wife Queen Okoye comes out to him, asking T'Challa what this nightmare is about. But instead of just telling her right away, he's just like, my dreams are mine to ponder. So in response, she more or less tells him like, look at yourself, leaving your bedchamber in the middle of the night, only to be found shaking in front of your throne. When you suffer, you do not suffer alone. I shouldn't have to say that. And T'Challa kind of goes off here, because he says, so should I say that I fear our strength may be corrupting us, in that vibranium has secrets we do not understand? And then should I say that I have no concept of what to do? So Okoye responds saying, if that is the truth. So next, T'Challa just tells her he's going to the lab because he needs to work, but as he leaves, Okoye tells him that Shuri wants her war, which right there is just a callback to a lot of what we've seen going on with Shuri, which for the most part was in the first 4 issues, because even before their father T'Chaka was killed, we saw how Shuri had this burning desire to do more for Wakanda, even though she's practically designed all of their weapons single-handedly. But after the death of T'Chaka, we saw Shuri take things to the next level, with her introducing new weapons and new gear for T'Challa and Killmonger. But this fire that she has now was made even more fervent not too long ago when T'Challa went missing for a month. And this is something that Queen Okoye had seen up close. But coming back to the here and now, because now with T'Challa being confronted and reminded about Shuri wanting her war, which as we've seen recently, the war's already started. But for T'Challa, it's one of those things where he's like, tell Shuri, I dream of Khonshu, of Moon Knight, and tell her in every dream he dies with his blood on my hands. This is not her war, it's mine, and it seems I have already won. And you can tell right there that both Shuri and T'Challa are missing the more important point, which is that this war doesn't belong to either of them individually, but instead it's something that's much bigger than them and even this world for that matter. But following this, it's here where we go back to Killmonger and Storm, who are making their way back after recently finding and freeing the Sorcerer Supreme, or better yet, Sorceress Supreme. And on their way back as they're traveling by ship, we head into a conversation between her and Storm where she asks Storm to tell her about where they're heading, to tell her about Wakanda. So to sum it up, Storm tells her it's a kingdom in isolation, at war with a man who might be a god. And so the sorceress, Anan, she asks Storm, like, might be a god? Usually gods are certain, but as it turns out, they've been traveling for weeks. So Storm lets Anan know that throughout all this time, she's hardly told them anything about her. And her reasoning behind this makes sense, because she pretty much figured with Storm and Killmonger finding her, that they had already knew everything they needed to know. So again, Storm tells her that they were just sent to find someone who knew magic and someone who could help him kill a god, only for Anan to respond saying that she likes the sound of Anan, the god killer, which at this point frustrates Storm because it sounds like Anan has something to hide. Because in this conversation, it's pretty clear that Storm wants to know why Anan was locked up, but instead it's just like the sorceress is just talking circles around any details. But she starts to explain things by telling Storm, or better yet answering Storm's question by saying, because magic is a science, people don't understand, and it's a power they cannot control, which scares those who do not wish to be humble. Nice big boat you have here, but the ocean is bigger. And with saying this, she looks out to the water and she says, show them. And when she does, this insanely huge megalodon comes out of the water and it does a free willy over this container ship. And I mean, of course, this megalodon is a lot bigger. Like, it makes this cargo ship look like a toy in a bathtub. But when this is done, and for demonstration purposes, of course, the first thing I thought about was that scene from Free Willy. Sorry. But Anan goes on to explain, this is why I was in captivity, because I know how small I am in the fabric of the universe. My enemies don't. And I might have destroyed a warlord because I didn't like his ethics. There's also that. And I gotta admit, it has me thinking, which warlord are we talking about? Because I'm hoping that's something we learn more about at a later date. But for a moment here, with Killmonger also having seen the Megalodon eclipse from just a few seconds ago, he asks Storm what are her thoughts on the Sorceress Supreme. So Storm tells him that she's joyful chaos, but that really doesn't tell him if Storm is either for or against her. And really at this point, Storm hasn't decided yet. But as they're making their way, more agents from the damage control site show up in a helicopter and they just open fire, catching everyone off guard. And just seconds into this attack, Killmonger gets fatally injured. And at first, Storm, she tries to help Killmonger and fight back at the same time, only for the Sorcerer Supreme to step in and tell Storm, tend to your friend. These people are here for me. Worry not. I will do this with pleasure. So immediately after this, she puts up a protection barrier so they don't get shredded. But I gotta say, with the way that she handles these guys, it makes me think of some of the things that I really like about her character, even though we don't know her that much yet. But even with that being the case, I like how there's this darkness about her, where it's like on one hand, she's the Sorceress Supreme, so you imagine that she means well, but at the same time, there's this dark and mysterious element that has me thinking like, this might be one twisted individual. Because the next thing we see is her stop this chopper and make its engines fail, only to then call back the Megalodon to feed on these guys before they even land in the water. And it's just like, oh man, was that even necessary? Because she could have just opened a portal in front of that railgun and had these guys just shoot up themselves or something. Because in comparison, that would have been a kind gesture. But no, she settled on giving these guys a terrifying death. But also right now, with Killmonger dying, the Sorcerer Supreme tells Storm to step aside so she can help him. And she also tells Storm to trust her. So following this, she steps in to help Killmonger. And she tells him, I feel your will. It's strong. It will make this easier. And I gotta say, that right there just reminds me of what the sorceress said when they initially freed her. Because back at the time when she was using that one guy to talk through, since she had a muzzle on her mouth that wouldn't allow her to speak but so loud, at the time she said, I just know the ways of above and below. And you're here about the vibranium. Y'all don't know what it really is, but you stink of it. I'd love to have a conversation about it with you, Eric. Easy to make this fella talk. Hard to make him do strong things. You look strong. I've done about all I can with my whispers. And really it's like that right there just has me thinking like, okay, for starters, her power or her spells rely heavily on her ability to speak. And it's very similar to what we've seen with Dr. Stephen Strange, where in his case, his hands are like the first thing I think about. Like if I had to make a list of things that set him apart from other sorcerers or magic users. Because I mean, the thing is, he definitely speaks spells as well. And he's well known for having the ability to find unconventional solutions when facing impossible odds, which is what made him an exceptional surgeon. And with being an exceptional surgeon, the steadiness and precision of Strange's hands went on to make him an exceptional sorcerer as well, which in a lot of ways took something that he greatly depended on, as a neurosurgeon and turned it into something that greatly enhanced his abilities as a sorcerer, which is also why when we covered the death of Doctor Strange, when his body was found, the killer had taken his hands as well. So for that reason, I believe something as little as a conversation with this Sorceress Supreme, it can be very dangerous. And prior to this, not only has she mentioned that she wants to have a conversation with Killmonger, but she's also implied that she wants to use him for his strength. So yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on her when it comes to Killmonger, because I imagine the Sorceress and T'Challa are going to pull Storm and Killmonger in two different directions at some point down the line. But in the here and now, the Sorceress, she ends up healing Killmonger by creating a small rift between time and space to accelerate his natural healing process. So when Storm asks her what exactly she's doing, the Sorceress explains this to her, and Storm's like, well, you can do that? Only for the Sorceress to tell her, when I'm motivated. And you know, here I can only imagine for Storm that it's answers like that just make it hard for her to put a pin on this woman and decide whether or not she can truly trust her, because it's very rare that she gives Storm a straight answer. Even when Storm asks here, were those your captors? And the source was just like, well, you know, I've ruffled a lot of feathers in the world. Who knows? So yeah, again, it appears that she means well, but at the same time, it's pretty clear that there's more under the surface. But now with them being safe for the time being, the sorceress tells them that she's going to accelerate their departure. So she opens a portal and tells them, Africa is this way. Let us waste no more time. You set me free, and you almost died protecting me. Anon, the Sorceress Supreme, is at your service. Perhaps your Wakandan king has found his god killer after all. And I gotta say, with the way this is unfolding, with it being hard to tell who you can trust, with it first being the whole thing with Queen Okoye, and now the Sorceress Supreme, and to an extent even Vibranium itself, like I'm looking forward to seeing what's around the corner, cause I got a feeling that we're in for some twists and turns. Alright, so jumping back into Ultimate Black Panther, in our last talk we got to know a bit more about the Ultimate Sorceress Supreme, who's currently making her way back to Wakanda alongside of Killmonger and Storm. But we don't see her arrival just yet, because the story's still jumping back and forth between what's going on with her and the war in Africa between T'Challa and Khonshu. And eventually what we're following with both of them is going to come together. But first, with us going back to T'Challa, I want you guys to keep in mind some of the things that the sorceress said, with her mentioning that magic is a science that people don't understand, as well as her saying that she knows that she's small in the fabric of the universe. Because together, these things speak of her knowledge of science and magic, as well as how she views herself in comparison to the two. And not only is that a position of power for her to know her limitations, but as a Sorceress Supreme, she has an understanding of the greater power that causes her to respect it, and it allows her to use it to her advantage. And that's basically the opposite of what we've seen lately with T'Challa, where in his case, he's showing more pride and ignorance than humility and understanding of Vibranium and this new element Khonshu's used against him. So yeah, just kind of keep that in mind, because when the Sorceress Supreme arrives, she'll either be that perfect piece of the puzzle that T'Challa's missing, or we might see some crazy plot twist where she has her own motives. But nonetheless, for this one, when we come back to Africa, we find one of Moon Knight's generals, who's waiting to make an offer to T'Challa. But instead of T'Challa showing up here, he's met by the arrival of Shuri. So of course, he sees this as Wakanda's king being too afraid to make his way out here and meet him face to face. But Shuri's just like, whatever you needed to tell him, you can tell me. So he lets her know Moon Knight has an offer for Wakanda, an offer of peace. So Shuri warns him that he should be careful and not try anything. So dude's just like, well, I gotta be careful, I got this whole army. And that's when Shuri reveals to him that she's not out here alone. And so after Shuri makes it clear that she's prepared for whatever, this guy assures her that they didn't come here for violence, but instead they're offering to split the territory between Khonshu Ra and Wakanda. And he even says that West Africa is allowed to choose its alliance. But we already know that this is a bogus offer, because prior to this, Khonshu has been using mind manipulation to get people on his side, which for the most part has been for the purpose of making them soldiers. And as for the other civilians, he'll perform acts that seem to be miracles so that people believe everything he's saying about being a god, and eventually choose him because it seems like the right thing to do. So even if Khonshu would have honored this peace offering and support this plan for democracy, it would already have been rigged from the jump. So even now with Shuri turning it down, and mainly because this would just be allowing the people who tried to kill them to gain more territory, but regardless of how you look at it, this quote-unquote peace offering would only benefit Khonshu Ra, because sooner or later they're gonna come for the rest. So this guy just tells Shuri that Wakanda didn't care about the regions surrounding them, not until they knew about the sun knowledge of Khonshu Ra. And he was hoping when Shuri showed up that she would see things different from T'Challa. But instead she just calls out all the reasons why this wouldn't make sense, which once again is the brainwashing, pretending to be a god. So Shuri just tells him, there will only be peace when you leave this land. or when you're driven from it. So this dude's just like, okay, so Wakanda wants war. And right there, I'm just kind of like, oh, all right, so you're not even going to try to deny the brainwashing. But instead, what he does here is tell her that he has another offer. And because he suspects that T'Challa is able to see and hear him right now, he speaks directly to T'Challa and lets him know that his next offer is one of a more ancient approach, where the Black Panther would face the Moon Knight, and the victor would decide the fate of this land, of the vibranium, and the future. And if the Black Panther accepts, this would of course be a fight to the death. And with T'Challa hearing this, he plans to accept. But when he tells this to Okoye and Shuri, they tell him right away that this is not a good idea. And it really just goes back to what I mentioned before about T'Challa being filled with pride and not really understanding much of the science that's involved here. Because it's most likely that Khonshu is setting this whole thing up as a trap, but at the same time, it's not really T'Challa's fault. Because from what we've seen in the first 10 issues or so, it's not like this is the type of person he's always been. But instead, it's more so the case of him being corrupted from within, or more or less changing from the man they once knew him to be. And for a moment here, Shuri tries to call him out on it and tell him that he's not well, but he just tells her to deliver the message. And right after that, he tells the two of them to leave. And as the two of them go, T'Challa's like, tell Matron Amala I need to see her alone. But when Shuri and Okoye leave, Okoye tells Shuri clearly something is changing within him, which right there sounds a lot like the prophecy that Matron Amala told T'Challa back in issue 5. When she was explaining to him the origin of vibranium and its opposite, and how he would find it and it would change him. And we've already seen much of this play out throughout this series, with some of it taking place before the conversation with Matron Amala, and the rest of it continuing to play out after. But at the same time, we don't know where this is going to lead T'Challa to, or what exactly this change is going to change him into, because as Matron Amala's prophecy is coming true, these events are unfolding in ways that are unexpected, which makes sense because it keeps us guessing, since we don't know how or what exactly or where exactly this change is taking T'Challa to. And the only thing we're shown now is that Okoye and Shuri know that something is going on with T'Challa, which makes sense because they're the two closest people to him, which also leads to them figuring more of this out. Because after talking to T'Challa, when Okoye tells Shuri that something's changing in him, she opens the conversation to any suggestions so they can figure this out. And mind you, at this point in time, Okoye, she's seen the whole thing with T'Challa having new powers and controlling vibranium with his mind, so there's really nothing Shuri could say here that'll sound too crazy. So Shuri ends up telling Okoye that she believes vibranium has its secrets that no generation has sensed or found. So she goes on to say, what if vibranium has a consciousness or something captured within it? What if it has given rise to two kingdoms to place them in conflict like pawns? So Okoye is just like, well, yeah, it does sound a little crazy, but if that were the case, why would vibranium do that? Why would vibranium want war? And it's not like Shuri has all the answers here, but her guess is that it's because of what will remain after, whatever that might be. So it's not so much the case of vibranium just wanting war, but it's more so like it's using them as a means to an end. So the two of them agree that they cannot let T'Challa accept this offer, and they can't let him know that they're trying to prevent it. Because now this isn't just about being concerned for his safety, because there's so much more at stake. And so following this, we go back over to T'Challa as he's heading out, and when he does, he makes sure to turn off the tracker on his vehicle. And instead of us seeing him meet with Matron Amala, we get this inner monologue where he's talking about how the traditions of Wakanda has kept them in isolation and how it's caused them to live in a vacuum. And so all of a sudden, with Moon Knight stepping into that vacuum and being there for the people outside of Wakanda, this is causing more people to look to and believe in Khonshu. So it's like T'Challa's ruling a kingdom placed in a land where he's a stranger. But what's more important now than being a king who's known to more people outside of Wakanda is the issues that these people are having right now, which prior to this he's been blind and ignorant to, delivered from it with pageantry, as he would say. So it's here where he decides to get out there and not only learn more but do something about it. And this leads to him finding a medical transport that's being stopped and looted by some mercenaries. So T'Challa steps in to help them out. And it leads to a moment here where this dude points his gun at him. So T'Challa's like, you think that gun protects you, don't you? You believe in it. Then let's test your faith against my own. And this dude's just like, okay, yeah, this guy's on something. And he's just making a mockery of him at first, only for T'Challa to take this dude down and use him as a human shield. And what this ends up turning into, aside from T'Challa just wrecking these guys, is a bit of a teaching moment. Because for one, with T'Challa taking these guys down, they weren't worried in the slightest about anyone coming along and trying to stop them. Because at first they were even mocking him like, who are you, some type of local hero? Which just shows him another example because this isn't the first time we saw him stop mercenaries out here. But this just shows him another example of how no one is expecting someone to show up and help. And this continues when he tries to tell these medics that they're safe now, because they don't even know if he was just stopping the mercs so he could rob them himself. But eventually one of these guys tell him that he's injured, and the guy offers to give him medical attention. And when he does, this guy tells T'Challa how him and the other medics, they go between different cities, just trying to help who they can, and how it's pretty common that mercenaries will show up and just take what they want. So T'Challa asks this guy if the Black Panther's efforts have been assisting him, and this dude's just like, the Black Panther? Never heard of him. And it's just like, oh man, I know that had to hurt. But again, it just goes back to what T'Challa was saying about being a king who's living in a vacuum. Because outside of Wakanda, no one's concerned about that. They got their own problems. But this guy goes on to say there is someone named Moon Knight, some kind of deity, and I don't know. Can't really understand it. Some people believe in him. So again, in the case of Moon Knight, there's at least conversations of this godlike figure in the distance. But when this guy turns around to get some painkillers, T'Challa pulls a Batman and he just disappears on him. And this guy's not totally taken off guard by it, because it's like, what else do you expect from a stoic man on a hovering motorcycle? But again, for T'Challa, this was a teachable moment, with him seeing more of the current state of what's happening outside of Wakanda. And with the whole transformation thing aside, what he's come to find here, it supports what he was already leaning towards from the start of this series, with him wanting to change Wakanda's traditions. But fast forward to now, and including everything that's happened since, it's caused T'Challa to move forward with a more spearheaded and reckless approach. So as he's leaving, he reaches out to Shuri, who didn't know where T'Challa was because he'd gone dark since he left. But it's here where he tells her that he's going to take Moon Knight's challenge. He's going to shame him and then he's going to kill him. So in response, Shuri asks him, is this your connection with Vibranium speaking? Or do you think that sounds like wisdom? So T'Challa tells her, I think we have failed this region. I think there's much more we need to do. I think Moon Knight was inevitable. We can understand Vibranium. But first, we need to understand Africa. I want detailed reports. Every criminal network, every humanitarian crisis, all of it. Wakanda will be isolated no more. I will accept his challenge. And after a god is dead, it will be Wakanda that gives people new belief. I am coming home. So yeah, there are a lot of things that are about to come crashing together. From the death match between Khonshu and T'Challa, the arrival of the Sorceress Supreme, the consciousness of Vibranium, the spy twist that we have yet to see come to fruition, as well as the other prophecy about T'Challa and the Woman of Light, who had said that he will bond with in the time of war, that will eventually give him an heir. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's about to come crashing together, because it's about to get crazy. Alright, so coming back, we're dropped right into the middle of a brutal fight between Khonshu and T'Challa, which is really more of a beatdown, with T'Challa wanting to show the people of Africa and the Moon Knight soldiers that Khonshu is not the god that he wants them to believe he is. But in addition to T'Challa wanting to make this example out of Khonshu, where to do this, defeating Khonshu would be enough. But in addition to T'Challa wanting to put on this demonstration and show the rest of the continent that Khonshu's just a man, T'Challa feels something within him asking for more, something within him filling him with hatred, to the point where defeating Khonshu and making this example of him, it's not enough, because this something wants T'Challa to kill Khonshu as well. And so we know, just based on what we've seen leading up to this, that something is Vibranium. And so what happens here is we see T'Challa obey this hatred that's within. And by serving this hatred and this voice, he kills Khonshu, and he tells the Moon Knight soldiers to kneel as he tears off Khonshu's head and raises it before them, under the light of the bright full moon. But much like before, this turns out to be a vision, very similar to the dreams T'Challa has had recently. But in the here and now, T'Challa's exploring what exactly this means, alongside of Matron Amala, who T'Challa still doesn't fully trust, but because she's supposed to be like the spiritual advisor to the throne, T'Challa keeps coming back to her for answers that he hasn't been able to find anywhere else. And he's hoping that'll change when Storm and Killmonger get back, but that's not something that he can just sit around and wait for, because of everything that's going on with Khonshu. But in the here and now, with T'Challa exploring this vision, Matron Amala asks him what did he see, but he tells her that it's not so much about what he saw, but what he felt. Because when he murdered Moon Knight, or Khonshu, T'Challa felt a joy inside that wasn't his own. So she asks T'Challa if this frightens him, but all he tells her in response is that he's not a murderer. So Matron Amala tells him, like, okay, you're not a murderer, got that. Yet, on the next full moon you will fight him to the death. You have agreed to this, and you were right to do so. It will bring peace. His followers will serve you. The kingdom he has built will become yours. You will explore his powers, their powers, and you will walk towards your destiny. So of course, with hearing this, T'Challa wants more clarity as far as what his destiny is. So Matron Amala goes on to say The Vodou Khan have waited generations for this moment, for your bloodline to realize what needs to be, for Wakanda and Vibranium to take their throne in the world. I am no priestess of peace, my king. I am witness to the birth of a new age. I do not fear your visions. I embrace them, as you should as well. And so now with her saying this, Matron Amala is basically telling T'Challa that she wants him to listen to this voice. And he picks this up here as well, but he wants her to say it in a straightforward way because he's been upfront with her this whole time. So he tells her here, you know what's happening to me, what I feel, what I sense. I know there's little trust between us. I have kept your ways at a distance, but now I ask you, tell me what I am becoming. So she says here, you know what you are becoming. The great vessel, the God substance speaks to you. Your father cannot hear it. Your grandfather cannot hear it, but you can hear it. So right away, T'Challa knows that she's talking about vibranium. And when he says this, the matron tells him a ridiculous word of science for something far greater. You and your rationalism have come to the water's edge. Beyond it is the sea of true knowledge. So basically, Matron Amala is just telling him that his former understanding of vibranium as it relates to science, that has taken him as far as it'll go. So to get the real truth, T'Challa needs to let go of his understanding and allow the God substance to lead him to the truth beyond what he knows now. So with her saying this, T'Challa just has this look on his face like he's tired of the riddles. He's looking like, oh, this woman is giving me riddle upon riddle upon riddle. I am tired. So he asks her to be straightforward again, but he does this with a more direct approach this time. Because before, when he asked, what am I becoming? He was trying to find out what exactly Matron Amala was leading him to. But this time he shoots straight forward because he asks her, Amala, in honesty, what God do you serve? And she's just like, the Vodou Khan serve you, my king. The moon will rise and you will face Khonshu and Ra. No man is greater than his destiny. Let that guide you. I will pray for you. And it's like, man, she just wiggled right out of another question. And the way that T'Challa just looks at her walk away, it says it all. So after this, we jump forward to the next full moon, where now we're actually getting to the real fight between T'Challa and Khonshu. No more dreaming about it or meditating on it. This is the real deal. And when both sides get there, T'Challa calls out Khonshu for showing up with pageantry, only for Khonshu to tell him, I come with destiny. Because on his end, much like T'Challa, Khonshu also believes that he knows how this is going to play out. And before they get started here, Okoye, she points out to T'Challa the fact that he seems remarkably calm. So he tells her, I do not fear the Moon Knight. I fear what the Moon Knight will force me to do. They need to see his frailties, his vulnerabilities. It's not about the victor tonight. It's about how the victory is won. So again, even though this is a death match they're getting into, it's not T'Challa's desire to kill Khonshu, but instead he just wants the people of Africa to know the truth. And so as Khonshu's giving this speech saying how this is about to be the end of one age and the beginning of another by way of bloodshed, T'Challa tells Okoye, tell our people not to react, do not celebrate, do not show stress. Tonight we showed them that Wakanda is unrelenting, to where next T'Challa carves up a piece of the land and places it over both of his shoulders, as he goes on to say, for this land, I ask this land, guide my actions. Which is really important because not only does he want the rest of Africa to see Wakanda a certain way, but this is also T'Challa showing that he's doing this in service of all of Africa, as opposed to just Wakanda or vibranium itself. And I just think it's really important to point out, because for a while we've seen T'Challa go back and forth between who vibranium wants him to be and who he wants himself to be. So we're reminded of that just one last time before they get started. And as Khonshu approaches, he asks, does the vibranium whisper to you, Black Panther? Does it give you dreams of victory? Perhaps it has led you to your death. So T'Challa tells him, let's see which of our dreams speak truth, which from here basically leads into the main event. But as Khonshu goes in to strike T'Challa, he barely manages to graze him after his first few attempts. And as Okoye tries to keep her composure with the others, the Moon Knight's army are just cheering him on. And it's right here in the middle of this where T'Challa sees 4 of the tall figures who are the voices he's heard from the vibranium. And though it starts out with 4 here, there are going to be more just showing up. But like before, it's really just one of them talking to him. But as they show up here, while Khonshu's charging in, T'Challa just catches Khonshu's arm before he can strike, and he snaps it, only to spin around and kick him so hard that his mask flies off. Which by all means, this is serving the purpose of what T'Challa came here to do. Because he just wanted to show all of Africa, whether it be civilians or those in Khonshu's army, the Moon Knight army, He just wanted to show them all that this man is no god. And he's done that here. But before this goes any further, I can't help but to think about, and I mean there's been no mention of it either, but with this being Earth 6160 Khonshu, who is also the Moon Knight, you would think that he would be the most powerful, that he's capable of being during a full moon, much like 616 Khonshu or any of his avatars for that matter. But as it turns out, that's just not the case. And now with Khonshu on the ground, one of the voices tells T'Challa to kill him. And so we know, aside from T'Challa just hearing this request or this order, we know that he can feel it as well. So it's almost like he's being compelled to finish him, if you will. But right here, when the voice says it again and it tells T'Challa to kill him, it's here where Khonshu says, "No, I was promised." And it almost makes it seem as if Khonshu was hearing from the exact same voice that was telling him that he would be the victor today, only for him to later find out that, much like he said to T'Challa earlier, when he told T'Challa that his dreams may have led him here to die, Khonshu was the one who was deceived all along, because it was his dreams that led him here to die. And T'Challa, who's ready to carry out this finisher, he stopped and pulled away just before he can kill Moon Knight, because now, after all this time, the two stories that have been going side by side for like the past 5 issues have now come together, because Storm and Killmonger are back, and they've brought along with them Anan, the Sorceress Supreme of Earth 6160. And when she arrives, she goes on to tell T'Challa, "Your friends have told me a lot about you. No idea who the Moon Guy is, but he doesn't matter. What matters is you have a vibranium problem, and it might not be too late to save everything you believe in." Alright, so coming back, this now brings together the two stories we've been jumping between for the past few issues, where on one hand we had T'Challa versus Khonshu, which ended with T'Challa taking the win, and on the other we had Storm and Killmonger searching for someone who knew science and magic to bring that person back to Wakanda so they could help T'Challa learn more about vibranium as well as anti-vibranium, which eventually led Storm and Killmonger to finding Anan, the Sorceress Supreme. So now that they've returned to Wakanda with her, this finally brings together both her and T'Challa, which over time is going to cause a bit of disruption between certain alliances, and we'll talk more about that as we make our way through. But now that Anan is in Wakanda, we start out with a conversation between her and T'Challa, as we're also shown both Khonshu and Ra locked away in a Wakandan prison. But in this conversation, which is really just T'Challa and Anan getting to know each other, he asks her, "So you're a magician?" And she tells him a simple word for a many-layered thing, "Your Highness." And that's when he says, "Eric told me you're impressive." And he's not a man impressed by much. So Anan says he freed me to help you. So I'm here to help you. And that's when T'Challa says, "The world around Wakanda is swirling. I have no time for pretense, Anan. I have men who think they are gods imprisoned in my kingdom. I need honesty and clarity. Can you provide that?" And the reason why T'Challa is saying this is because he's not trying to have this conversation be anything like his conversations with Matron Amala, where she's rarely, if ever, direct, and a lot of what she says is left to interpretation. And that's why right here with Anan, T'Challa's just like, "We're not finna do that. I need you to speak clearly, speak plain, and explain it to me like I'm 2, more or less." And that's when she tells him here, "Your world is science, technology, mine is myth and rumor, and challenging the basic understanding of what is possible. But I can tell you what I know about vibranium, even if it will be bad news." So T'Challa's like, "I'm listening." And that's when she asks him for transparency, because she won't be able to help him if he's not open and honest. And T'Challa agrees to this, because we know that there's plenty of things about this T'Challa that he wouldn't want to just come out and say. But what's most important to him is that he gets to the bottom of what's happening, because this whole issue of vibranium having a mind and a will of its own, this puts all of Wakanda at risk. And that's why without hesitation, T'Challa's just like, "Ask whatever you need to ask," because the stakes are so high. So that's where she tosses him a piece of vibranium, and she says, "You're having dreams, aren't you? Seeing things, dreams like memories of moments you haven't lived, images of things you can't understand, seeing phantoms, hearing their voices, compelled to act in the ways they urge." So he's honest with her and he tells her yes. And that's where she asks, "What do you fear, Your Highness?" And that's when he looks her in the eye and he honestly tells her, "I fear I'm losing my mind." So she lets T'Challa know that he hasn't lost his mind, not yet at least. But she goes on to tell him, "If my theory is correct, you have a kingdom interwoven with ghosts of a very dangerous past. Vibranium is built into all of Wakanda, correct?" And that's when he tells her, "Yes, for generations we've harnessed its power. Wakanda is vibranium." So right away, that's the part that concerns the sorceress. And she goes on to say, "Those two fellas who call themselves gods, Ra and Khonshu, do you know why they were able to harness vibranium's power? how they awaken the earth around them, build a temple, pretend to be a god. But for T'Challa, after defeating Khonshu, even though his people took the Moon Knight Fortress and searched inside in hopes of learning something new, this didn't lead to any new discoveries. And that's where the sorceress tells T'Challa where one of his biggest issues lie. Because even though he's highly intelligent, and perhaps even beyond a genius level, his world is based on reason and causality. So the sorceress straight up tells him that's a narrow view of existence. Respectfully. And the truth is, if T'Challa only sees things for what they are, this narrow view is going to cause him to overlook everything else that's actually there. And that's what she tells him: you have a hypothesis, you just don't want to share it. Remember what I said about transparency. I can help you, but we have to trust each other. If we can't do that, then I will leave. And you can tell with T'Challa that it's not so much the case of him trying to hide anything, but it's more so the case of him being like, well, if it doesn't make sense, maybe I should learn a bit more before putting these ideas out there. But right here, Anon wants him to just come out and say what he's been thinking. Because once again, the transparency is more important than him understanding what all this means. So right here, he tells her his hypothesis. As he says, I think vibranium is alive, that it has a consciousness and a will, and I think I'm losing my mind to it. So Anon, she appreciates the honesty, and it's very subtle here, but you can already tell how their conflicting personalities, or better yet perspectives, are kind of brushing shoulders in this conversation. And it doesn't mean a lot right now, but it's something I want you guys to keep in mind as we continue the story. But she goes on to tell him, I have short patience with doubt, your highness. Fact is, your kingdom is at risk, built on a thing you don't understand. I don't even understand it. Objects can remember. The most powerful objects can even capture the consciousness of people. You ever walked into the room of a dead person and felt them there? Same concept. Your vibranium remembers, and I'm about to show you what those memories are. But when Anon goes to reveal the memories inside of this piece of vibranium, the consciousness that was trapped inside gets out, which for a moment this has the sorceress like, oops, I might have leaped before I looked. But right when this happens, for a moment we head over to Storm and Killmonger, with the two of them having a conversation where Storm is telling him that they should leave. And I think this is a really significant beat here, because throughout this series we've been seeing the signs that have shown us how eventually T'Challa and Anon are going to end up pulling Storm and Killmonger in two different directions. Where in T'Challa's case, you have the prophecy that he was given from Matron Amala about the Woman of Light who would give him a child in the time of war, who he believes to be Storm. And in the case of the sorceress, she's expressed to Killmonger on multiple occasions that she needs his strength. So for Storm to constantly have this feeling that she only describes as a dreadful feeling, but for her to tell Eric that they should just leave and basically just go back to what they were doing before, which was helping people all over the continent, and it's almost like she knows that staying here is not going to end well for the two of them, and she doesn't want it to come to that. She doesn't want anything to change. But in response, Eric tells her that they should stay because he believes that they can convince T'Challa to use the resources that Wakanda has to help them help all of Africa in a more impactful way. And Eric admits that he doesn't trust T'Challa, but he trusts his purpose, and especially after everything that went down with Moon Knight, Eric believes that T'Challa will help them. And that's when Killmonger asks Storm, what do you want most in the world? And she tells him she wants to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And he lets her know with Wakanda, they'll have a foundation, a kingdom on their side. But if they just go back out there like before, it'll only be the two of them. But then it's right here where Storm sees a bright light off in the distance. That's coming from where T'Challa and the sorceress are right now. And that's when we see this creature who's come out of the vibranium appear right in front of them. And I mean, there's a bit more to it that we'll talk about in a little bit. But right now, as soon as this thing shows up, Anon tells T'Challa it's alive and it's going to try to destroy you. And she's not playing, because as soon as she says that, it charges right for T'Challa. But T'Challa's ready for it because he suits up quickly and he fights this thing back towards the wall. But when he goes to help Anon get back on her feet, T'Challa asks her, what is it? And she responds saying, the consciousness of vibranium. And he's just like, what? And there's not even enough time for her to explain it to him right now, before this thing just charges at them and T'Challa pushes Anon out the way, right before he gets knocked out the window and drop kicked on the way down. And it's just like, man, was that combo really necessary? Because it's like, you already knocked him out the window. Why you couldn't just let gravity do the rest? But just based off of that, you can tell this dude is fighting with the same rage that was being fed to T'Challa from the vibranium before. And as they're both falling, T'Challa feels a hand reach for his. Because as it turns out, Storm made it up here just in the nick of time. While on the other hand, this creature just lands on his feet like it ain't nothing. And with Storm getting here now, she's asking T'Challa, what is that? But of course, T'Challa, he ain't got the slightest clue. So he tells Storm she's gotta ask Anon all that. And I tell you, man, right here, Storm goes in with this lightning tornado thunderclap move. And I gotta say, it's giving me that feeling again, cause I want NetherRealm Studios to take a crack at these Marvel characters so bad, cause this little move she did right here, it goes hard. And it sends this dude flying. But unfortunately, it doesn't do too much damage to him, because just moments later, this dude comes back with the Avatar Vibranium bending. And given the fact that basically all of Wakanda is made of Vibranium, because like T'Challa said earlier, Wakanda is Vibranium, which means that makes this dude an even bigger threat. So right away, T'Challa and Storm get right back on him. And it gets crazy to the point where it even looks like this dude is pushing Storm's lightning to the side, so it's not looking good. But then it's right here where Anon, who's looking very calm, she tells them to send him her way, as she prepares a portal to send this guy out into deep space. So for the time being, things have at least calmed back down. And now that they have, T'Challa calls for Shuri to gather the Dora Milaje and the Vodou Khan, so they can look after anyone who may have been injured, get them medical attention, and take care of the fires. Only for Storm to tell T'Challa that she'll handle the fires herself. So now with it just being Anon and T'Challa again, he asks her about that thing living inside of Vibranium. And that's what she tells him its consciousness does. I gave it a form, it got out of hand. Your kingdom is filled with Vibranium. This is beyond my ability, but not beyond my knowledge. Your Highness, Wakanda needs an exorcism. Alright, so jumping back into Ultimate Black Panther. In our last talk, we had seen Anon, the Sorceress Supreme, release one of the sentient beings inside of the Vibranium, who she had also given a physical form, who later would just be referred to as the Progenitor. And like we saw, this led to Anon, T'Challa, and Storm fighting this thing for a brief while before Anon opened the portal so they can send it away. And when T'Challa asked Anon where did she send it, she just told him deep space, and that was that. But when we come back now a month later, we pick up in Nigeria, where like we've seen before around Africa in this universe, a group of mercenaries have set up shop here. And from the start of this series, cause now we're like 14 issues deep, but from the start of this series, this has been an issue that's taken a backseat, and mainly because T'Challa really didn't know much about these guys, because prior to his father's death, he wasn't doing anything outside of Wakanda. And it was really only Storm and Killmonger doing anything about it before the whole war with Khonshu kicked up, and he started attacking them as well. But all we really know about these mercenaries leading up to this is that there's been some cases where they were hired by a larger company to keep an eye on a refinery, and there's been other cases where these mercs just been going around taking what they want. But going back to the group of mercenaries that we find here, all we know is that they're protecting something that they referred to as their prize. But it's not long before a government strike team swoops in to take it from them. And with how it's done, Bryan Hill doesn't go into much of the details here, and likely because of how much of this ties back into some of the big reveals we're still waiting on, like with the Sorceress Supreme and her true intentions, as well as Matron Amala and the Vodou Khan, who haven't told T'Challa everything they know about Vibranium. Though we do get a direct response from Matron Amala about that secrecy in just a moment, but in the here and now, a lot of focus is being put on the government agent by the name of Addy, or as these mercs would say, Govment. These dudes from the government. But for a moment here, we see a ton of these government soldiers just get destroyed. All of them with the exception of one by the name of Adi. And it's either Adi or Addy, not really sure. But the big merc and a couple of others, they basically take out this dude's whole team. And in a lot of ways, it almost seems like there's an unusual amount of focus being put on this one guy. Because for like the first 10 pages, it's all about him and how he's able to single-handedly take down the rest of these mercs. And I think this is more important than what it seems to be. And I'll go deeper into that when we get back to Anon, the Sorceress Supreme, because this comes off like we're being shown more of the answers that she's not explaining. But going back to this guy Addy for a moment here. When he makes his way back to the bigger mercenary, this dude is surprised that Addy's still alive, because this dude's out here using Omni movement, and he's cutting these guys down as if he could have done this mission himself. And before you know this dude Addy, he takes out the big merc, only to soon after discover that there are two left. So he handles the two of them and it's clear. And just after that, he radios in reporting that he's the last man left and all the mercs are down, and this is where he's instructed to recover the cargo. So he heads inside saying all that matters is the mission, and this is where we find out the cargo his team was supposed to recover was Vibranium. But when he radios back to command to let them know that he has eyes on the cargo, he gets no response just before he's met by a very familiar figure, who's only been referred to as the Progenitor up to this point. And right here, this guy just looks at the soldier. He says, "You have the blood for the vessel. You will do." And so at this point, I'm sure a lot of you guys have noticed something here, because in the last issue, Anan, the Sorceress Supreme, she told T'Challa that she sent this guy into deep space, and she may have, only for him to find some kind of way back. But from the time that we met the Sorceress Anan, all the way up to this point, her true intentions have been a mystery. And things get even more suspicious when we head back to Wakanda, because when we do, we find out that Anan has been in a state of meditation for the past 30 days. So basically ever since the end of issue 13. But since then, she's told T'Challa and Shuri that she's working on the dark vibranium situation as far as preventing it from getting any worse. So in the meantime, Shuri's got her hooked up to machines to keep the sorceress hydrated and make sure she gets her nutrients and all that. But even still, T'Challa and Shuri know that Anan can't stay like this forever, and they don't necessarily have the time to wait for her to snap out of it. So as it stands, they gotta take action without her. And when Shuri says here, Anan gave us a path, so walk the path we shall. She's referring to the whole situation with dark vibranium, which is potentially a threat to all vibranium, which is basically all over Wakanda. So to even begin to handle this issue, T'Challa's got to make some changes, and this starts with him asking Killmonger to be his general. And this mainly stems from the whole idea of T'Challa having the vibranium inside of him, with him hearing the voices and having the visions, so he wants Killmonger to be his general at least until they figure this out. And at first, Eric, he doesn't want to do it, but T'Challa lets him know that Okoye will help, and he didn't pick Shuri because she's way too rash. And even though Eric is dubious of everything, he's the one who has the most control over his emotions. And I mean, aside from him, Storm also would have been a good choice, but T'Challa says here that she looks at him like he stole something from her. And I mean, prior to this in issue 13, we saw that Storm wanted to leave Wakanda. And there's a lot more behind the reasoning to that, but with Eric being the one who wanted to stay, it makes sense that T'Challa would ask him to be the general, out of the two, at least for the short term. But nonetheless, Eric agrees and he accepts the offer. And he even suggests that T'Challa take Storm along with him, because he's only seen a fraction of what Storm's capable of. But as this conversation comes to a close, Eric tells T'Challa that he better hurry back before he gets used to being general and he makes some changes. And it's like, even though he's playing around, this makes it seem even more like what we talked about before, with Anan and T'Challa pulling Eric and Ororo apart, because Anan has already expressed her interest in Killmonger, where early on she took notice of his strength. And even though we still don't know exactly what she wants to use Eric for, I can only imagine when we see it in action, it'll look a lot like the government soldier that we were shown at the start of this issue. And there's a good chance that her mind control by way of her whispers, or even by some other means of sorcery, will come into play. All we really know as of now is that she's had the past 30 days, and who knows however much longer, to do whatever it is that she's actually doing while in this state of meditation. But yeah, for the time being, Killmonger stepped into the role of general, while T'Challa goes forward to handle the dark vibranium. And come to find out, the next change that T'Challa's making, it's actually him ditching his vibranium suit, and instead taking on an older Panther suit that's been with Matron Amala in the Vodou Khan for generations, that has no vibranium in it. And when T'Challa goes to Matron Amala to pick up this suit, he says to her that she knows more about all this than she's telling him. And her response is, "But I know less than can be of assistance. My silence is better for you. I wish not to fill your mind with conjecture." And that's where T'Challa's just like, oh, you'd rather just conjure. Which again is T'Challa expressing his suspicions of both Matron Amala and the Vodou Khan. And I gotta say, I think it's really easy to just point the finger at Matron Amala, because this whole time T'Challa's just wanted information and straightforward answers, only for Matron Amala to speak in riddles and tell him about pieces of what's to come. But when she tells him here, the Vodou Khan have fealty to destiny, and we use secrecy at our discretion, but Wakanda and its king have our loyalty, even if neither understands our ways. And I really just think it's one of those things where Matron Amala is doing just that. She's only telling T'Challa what she believes he needs to know. And I mean, it's not to say that she knows everything, but I can understand how she would believe telling him too much too soon could steer him in the wrong direction. But yeah, when T'Challa suits up in the older Panther habit here, he kneels before a statue of Bast, saying, "Mother Bast, bear witness, bless the days ahead. Let me not walk into darkness alone." And I gotta say, I've seen a lot of discourse online about T'Challa wearing this suit and even the vibranium suit before. And it's like the people who didn't like the open face because it made him think of Batman. Now that T'Challa has the classic Black Panther cape to go with it, those same people are crashing out on the Reddit forums because they can't take it. But I want to know what you guys think, whether you like it or not. Let me know in the comments. Because I'm digging the classic touch here, though I will say I do prefer the full covered face. But I'm not finna crash out over it. Brian Hill can give this dude Panther ranks for all I care. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. I'm curious to hear where you guys stand. And following this, when we head back over to Nigeria, we pick up with Adi's general, who's accompanied by a woman who he just refers to as American, as the two of them make their way out to where Adi last made contact. And again, we're not given a lot of details as far as the arrangement they have here. All we really know is that these guys are getting funding from the Americans, and the Americans want results. And right now, what's most important to them is getting this cargo. But as soon as they show up here, they're taken out of the sky when a purple glowing object slices their chopper. And these two have no idea what just hit them. But the general is able to manage a safe landing just moments after so he can go check it out. And after he lands, he tells this woman, who again he just refers to as American, he tells her, American, stay here where you are safe, just before this dude gets zapped. So the American, she's like, nah, I ain't staying in this chopper. But as soon as she crawls out to try and get help, she hears a voice that sounds much like the progenitor, with it saying you do not have the blood to be the vessel, but you will do for a short time. Receive us. Because as it would turn out, a select group of people are being taken and possessed by this dark vibranium. And even now the mystery continues as far as what these people will be used for and what these sentient beings inside of the vibranium want, and even if the Sorceress Supreme can be trusted. So yeah, we'll just have to stay tuned to find out. Alright, so coming back, this picks up in Abuja, Nigeria, where we follow scientist Dr. Adi, who's basically making his way home at the end of his day. And even though at first we're not told a whole lot about this guy, there are signs that he's financially well off, which implies that whatever he's working on, it's likely something very substantial. But as he gets closer to making his way home, back to his condo, we're shown glimpses of what's already taking place inside, which is definitely not good because there's blood everywhere. And as soon as Dr. Adi gets home and he sees this, he panics and he calls for his wife Lupa, only to get a response from a stranger who tells him, you weren't here, doctor, so we punished Lupa. She's dead. Nothing I think you want to see. So of course he asks this stranger who they are. So they tell him, a complicated question, this body is a glove, but I am the hand inside of it, and you found our gift, doctor, and you want to use it to make things we do not approve of you creating. You rejected the gift given to your ancestors. You want to master it, but you need to serve it. And I gotta say, it's rather interesting how some mysterious person is using the body of someone else to speak through and send a message, especially with it being delivered through a body that appears to have been dead for some time, who closely resembles the CIA agent from North America named Helen Fortin, who we saw attacked by the progenitor. But yeah, much like before, this is delivered in a way where Brian Hill just wants to drop the breadcrumbs. So as this continues, more things will start coming together. But this person goes on to tell the doctor, your wife misses you. Join her, just before sending this guy out the window. And after this, the following night, we head over to Nigeria's Office of National Security, where we find T'Challa and Storm in a meeting with a Nigerian bureaucrat by the name of Mr. Ola, where the two of them are requesting for Nigeria to hand over the dark vibranium they have in their possession. And at first, it seems like T'Challa's once again run into the issue of being an unknown king from an unknown kingdom. Because at first, Mr. Ola's like, Wakanda? I don't know what this is. So T'Challa tells him because it's been hidden in isolation. And he needs this done because there's a threat to both of their nations. But this Mr. Ola guy, he then says, tell your woman to sit. She makes me nervous. And that's when Storm tells him, I'm not his woman, bureaucrat, and I can do more than make you nervous. So T'Challa comes back in and he continues to address the matter at hand, straight up saving this guy, and he don't even know it. And just as a reminder, this team up, or dare I call it, partnership, between T'Challa and Ororo, this is coming from what we saw in issue 14, when T'Challa asked Killmonger to be his general, because T'Challa needed to step away and investigate the dark vibranium. And at the time, T'Challa also told Eric that Okoye would help him. And just before that conversation came to an end, Eric told T'Challa to take Ororo with him. And this is why, going forward for a while, we're going to see T'Challa with Ororo and Eric with Okoye, which falls in line with what we know is going to happen at some point. But right here, T'Challa tells Mr. Ola, Nigeria is in danger. You have possession of an element that we call dark vibranium. Base vibranium is a technological asset, but dark vibranium is something different, cataclysmic. I need possession of the object to understand its properties. And Mr. Ola swears he doesn't know anything about this, because he's like, so today, a man from a kingdom I've never known of comes to me and tells me to give him something I've never heard of. And T'Challa sees right through this, because he corrects him and he tells him, a king from a kingdom, you have been given evidence of my legacy. So Mr. Ola's like a king, very well. But I do not have this dark vibranium. And at this point, Storm, she's tired of the games. And she tells this man to his face he's a liar and likely a fool. And the funny thing is, we already know that Nigeria is aware of the dark vibranium. because recently we saw one of their generals working with the Americans who were providing funding for the Nigerians in connection to their strike teams, who at one point we saw heading to a specific location with the intention of taking a dark vibranium object. So as it stands, not only do the Nigerians have dark vibranium, but they're also working on something with it. So Ororo is absolutely right about this guy with everything that she's saying. So T'Challa calls this guy on it, because he goes on to tell him a man named Adi came in contact with dark vibranium. He is now missing, along with a CIA agent from the North American Union named Helen Fortin. And last night they killed one of your leading scientists. They know what you have in your possession, one of the oldest relics of dark vibranium in Africa. My ancestors built a kingdom with this element, and I have seen the secrets it holds. You need to give this object to me today. And it's basically T'Challa saying, stop playing games. We know what's going on. We know you have the dark vibranium, so give it up. And Mr. Ola still tells T'Challa no, which are his last words, because right after that he gets sniped through the window behind him, which leads to a really cool moment with what Storm does here. Because while the sniper's looking through the scope into the window for his next shot, she just tells T'Challa to close his eyes before she lights the room up, blinding the sniper from the other rooftop. And I know it's not an insane display of power or anything like that, but even still, in any of these moments where we see Storm use her powers in clever ways like a spy would have to, I just enjoy every bit of it. But just after this, we see the sniper's already got a bike on the rooftop, as well as a ramp set up for his escape. Like, this dude had the whole thing planned. But I'll admit, when I saw this, I was like, man, what if his vision was still kind of messed up and dude totally missed the ramp, flipped off the bike, and still went through the window of the next building just to land on a lower floor? Like, that would have been crazy. And it would have messed up his whole routine, because after going through this window, this guy's already got a rope ready on the same floor to get him down to the ground. And at this point, T'Challa and Storm are already on the move. So when the sniper gets down to the ground, he catches T'Challa's foot right in the face. And at this time, we see T'Challa wearing the older Panther suit, which we saw him switch over to in the last issue, since this suit has no vibranium on it. Because he wants to make sure that the whole dark vibranium situation's handled before he suits up in another vibranium Panther suit. But after catching up with the sniper, next, this dude draws a pistol. So T'Challa tells him, you people always put so much faith in guns. And I gotta tell you, in this moment, it was a relief to see that this legacy Panther suit could still block bullets. Because I'm not gonna front, in the back of my mind, up until now, that was something that I was worried about. But fortunately, he has that covered. And as expected, he's able to give this sniper a run for his money as far as hand-to-hand combat. But things get dicey here when the sniper throws a live grenade at a group of innocent bystanders while responding to T'Challa saying, and you people are never willing to make sacrifices. So T'Challa quickly goes for the grenade and he tosses it in the air so no one's harmed. But as the sniper is getting away, and I mean, I'm sure T'Challa could have ran this dude down on foot, but he just tells Ororo here that they need him alive. So she quickly and easily stops this dude by dropping some lightning nearby and tossing him into a truck. And so T'Challa walks up to the guy, he's like, hey, you alive? And the dude just kind of groans or whatever. And so T'Challa's like, all right, good enough. And after that, they take this guy to a secluded location so they can tie him up and ask him a few questions. And when T'Challa wakes this guy up by just splashing a bucket of water on his face, you also have Storm who's providing light for the whole interrogation or whatever. But I gotta say, if I was this guy, I would have been mad nervous if I was tied to a metal chair soaking wet with some lady holding a ball of electricity in front of me. I'd have been like, hey lady, back up. But when this dude wakes up, T'Challa says, this is where you tell us who you are. And the first thing this guy asks is, are you Americans? And Storm just says, do we look like Americans? But they end up finding out really quickly that this guy's actually the brother of Adi. And it was either Adi or Adi. I'm sure I've been jumping back and forth. But his brother was the crazy, capable soldier who was basically the last man standing, at least until things got otherworldly. Back when we saw the Nigerian strike team go after the dark vibranium. And when they ask him why he killed the bureaucrat, Mr. Ola, he tells them it's because Mr. Ola sells their nation to the CIA, and his brother's dead because of him. And because of what he's seen and what he knows, this guy basically tells the two of them, whoever you are, you cannot understand what's happening, because he believes after what he's seen that it's not going to make sense to anyone, which is probably why he just got active. So T'Challa tells him here, let me try. Nigerian authorities discovered an element of great power. Your brother went missing because he was sent to retrieve it. The Americans want to claim it for their own purpose, and none of them know how dangerous it is. And that's when dude looks up, he's like, fair enough, you do understand. So who are you? Which leads to T'Challa and Ororo introducing themselves. Starting with T'Challa, who tells him he's king of Wakanda and the Black Panther. And Storm's just like, I'm Ororo, I control the weather. And it just confirms even the more that they're not Americans. But even still, before they go any further, T'Challa calls this guy out because earlier he was ready to kill innocent people just to escape. So he tells them that he knew they were going to protect the people. He just did it to buy himself some time. But Storm's not buying it. So this dude looks up at the two of them and he's like, he's dressed like an angry cat. Either you are insane or you're trying to symbolize something heroic. So help me stop them. Symbol, I know my brother is dead, changed by it, him and the American woman, and I know what they are now seeking to find. So given what they know at this point, T'Challa thinks that they're looking for more vibranium relics. So T'Challa tells this guy that's likely what it is, and he lets him know that the dark vibranium has a consciousness inside of it, and that it's gripped his mind before. So he assures him that his brother is not himself. And that's where this guy hits the two of them with some mind-bending new information. Because he says here, they do not seek relics, they seek what we found, an affront to God herself. It's not a relic, T'Challa. What has been found is a gateway. Alright, so coming back, this picks up in Nigeria, where we find a couple of guys who've been instructed to handle this scientist who's been exposed to dark vibranium overnight, after Dr. Mara set this guy up just so she could observe the results. And for the past 15 minutes, this guy's been saying all kind of gibberish that these dudes don't understand. His face starts to become disfigured until eventually one of the two who brought him here just pops him. And when they do, they say something along the lines of, I'll get this one, you did the last one, which lets us know that it's more than just this guy who's being experimented with and disposed of. And following this, we're introduced to Dr. Mara, who's on a video call with someone we can't see, which is kind of funny. But this just falls in line with what we've seen in the last couple of issues, where we learned that a group of Americans, including CIA agent Helen Fortin, are paying the Nigerian government to get them to obtain and research dark vibranium. And as of right now, we don't know exactly what the Americans want to use the dark vibranium for, mainly because this whole agreement's been top secret. And when the Nigerian government is asked about it, they act like they've never heard of it. But when it comes down to who Dr. Mara is talking to here, it's likely that this is connected to Hand with ties that go all the way back to the Maker's Council. But in this conversation, Dr. Mara goes on to tell this person what she's observed about the quote-unquote element. Because she tells them here, the element is stable, then volatile. It has a benign effect on those in its proximity, until it doesn't. You've seen what happens when it doesn't. So that's where they ask for her conclusion. And at first it's like she doesn't want to say it because it sounds completely irrational. But this person urges her on to share it. And I imagine it's because they've seen and heard crazier things already. Because back in issue 15, we saw what happened to their previous lead scientist, Amon, who at the time I definitely called something else because I kept forgetting his name. But this guy was out of the picture just as quickly as he stepped in. But he was just one of many examples of how the Americans really don't care about how dangerous this element is or what happens to the Nigerians in the process of them trying to study it. And I imagine the way the Americans see it, it's a lot safer and cheaper for them to just pay the Nigerian government and these scientists and get them to study the element where it's at than it is for the Americans to try to come get it, take it back to the North American Union, only to have their people killed in the process, which is dirty for the Americans to do, but the Nigerians are taking that money. But either way, when Dr. Mara goes on to give her irrational conclusion, she says here it has a consciousness somehow. It has its own will. So they tell her, you believe the element's alive. And that's where Dr. Mara says, I believe we have no idea what we're dealing with. I heard about the man exposed to it, Adi, rumors that he was transformed by being in its proximity. So I attempted to replicate those conditions to similar effect, unsuccessfully. And since I'm talking like a mad woman, allow me to continue. So they tell her to go on. So the doctor says, if I didn't think it was impossible, I would say the element's effing with me. It knows what I want to replicate and is driving the subjects insane, consciously. So yes, it's alive and it has a dark sense of humor. So they tell her our interest is only in the yield capacity of the element. We are funding this effort and dealing with the difficulties of your nation because we see potential benefit in it. So Dr. Mara tells them she's fairly certain the element knows that too. So the next thing they ask is if the element has desire. And if so, just entertaining the idea, what does it want? So Dr. Mara tells them, I think it wanted to be found, just not by us. Which from here takes us back to what's going on with Storm and T'Challa's recent team up, because now they're working with the assassin from issue 15 who turned out to be Adi's brother, with Adi being the soldier from issue 14 who was possessed by the dark vibranium. And it's not until now where we learn the assassin's name is Chima. And I guess because now he's built up a bit more trust with T'Challa and Storm, but also, and I found this out when I was looking into how to pronounce his name, but also his name means God knows, which I think just fits very well within the scope of what's happening in this story, or even this world for that matter. But right now they're teaming up to intercept his brother, who's currently heading their way. And just before they do, Chima tells Storm that he's not gonna let her bring harm to his brother. So she just tells him like, I do not need your permission, which is true, but as this argument gets heated, T'Challa chimes in and he's like, enough. If it is possible, it will be done. which on one hand is basically what you would expect T'Challa to say, but also because we've seen T'Challa just recently throughout this past year of his life come to realize how much he's needed to the people outside of Wakanda, it shows that motive to him wanting to go the extra mile to keep the people outside of his kingdom safe, but at the same time, like we saw when he was dealing with Khonshu and Ra, T'Challa's gonna do what he believes is necessary when the time comes. And we'll get into more about what's going on in his head as this continues, but while they're here, an explosion goes off in the distance, in the direction where Adi was coming in from. So right away, Chima hops on his bike to get out there and save his brother. And T'Challa tries to stop him for a moment here, but as soon as this dude hopped on that Ducati, he was gone. But even still, Storm and T'Challa head in just after. And when Chima gets to his brother, who was already a beast when he was human, so now that he's corrupted, it's just crazy. But when Chima arrives, he tries to reason with his brother, only to find out the hard way that his brother, Adi, is long gone. And it's one of those things where I don't know if I'd call it a trope, because I wouldn't say it happens often enough to be considered one, but when you have instances like this when someone is either corrupted or possessed, and their talents are being used with whatever this creature is that they've become, you usually have that one person who's like, no, he's still in there, I can save him. Well, Chima, he tried to use that tactic, and the only thing it led to was him getting his dome fried. And by the time T'Challa tries to get there and help, it's too late. And this creature, it doesn't attack T'Challa immediately, and instead it tells him, you are favored, speak with me. So T'Challa entertains this conversation, and at one point he asks this thing like, what are you? Because before he's only heard its words, both in Wakanda and in the actions of Khonshu and Ra. So it tells him here, I am what you would call a harbinger, here to open a gateway between the now and the old. As I said, you are favored. Your land was first to find our gift. You could stand at the pinnacle of a new world, which from here has T'Challa saying, I'm here to protect my kingdom and its people. And it just tells him, your name is T'Challa, you do not understand your blood. Have you ever asked yourself, why was your line allowed to rule? Why you can hear our song? Why you have visions? Why you fear your dreams? You belong to us, T'Challa. Your line always has. And as soon as he says this, it's go time. But this brief monologue from, and I'm just going to call him the Harbinger, even though this is very similar to what we saw when T'Challa faced the Progenitor, when the Sorcerer Supreme released it. But this brief monologue from the Harbinger, it just brings back so much of what's been teased before, like the whole idea of the voices inside the Vibranium being from the past, the things Matron Amala said about T'Challa's connection to it, and how it would change him, which we've seen a little bit of so far. But right here where T'Challa gives Ororo the signal to step in, when she does, she smacks this guy with the lightning right away. But when she does, he tells her, Woman of Light, you cannot wield these forces against me. Just before he parries her attack, just like something out of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. But what he says here is really important, and I think this hits T'Challa pretty hard when he hears it as well. Because back in issue 2, just after T'Challa's father had passed, when he went to see Matron Amala, she told him a prophecy of a woman of light who would come to him and how they would make a bond during the time of war, as well as how this woman of light would eventually give him an heir. And ever since T'Challa was told this prophecy, we'd kind of been waiting for someone outside of himself and Matron Amala to tell him that this woman was Storm and not Okoye, even though T'Challa had basically known and kept it to himself ever since the first time he saw her. So for him to hear it now from the Harbinger, this just further solidifies something that T'Challa's already known for the past 14 issues. Because T'Challa's been skeptical of most of the prophecies, but this one he's kind of been like, well, nah, I got a feeling about this one. But as soon as Storm is hit, he goes in, knocks the Harbinger out of the way, and he leaps out to catch her just in time. Because the last thing T'Challa needs right now is to go back to his wife and tell her that he just lost the love of his life. So for Okoye's sake, T'Challa's just making sure that his soulmate is safe. But with taking the time to do this, this allows the Harbinger to get away. But when he does, he says here, the gateway calls me. I have my task to accomplish. They are coming, and you will play your role in their will, as your line always has. So after this, we jump forward some time later, with Ororo waking up violently just before T'Challa tells her to take it easy, and that he brought her somewhere safe after she fell unconscious. And he also admits to her when she got hit, he thought she was dead. So he says to her, had it happened, it would have been his fault. And she just tells him, I'm very clear about whose fault it was. But as this conversation continues, it strengthens the bond between the two of them like never before. And it's not too over the top, because at first he tells her and Eric don't have to endure all this and how they're free to go, because T'Challa doesn't want to drag her in any further and see her get hurt. But Storm doesn't go for it, and she's like, whatever he is got the better of me, but that doesn't mean I'm a coward. And it's right here where you can tell that T'Challa's kind of struggling with everything that's coming together right now. Because when he tells her that he's not trying to call her a coward, but instead it's the things that he sees, the things that he feels, and this whole vibranium situation which has compromised Wakanda and him. And you can tell that it's hard for him as the king, as someone who's supposed to have it all together, to see a path through this where he comes out alive on the other side, let alone for his kingdom to still be standing. So Ororo tells him here, don't be another powerful man, bowing to a noble death, T'Challa. It is beneath you. You're afraid. You think Eric isn't? You think I haven't seen him struggling? Do you think your Queen Okoye sees you as a man without fear? You got away with that against Moon Knight. All this pretending to know exactly what to do, what we faced out there isn't Moon Knight. You have no idea how to stop this from happening. And that is permitted, T'Challa. Thank you for saving my life, but you have to be honest with me, King T'Challa. We're both afraid, but that can't stop us. You'll remember everything that thing told you. You'll work the problem and find a path. Which right there just puts a battery in T'Challa's back, because he's like, okay, yeah, I'll work the problem. He mentioned the gateway. But with knowing this, it's enough to make it clear whatever this gateway is, they can't let him open it. Especially after that whole speech about bringing the past together with the present. Which I gotta admit, that has me thinking of, okay, if this gateway can travel to the past, this could become something huge in the larger picture. Either as something that could be used against the Maker, or it could tell us why we haven't seen much of the Maker's impression on Wakanda. Because he might have tried it before, traveled to Wakanda's past, saw some demons, and the Maker's like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna leave this alone. But we'll have to wait and see where that goes. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. But with T'Challa mentioning the gate and saying that they can't allow it to be opened, Storm is just like, okay, then the path is clear. Then after that, T'Challa asks her, what are you afraid of? And she only tells him here, being confined. I'll tell you the story some other time. Now, if you don't mind, I need to find my balance after this. I'm going to make it rain. The sound comforts me. Alright, so going into this, I want you guys to keep in mind how this issue is showing us the other side of what's going on since T'Challa has left Wakanda with Storm to investigate dark vibranium. Because when T'Challa was leaving, he asked Killmonger to stay in Wakanda as his general, while assuring him that Okoye would help him out, you know, with her being the former general of the Dora Milaje. And after reluctantly saying yes, Killmonger had then suggested for T'Challa to take Storm with him. So after seeing how things are going with Ororo and T'Challa, we now come back to Wakanda with Eric and Queen Okoye. And it starts out with Eric checking out a bunch of the different Panther suits, which eventually leads to him trying on one of the masks, and when he does, he hears a voice from behind him asking, how does it feel? Only for him to turn around and see that it's Queen Okoye. And she's just like, I could make a joke about the weight of the crown, but I'm not sure I've ever seen you laugh, Eric. And right away, Eric rushes to take it off, and he's basically like he didn't mean any disrespect. But then Okoye stops him and she's like, don't. Answer the question. How does it feel? So Eric tells her, and he's like, tactically, my peripheral vision is worse. And I think if I kept it on for an hour, it would irritate the bridge of my nose. So Okoye tells him it doesn't suit you to hide behind a mask. You're too direct for that. So Eric tells her that sounds like someone who's a little frustrated with the Black Panther of it all. Only for Okoye to tell him that it's more like someone who's frustrated with tradition itself. Someone raised in it, had her choices taken because of it. Someone who has spent her whole life serving it. And she tells Eric, you've been free your whole life. I would like to know what that's like. And Eric tells her, you've been safe your whole life. So even if I told you, Okoye, I don't think you could understand. Because yeah, it's one thing to fight to preserve something, and it's another when you gotta fight just to survive, without a whole nation in your corner. But right in the middle of this, they get an alert from Shuri, who tells them that the machine men have made their way to Africa. So she fills them in by saying here, they call themselves machine men, paramilitary, transhumanists, black market technology. Most of the time they're in Eastern Europe, smash and grab operations to steal rare earth minerals, but they're in Africa now, just to control of an American mining operation 50 miles from here. Normally I would leave the Americans to settle their own issues, but as I said, they're in Africa, and they're holding the workers hostage, forcing them to mine for them. So from here, Shuri hands it over to Queen Okoye. But just know as a quick reminder, ever since Shuri and T'Challa's father, T'Chaka, was killed, Shuri has been ready to go to war. And even though at first this was targeted at Khonshu and Ra, who are no longer a problem at the moment, she still has this desire deep down, which is backed by her wanting her intelligence and her technology to make a larger impact outside of Wakanda. And she's expressed this to both King T'Challa as well as Queen Okoye on separate occasions, only for them both to tell her no. But just keep in mind that Shuri, she's ready for that. even though we have seen times where she's told T'Challa to fall back, which was only because he was outnumbered, and back then she didn't want him out there fighting alone, knowing that his mind wasn't all the way in the right place, because that was back when he was hearing the vibranium voices and having all those visions. But I also bring this up because aside from Shuri feeling this way and being ready for action, she still managed to follow the leadership of both T'Challa and Okoye, and to the point where the only time we've seen Shuri lead an attack, or in some cases assist the attack, she's only done this when it falls in line with the king or queen. So with that said, we know if Shuri had her way, Wakanda would be expanding their military across the continent. But right here, she continues to hand it off to Okoye, requesting for her to advise their next move, only for Okoye to quickly pass it over to Eric, who T'Challa's already assigned to be general, so it's not crazy that she would ask him, but nonetheless, he's surprised to see that his thoughts are welcome. So Eric goes on to say the Americans will send their forces, but the people working there in the American mines are innocent, and they don't have time, and it sounds like they could use our help. Which really, this just falls in line with what Killmonger and Storm were doing before they even met T'Challa, which was helping people all across Africa, back when Wakanda was only helping themselves. And it makes sense that Eric would do the same thing here as general, because like we saw back when Storm told him that they both should leave Wakanda, Eric basically told her that they could use the resources in Wakanda to help the rest of Africa in a more effective way. But before they get into it, Shuri brings up here how they're not operating at 100%, since T'Challa's warned them about the vibranium. And the two Wakandan soldiers, Anan and Foxel, who also do some spy work for Wakanda, they both say the same, because now they have less armaments and less of an advantage. Which for Eric, this is no problem at all, because he had already been doing this without vibranium for a long time, and that's how they're going to handle this now. So Okoye tells him, agreed, and we should get there soon. And that surprises him again, because he's like, so you're up for this? So Okoye is like, the Dora Milaje are up for this, because some traditions are better than others, Eric. Shall we go tonight? So Eric responds by saying, definitely. Which again is just another case of us seeing what the people who are usually around T'Challa actually want. Though in Okoye's case, it's a bit more complicated, but we'll come back to that. But what's crazy is that when we jump forward to later that night, as they take the fight to the Machine Men, this attack is so efficient and fast. And I mean, it kind of has to be, since they're limited on the weapons they can use. But nonetheless, the way they get this done, it almost feels like a hit. Because for starters, Okoye tells Eric that she's going to head in and find the hostages. So he suggests that she doesn't go in alone, and she just tells him that it's faster and quieter. And she's right. But I also got to say, this stealth suit that she's rocking, it's pretty fire. But again, she goes in, she gets it done, she finds the American hostages, so that now Killmonger and the others can fight the Machine Men without worrying about anyone innocent getting hurt. And I'm gonna tell you, as soon as Okoye had the hostages straight, Killmonger was basically like, say less. Because when he came in with the Dora Milaje, they were fighting like they were trying to protect their rank level or something. Like it was a bloodbath. And before you know it, it's over. And in the here and now, this whole situation with the Machine Men, it's not that significant as far as who these guys are. And I mean, not now at least. But instead, what's important here is the display of how different things are, with Killmonger as the general instead of T'Challa. Because in T'Challa's case, he's more of a careful leader. He'll think about it, maybe even send spies. But for Eric, he heard about a problem in the afternoon and it was gone that night. And that's the bigger takeaway in the here and now, even more so than who they took down. But also when this is done, we get a moment where Okoye and Eric are kind of giving each other that look, just before it gives us like this J cut that goes to Okoye asking Eric, what do you want for the upper and lower kingdoms? What do you want for Wakanda? And hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I was Eric, I'd have been like, which upper and lower kingdoms are we talking about? But just as a quick reminder, this is referring to the portion of the world that was being ran by Khonshu and Ra as part of the Maker's Council, because what else will we be talking about here? But Eric responds to this by saying, I don't have the right to have a vision for your nation, Okoye. I'm here because T'Challa asked me to help you, because he helped me. But Okoye doesn't drop it, because next she says, but you have a vision, Eric. More than just fighting in the fields with Ororo. Share it. So he tells her, and it's basically what we've known it to be this whole time, but what we didn't know is what he feared would actually happen when he was done here. Because he says here, Wakanda can strengthen this whole continent. T'Challa will solve the problem of vibranium, and then my fear is that the walls will go back up. You thrive, the world around you never receives your strength. And that's where Okoye asked him, and you would lead Wakanda to lead Africa? And he tells her that he would spread Wakanda from shoreline to shoreline. So next she tells him, there's very little fear in you, is there? Only for Eric to tell her, I smother it with my anger. And this is where Okoye says, what would you say if I told you, I thought you should lead us? And right there, he's just like, what? Looking at her like, your grace, you wildin'. But she goes on to say here, what if I told you that I share your vision? Just before she pushes up on him and goes on to say, I want what you want. But right here, they're interrupted when another voice comes in saying, what you want is irrelevant. And that's when we see Matron Amala here with the Vodou Khan, as she goes on to say, all that matters is what must be. So right away, Okoye is like, Matron Amala, I can't even cheat in peace. No, I'm playing, she ain't say that. But it's hard to tell if Okoye is more upset that Matron Amala's here, unannounced, or if she's more upset because she was about to get a groove on and the matron's blocking. I'm not really sure, you guys tell me in the comments. But to answer the question of why she's here, Matron Amala says, to serve the will of the progenitors, the will of vibranium, and the will of prophecy. And right when she says this, the other members of the Vodou Khan, they remove their hoods, and all of them have the glowing purple eyes. So Eric tells Okoye to get behind him because he knows it's about to go down. But what's crazy here is that this reveal, this is Matron Amala truly showing her hand. Because this whole time that she had been leading T'Challa and even his father T'Chaka to believe that her and the Vodou Khan were serving the throne, they'd been serving the will of vibranium this whole time. And she goes into more detail here because when Okoye tells her what she's doing is treason, Matron Amala's like, this is necessary. Just before she hits Okoye with the vibranium force lightning, as she goes on to say, the child of light will have his path. None will stand against him. The Vodou Khan have waited generations for this moment. We have always known the true power of vibranium, and the child of light will be its master. But you cannot bear him, my queen. Which again, with Matron Amala talking about serving the progenitors, serving vibranium, and serving the prophecy, we know the prophecy has said that the woman of light will give T'Challa a child, who we know is eventually going to be Storm. So Matron Amala and the Vodou Khan, they're going to do whatever they can to make sure that happens. And I gotta say, this just makes me believe even more that Okoye is a spy. Because I mean, when it comes down to it, who really knows how valid this prophecy is? Because it could just be a plan that was set in place a long time ago as a way to manipulate the child that Storm and T'Challa would later have. But at the same time, it's like either way you look at it, it makes it seem like Okoye is in the way, like she was just inserted as queen. And throughout all of this vibranium force lightning torture, we learn even more from Matron Amala when she tells Okoye, who do you think killed T'Challa's father and empowered Khonshu and moved you all toward destiny? The truth, Okoye, let me fill you with it. And I gotta say, this reveal is pretty crazy. Because when the start of the series, when T'Chaka was killed, we saw the person who did it was from the Vodou Khan, and there was a bit of a misdirect with the whole spy situation at the time. That made it seem like everything was being orchestrated by Khonshu and Ra. But then after learning about Nick Fury and his Wakandan spies, and not just in Wakanda, but the important detail was that he placed his spies around people who could potentially be recruited into the Ultimates. Which sounds a lot like T'Challa, but it was these details that let us know that there was more going on outside of Khonshu and Ra. And I mean, it's really not too surprising to see Matron Amala turn into Senator Palpatine here, as far as her stepping into some measure. But what I did not expect was the fact that she was the one behind T'Chaka's death, Khonshu getting the extra power, and basically being the catalyst for the prophecy for the Child of Light to be made manifest. So I guess now we know T'Challa and Storm are about to have a kid named Anakin. Or Azari, I mean, whichever works. But right after Matron Amala drops this truth bomb, Anan, the Sorceress Supreme, comes crashing through. And this is after she's been meditating for like, I don't know, 4 months? Because the last time we saw her was in issue 14, where at that time she had already been meditating for 30 days. And even though Shuri's had Anan hooked up to IVs, and she made sure Anan was getting her nutrients, even still, when Anan gets here, she's still physically weak. So she quickly calls for the winds, opens a portal, and gets Matron Amala out of there, just before she gets ready to fall out. But as Matron Amala is getting blown into this portal, she says the prophecy cannot be stopped. As Anan says here, I saw in meditation what they would do, which is how Anan knew she had to get here quickly. And when she passes out, Okoye is able to catch her, just before she asks Eric, what's happening? What do we do? And that's when Eric tells her, we accept that Wakanda is falling, and we refuse to let that happen. Then he says, bring Shuri, and your spies, and those who you trust. Use your voice, Queen Okoye, and tell them they have a new king, as Killmonger takes a seat on the throne as the new king of Wakanda. Alright, so coming back, this continues in Nigeria, with the 2 spirits that have been unleashed from the dark vibranium, with one being the progenitor who was the first spirit to find a physical body, and the other being a spirit that he placed into the body of the CIA agent from the North American Union named Helen Fortin. But coming back, we pick up a brief conversation between the two that tells us a little more about them, starting with their actual names, because it's here where the progenitor says, this flesh won't embrace us for long, Zakal. We are here to seed our kingdom, to claim what we have given, to force them to serve. And that's where she responds saying, and we shall, Zanan. And it had me thinking, with us finally getting this information, it had me thinking like, oh, so that was their Kryptonian names before they got sent to the Phantom Zone. But no, jokes aside, there's still a lot that we have to learn about their history and the story behind these angry spirits inside of the vibranium, because a lot of those details are still a mystery at this point. But then it's here where Zakal goes on to say, my love, why do we speak their language? Why not our own? And that's where Zanon tells her, because this is their world. When it is ours, we will speak in our melodies, only for someone else to approach them saying, we wish to help you claim it. And this person, as many of you might have guessed, is none other than Matron Amala, who, like we saw in issue 17, revealed her hand to Okoye and Killmonger, with her admitting that she'd always known the truth about Vibranium, the progenitor, and his people. In addition to killing T'Challa's father, empowering Khonshu, and basically provoking this war so that T'Challa would bring forth an heir with someone who was not his wife, Okoye. So as we know, Matron Amala's been busy out here, stirring up problems all over the upper and lower kingdoms. But when she comes here to have a word with the progenitor, he's not really interested in listening to anything she has to say, and he really treats her like a pest more than anything else. Because as soon as she gets here, she bows before him and he tells her, I could kill you with a word. And that's where she tells him, then it's nothing for you to listen to my words. Please. And right away Zakal's just like, enough, as she gets ready to strike Matron Amala. But before she does, Zanon stops her, and he gives the matron an opportunity to speak. So right away she starts giving all the pleasantries, with her saying, my gratitude, my sect has worshipped your truth for generations. I am the last in a line that have silently awaited your return. And right here the progenitor's basically like enough, with a non-skippable compliment, because he stops her in mid-sentence, lifts her off the ground, just before telling her, and that matters not to me. You have a moment to make me care about your life. Use it wisely, woman, as he just turns to the side and holds her over the cliff. So with Matron Amala knowing that these could very much be her last words, she tells him Wakanda has your element, and I hold its secrets. And that in itself is enough for him to pull her back up and toss her over back on the ground. So she tells him here, there is a body that is meant to hold you. And that's when Zanon's like, then I'll march into Wakanda and claim it. Only for the matron to tell him, you can't, because it has yet to be born. Let me share the prophecy with you and give you purpose. And now this cuts away before we see the matron explain anything, but it's not really needed because earlier on in this series, Matron Amala told this prophecy to T'Challa, which spoke of him meeting a woman of light who his fate would be intertwined with, and how between the two of them a bond would be made during war, which would lead to her giving him the heir that Wakanda has been waiting for generations. And again, lately, this is something that the matron has been trying to secure through her actions, so that T'Challa and Storm could bring forth a child that's extremely powerful. But as it turns out, this prophecy, its goal is to provide a suitable host for the progenitor. And now following this, we head over to the defense minister of Nigeria, who's just been told that he has a masked visitor on the way. So they take him to the top floor of the building and they're like, he's not gonna find you here. And they put him in what's basically a heavily guarded safe room. And he's even told here to have a seat and have a drink, but he's just like, we'll both drink when I'm looking at this man's dead body. And right after that, when we go outside, it just cuts to T'Challa taking out a whole group of soldiers before they can even get a shot off. And there's this part where he kicks this one dude who's like the unit leader into the back seat of a car. And it's almost like, T'Challa, were you aiming for that? Because it feels very intentional. And even when he makes his way up to the top floor, when he opens the door at the end of the hallway, we see the soldiers who are guarding the safe room, and they're just like, hold steady all night if we must. And when T'Challa gets there, he just tells him, I will not kill you, but if I have to go through you, you may not be the same when I'm finished. And I'm sure they're looking at him like, man, this guy really thinks he's Batman. And they don't waste no time before they just open fire. And by the time that they stop, the hallway is just shredded, with no sign of a body, until there is a sign of a body running right towards them. And when T'Challa moves in, he makes good on his word. Because like he said, if he has to go through them, they're not going to be the same. So just think of this as him making everybody different. You know, with a cracked rib here, fractured skull there, 32 teeth, who needs all that? And when he gets to the last guy, he just stomps this dude's knee like, you don't need that ACL. What you doing with that? Only to twist his right arm and break his left elbow, because you can never let them know your next move. And when he's done, he gets one of these guys to talk and tell him how to get into the room, where inside the defense minister changed his mind about waiting on that drink. And when he's told here that the sounds outside were gunfire, he's just like, the gunfire doesn't concern me. And when he's asked what does, he says the silence. Because yeah, if your men are not shooting and no one's reported anything back, that's a problem. And without warning, T'Challa just comes crashing in through the ceiling. And he tells them here, if you want to walk out of this room, one of you needs to tell me where this gateway is. Which right there is referring to T'Challa's direct plan from issue 16, when T'Challa and Storm first found out about the gateway. And not long after this, we head back over to the small safe house, which looks like a ranch house that T'Challa and Storm have been using while on their mission out here in Nigeria. And when we get here, Storm, she literally uses lightning to start a campfire. Because I mean, why not? And when she does, it's around this time where T'Challa gets back. So he sees her doing it and he's like, a match would have been easier. Only for her to tell him, I prefer Self-Reliance King. And right after that, she gets down to business because she asks if they told him where the gateway is. And T'Challa's just like, they did. Took some theatrical convincing and a few broken bones, but he eventually got the information he needed. And right after that, Aurora was just like, plan. Just going straight to the next step, like what's next? And I wouldn't even say that this is her being callous or cold towards him, but instead it just lines up with what we saw in issue 16, back when they were out here in a very similar setting, similar tone, and they had this whole conversation where they both admitted to each other that they're afraid, which then led to the both of them opening up a bit more. But even then, Aurora told him directly to use the information he's found so far, find a path and figure it out, which is exactly what he did. So now she's literally taking that same approach, though with fewer words. So with her now asking what's the plan or what's the next move, T'Challa tells her by first making sense of what they know right now. Cause he says here, a gateway means something wants to come through it, something connected to vibranium. So we destroy it. Which right there just makes me think about how sometimes it's really just that simple. But then it leads into a much deeper conversation because next she asks about the creature, since it's using Eddie's body against his will. And T'Challa's just like, we destroy him too. Whereas like in that case, yeah, it's a tough call. But with what's at stake, they can't afford to take any chances. And then Aurora says here, you built your kingdom on material you did not understand. If I were Wakandan, I would not trust the Black Panther to protect me. So he tells her you could be a Wakandan and help strengthen that trust. And it's kind of funny to hear him say that because it's literally part of Queen Okoye's job. Like we saw in issue 4 when T'Challa went missing and she needed to instill more confidence in the people of Wakanda. And even though it's subtle, it's really not that surprising because ever since Matron Amala told T'Challa the prophecy about him meeting this woman of light and growing a bond with her in a time of war, as soon as T'Challa met Aurora, the first time he laid eyes on her, he was like, oh, that's her. And since then, we've seen a number of times where he's tried to orchestrate these moments where him and Storm would be alone together, even right in front of Okoye and Eric. And I don't think Eric noticed at the time, but Okoye definitely had a look on her face, back when T'Challa tried to send the two of them to go find help, which would later turn out to be the Sorceress Supreme, only for Storm to be like, no, I'll go with Eric. So it was like anytime he tried to make this happen, it wouldn't work. But then when he stopped trying and the war continued, it came to the point where T'Challa was about to do this mission by himself, only for Eric to suggest that Storm goes with them. So when T'Challa stopped trying, not only did him and Aurora spend more time together, but it also led to them having deeper conversations. But in the here and now, with T'Challa telling Aurora how she could be a Wakandan and help strengthen that trust, she just tells him here, I do not nest well. I confuse roots and anchors. And that's where he asks, so what future do you see for yourself? You and Eric ripping your way through the world? So she tells him, I want to free this continent of all that would shame her, and then punish anyone who would try. And right there, T'Challa just tells her, I'm sorry for what you've been through, Aurora. Which she immediately takes as disrespect, because she's like, what happened to me? I didn't say anything happened to me. So he tells her, you didn't have to. Anyone driven to create justice as you are must have been denied it. And for that, I am sorry. So Aurora jumps up like, don't you dare pity me, King. And right there he tells her, I don't pity you, Aurora. And it's really from this point forward where you can tell that the two of them are having a whole nother conversation on top of what's being said. Because when Storm gives him this look, T'Challa gets up and he's like, you should not look at me like that. Because in issue 14, T'Challa told Eric that Aurora looks at him like he stole something. And that was at a time when T'Challa felt like he couldn't even get close to her. So she tells him here, then turn from me, because I will do what pleases me. Because unlike you, I'm not bound by rules, or legacy, or title, or Eric. And I mean, that last one was really direct. But on both ends, with T'Challa stepping in closer when she gave him that look, as well as Storm making it clear that she's not bound to Eric. She's got her hand on his chest now, and they're both picking up all the subtle clues. And to make it even clearer without either of them being too conspicuous, Aurora tells him here that it's going to rain, which is a callback to what she mentioned before about the rain comforting her. And in a way, it's her admitting in this moment that she's nervous. So now with the both of them picking up all the subtle clues that they've been dropping from one to the other, because up to this point, it's been a very careful balance between what can be said and what can't. Because when you're getting ready to cheat, you want to make sure everybody's on the same page. But at the same time, you can't be too confident, because the next thing you know, both of y'all are at a Coldplay concert getting caught on the kiss cam. But in this moment, the two of them, they get a bit more direct, because T'Challa tells her that he can't do this. And that's when Aurora says, then walk away in the rain, which is basically her telling him to walk away and leave her in her discomfort. And Aurora's like, but you won't do that, will you? And I mean, at this point, they're holding hands. He touches her face, stares deeply into her eyes, just before she tells him, "We are not in Wakanda, and here, you rule nothing." And it's almost like her saying that he's not bound to anything right now either. And right after that, the two of them kiss. And this just has me like, man, what's gonna happen when they go back to Wakanda? And I mean, after they take care of the gate and all that. But imagine when they go back to Wakanda and see Killmonger on the throne talking about, "Man, T'Challa, your girl made a move on me." Only for Storm to cut in and be like, "I'm pregnant." Like, what in the Trapped in Wakanda is happening here? Like, are we gonna have a moment where the cameraman's chasing the Storm when we find out Killmonger's not the father? Alright, so coming back, this continues in Wakanda, where we find Eric Killmonger asking Anan, the Sorceress Supreme, about her no longer sensing the progenitors. And now keep in mind, a couple issues back, when Eric, Okoye, and Anan had learned the truth about the Voodoo Khan and how Matron Amala had been serving the progenitors, we saw this lead to Killmonger just taking the throne. But this wasn't done out of spite towards T'Challa or anything like that, which may change once certain information travels back. But at the time, and also as of right now, this is just Eric stepping up to do what he believes needs to be done. And that's still the case even now, because when he asked Anan about not sensing the progenitors, she tells him not anymore. "I can feel the dark vibranium woven into Wakanda, but before it was like hearing an antenna get a signal. Now, nothing but silence." So he asks if they can turn the power back on, and she quickly recommends against it, because a lot of the time predators are silent before the moment they strike. But for Killmonger, he's like, well, we just can't sit here and do nothing, because after the Voodoo Khan try to kill him, the people of Wakanda are terrified. T'Challa's not here, and neither is Ororo as well. So he knows for the most part it's up to him to take some form of action. And this is where Anan tells him, "No one is stopping you from acting, Eric. Shuri admires you. Okoye admires you. I'm an outsider here. I can't prescribe what needs to happen." And that's where Eric asks, "But what do you suggest?" So as a suggestion, Anan tells Eric that he should get answers from Ra and Khonshu, who are currently prisoners of Wakanda, because not too long ago they were trying to use the dark vibranium. And she lets him know that she doubts that they would have tried to use it without knowing its secrets. And so this has Eric like, wait, you think I should ask them? And she tells him T'Challa would ask them. "I think you should make them speak." And when Eric expresses his concerns about Okoye not approving, Anan tells him the queen does not have to know. "I can make certain she won't." And this is where she hands Eric a dagger called the Athame of Woe, which is quite literally what it sounds like it is, because this dagger delivers the pain of everyone it's ever cut. So it should come in useful as far as getting answers out of Ra and Khonshu. But after she hands it over to Eric, this has him curious as to why not only is she helping, but she's aligning herself with him. So he asks her, "What's your interest in this? You're not Wakandan?" And she tells him here, "In my meditation, I saw what these progenitors are capable of, and I felt their desire. It's time to take off the gloves for the sake of the world. I'm a sorcerer, not a humanitarian. And in the face of evil, everything is permitted." And now I gotta say, when it comes to Anan, the Sorceress Supreme, and her helping Eric or siding with them, there's still this element of mystery where it's like we still don't know what her motives truly are. All we know at this time is that she's expressed before that she thinks Killmonger's strength will be useful. So now with her saying in the face of evil, everything is permitted, who's to say what she considers to be evil? Or what she believes needs to be done. So that's still something to think about as this continues. But after this talk between Anan and Eric, next they head over to the holding cell of Ra and Khonshu, which then leads to Anan disabling the guards and silencing both Ra and Khonshu, whose powers have also been nullified as they make their way there. But also as we get into this interrogation, this also has me thinking like if Anan wanted to, she could have done this on her own, without Eric knowing, much like how she's blocking this from Okoye. So it still seems like the reason why she's bringing Eric here to do this is because she needs him for something. And it's not so much the case of Anan not wanting Okoye to know about this at all, but it's almost as if Anan wants to control how much information is getting out. Because again, if her hands were clean, she could have went about this a whole different way. But nonetheless, it's just the two of them coming here, because Anan needs something from Eric. But of course, before we find out what that is, she's building the rapport and strengthening their alliance. But when they get here, Eric says, "I don't know which one of you is the leader. I don't care. I don't even understand how any of this trickery works, but I know you must understand what vibranium is hiding, because you wanted to use it for yourself." And after that, when he tells Anan to let them speak, Khonshu's just like, "You're not the king." And Eric's like, "Nope, but I'm the one in your cell, and I don't have the rules of a king." And at this point, even though Khonshu doesn't know Killmonger like that, he at least recognizes him from the time when Eric and Ororo were traveling all throughout Africa and fighting against his men. And this could be taken a couple ways, because on one hand, Khonshu knows how capable Eric is, but on the other hand, he's probably looking at Eric like, "Hey, you ain't bring that Thunder Lady, did you?" So those factors might come into play here. But two things that are for certain are one, Khonshu knows that Eric's not from Wakanda. He knows that he's new here. And secondly, he knows that his life's not in danger because the real king, as he says here, believes Khonshu has value. So Eric holds up the dagger and he tells him here, because we all see where this is going. But Eric tells him here, I don't want to kill you. From what the Sorceress Supreme tells me, this dagger is filled with the pain from everyone it has ever cut. It can give all those generations of pain to anyone else. So I'm going to ask you, tell me what you know. And it almost seems like Anand's giving Eric this look like, yeah, we're gonna have to work on that intimidation. Because like she said before, they're not here to ask any questions. They've come to make them speak. So Eric goes on to say here, tell me what you know, or don't. And I'll ask you once again once the dagger is finished with you. So at first Khonshu's like, I'm no stranger to pain, vagabond. And Eric's just like, yeah, I figured. Just before he drives that dagger right into him. And from the look on Khonshu's face, it's almost like the ancestral pain takes a minute to boot up. But when it kicks in, woo! All of that tough talk just goes right out the window. And just after this, we go back to 4 weeks ago, back over to T'Challa, with him standing face to face with Zanan. And with how this is done, we hop in not too long after the ending of issue 18, when T'Challa and Ororo had their special moment. But at the point where we pick this up, Ororo is missing. And with Zanan the progenitor here, T'Challa's like, where is she? But Zanan's just like, you cannot ask me questions. You are nothing. You should be on your knees. Which from here takes us straight into this fight between the two of them. And there's not a lot of words exchanged with how this goes down, but there are a few that are really important that we'll talk about in a moment. But going into this, T'Challa's just beating the brakes off of Zanan, and even to the point where he tells him, there's a side of me you don't want to know, whatever you are. And this is where Zanan gives T'Challa a harsh reality check as far as how much more powerful he is than T'Challa right here and right now. And going forward, it almost seems effortless as far as how Zanan's just handling T'Challa right now. But this ends up leading to quite the jaw-dropping reveal when Zanan says here, you had a role in this, but that role is finished. Your bloodline has done what must be done. So now your blood means nothing at all. And this is a huge reveal because if you guys remember back in issue 18, when Matron Amala approached Zanan, she shared with him a bit of information that you kind of got to put together with this. Because it was at that time when she told him, I hold Wakanda's secrets. There is a body that is meant to hold you, which had Zanan like, then I will march to Wakanda and claim it. Only for the matron to tell him you can't because it hasn't been born yet. Which as we know, this was her making a very direct reference to the child that T'Challa and Ororo were going to have. So in the here and now, it's Zanan coming to claim this child as his future vessel by first taking Storm and now telling T'Challa that his role is finished. This lets us know without a doubt that Ororo and T'Challa have a baby on the way. And it's like, man, Zanan didn't waste no time, because as soon as they went half on a baby, Zanan's just like, T'Challa, you mean nothing now. You're worthless. But there's a very important detail that Zanan is completely missing, which we'll find out here in a moment. Because right now, Zanan believes T'Challa is disposable because he thinks he already knows and he's already seen T'Challa's full potential from watching T'Challa operate as the Black Panther this whole time. But even now with T'Challa, who's barely got anything left, he's like, I'm gonna stop you. Only for Zanan to tell him, fragile man, you don't even know what I am. And right here, this is followed by Zanan leaping into the air just to charge his attack on some Dragon Ball Panther type stuff. And as he's coming down, before Zanan can make contact with T'Challa, Zanan is stopped as a voice says, place your faith in me, child. And it's here we see that Zanan was stopped by one of many Panthers in an attack coming directly from Bast, who was able to cross over to this world the same way that Zanan did, which just leads to him being handled quick, fast, and in a hurry. Though just for the time being, because when the dust settles here, Bast goes on to tell T'Challa, the responsibility of all generations has found you. What you call the progenitor, he will return, and you are not ready to stop him. But I can make you strong enough for the truth, strong enough for the pain, strong enough to keep your kingdom and this world free. You must do what your ancestors could not. You cannot wear the Panther. You must become it. And I gotta say here, this once again sounds like one of the prophecies that T'Challa was told by Matron Amala, back when they were talking about vibranium and its opposite and the effects they would have on him in the not too distant future, where at the time we saw T'Challa being told, I've seen you in solitude, I've seen what you find. You will try to master it with your reason and power, and it will laugh at you, and it will change you, and you will beg for its change, but not before you will scream. And now even though this changing process for T'Challa has been going on for quite some time, we've now reached a point that seems to be the final stage of this evolution, which was only confirmed back when he was stabbed with that dagger laced with anti-vibranium. But this all just goes back to the detail that Zanan had missed, because Zanan is so focused on Ororo and T'Challa's child that he's completely missed the details about the inheritance that would be given to T'Challa's bloodline, starting with him. You could also say that it's more so Zanan being fully unaware of this, more so than it being something he just overlooked. Because what's about to happen, it's even new to T'Challa, and we don't know if Matron Amala went on to mention any of the other prophecies to Zanan, since T'Challa's child was the main one that she was trying to force to happen, even with her killing T'Challa's father and helping Khonshu, because Zanan is so focused on the child that it's caused him to be completely blindsided by what's about to happen to T'Challa now. And we learn more about this when we head back to Wakanda, where we find Eric, who's telling Okoye what he had learned from Khonshu. And of course, she's upset finding this out because in order for Eric to tell her what he'd learned, he had to tell her what he did, which, as we saw, the chosen method of getting this information was torture. And as it would seem, Okoye is not happy about that. But as soon as Okoye tells Eric that they do not torture people in Wakanda, he tells her there is no Wakanda, Okoye. You have buildings you can't trust, technology you don't understand, and you have a traitor. And Okoye is just like, that's not all true, because as far as the traitor, they've neutralized the spy, and as far as Matron Amala and the Voodoo Khan, they've been banished. So Eric tells her, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about someone close enough to kill T'Challa's father and tell Moon Knight T'Challa's moves. One of those magicians in your cell told me who it is, and he was in no condition to lie. And this is where Okoye gives him this look, and she's like, who'd he say? Who did he say this traitor was? And right here, Eric tells her, it's Shuri. And man, I gotta say, you already know who I thought he was gonna say right here, because all the signs throughout this series have been pointing towards Okoye. And I'll even say that I'm not buying into that, but we'll go with it for the time being. But I do also want to bring up here, if indeed it is Shuri. This reveal reminds me of a moment early on when T'Challa told Shuri and Okoye about someone in Wakanda helping their father's killer. And at the time, Shuri asked, why would someone do that? And Okoye basically responded to her saying, because that person is not in this room, which was referring to T'Challa's inner circle at the time. But Okoye went on to say, a traitor usually wants more than a nation has to give them. A betrayer will be someone close to us, but not embraced by us. Search your thoughts, as will I. And you know, just looking back on this, I feel like Okoye's words are going to point us out to the true culprit, because we already know about Matron Amala. We saw the assassin get taken out, but the last person is definitely someone very close. And like Okoye said, a traitor usually wants more than a nation could give them. Because again, if it truly is Shuri, we learned back in issue 1 that she wants more than what Wakanda can offer, because she wants her technology and her innovations to reach out beyond Wakanda. But even with that being the case, I couldn't see her killing her father to make that happen or to get him out of the way, because after he died, she just wanted this even more, because she wants the enemies of the innocent to fear them. And you can even put into consideration what we saw later on with Shuri wanting war, because I would argue that Shuri only wants war so that Wakanda can demonstrate their strength. But nonetheless, in the here and now, with Eric sharing this information and saying the traitor is Shuri, for the time being, I'm not going to go too deep into whether it is or whether it isn't. I'll let you guys have at that in the comments. But what I will say is just also keep in mind that we're already aware of how the Sorceress Supreme, she knows how to manipulate the words of others. And so what's to stop her from filtering some details? But at the same time, if it turns out that it is Shuri, I will be highly disappointed. But in response, Okoye is like, what? I don't care what you did to him in that cell, he's lying. She would never let her own father die. But Eric tells her that's not the only thing Khonshu said. And he tells her here, he said Wakanda isn't a city, it's a gateway. Dark vibranium breaks a rift between dimensions. It's more than unbreakable metal and a conductive power source. And then he's like, yeah, I read too. And then he goes on to tell her ancient Wakandans used a power they didn't fully understand. And the price of that power has created a gateway to beings that want their world here, and for our world to become theirs. So she asks here, what do we do to stop them? Which is where we cut back over to T'Challa. As Eric goes on to say, Khonshu said dark vibranium also created a way for the gods to visit the world of men. Your Black Panther was a tribute to these gods, and T'Challa's blood has part of them in it. All his line do. We need to find T'Challa, and T'Challa needs to claim his power to win this war. So yeah, like I said earlier, this is a huge oversight by Zanan the Progenitor, because as we know now, the gods aren't only not done with T'Challa, but in a way they're just getting started. Alright, so coming back, this picks up just after T'Challa's fight with Zanan, who's like the leader of the Progenitors, which at the time left T'Challa's body in a really bad state, to say the least. But eventually, like we saw, T'Challa was saved by Bast, who then took him on a spiritual journey so he could fully claim the Panther's power, which is where we pick up now, with Bast saying, T'Challa, your body lies on the earth healing, and your mind and soul are here with me. Time is not a river, my child. It is a wound. and we are the blood that tries to heal it. Long before Wakanda, the sky cracked, the heavens mourned, and in their mourning, they gave us a gift, a metal unlike any other. It did not belong to this world. Those who touched it heard a voice, not from the stone, but from the beyond. It whispered in dreams, not commands, but invitations to shape the world, to elevate it. The metal taught us. It remembered what it once was, and it shared. It was forged not in nature, but in design, by a culture older than our imagination. They were not conquerors. They were curators, archivists of matter, scribes of energy, and their kingdom was dying. They sought out worlds they could conquer and emerge as gods, and their final breath was a prayer cast into the void. Wakanda was never the first to hold it, only the next. The best among you mastered it, became mighty, but that power had a hidden price. Some still hear it. Its memory remains alive. It knows you as it knew your fathers. It does not forget, but not all memory is benevolent. They seek to return. The seed has bloomed, and what grows is not ours. It speaks to others now, those who do not understand what they carry. The archivists return. And as T'Challa is seeing and hearing all of this, he's like, this is not power, it is legacy. So he's starting to understand here. And that's where Bast goes on to say, legacy demands continuance, but continuance demands blood. And for a moment here, T'Challa's shown these images of war. And right away, this just reminds me of the whole idea of the prophecy about how T'Challa's continuance, or his child, would come by way of him growing closer to the Woman of Light during the time of war. But Bast continues here with saying, you will need to choose, my king, between the memory of the gods and the will of your people, and your heart must hold both. You must not worship me, not that alone. You must evolve, become, and be the thing that destroys them. See what must be, and make your choice, T'Challa. And you know, the crazy thing is, after all this time, where we've seen T'Challa just wanting a straightforward answer, or a straightforward explanation of all this, now that he's finally getting it, he's like, show me. Because throughout this entire series, he's wanted someone to make things clear, so he could take the appropriate action. So now with Bast telling him, see what must be and make your choice, T'Challa's just like, show me. So she continues here saying, then walk with me, king, son of kings, and see, son of kings, do you see? The truth was never lost. It was buried beneath fear. Some heard the metal speak and listened too well. They knew what was to come. They called themselves the Ukfa, the Rememberers, and they built a power for the king that would have to face them. So now T'Challa, he wants to know if his father knew about this. But like she said before, T'Challa's hearing so much more than his father or even his father's fathers. Because Bast continues here saying, your father did not know me, nor did his father. They built statues of me, but they worshiped themselves. They did not seek my knowledge. Your fathers heard echoes. You hear the choir. One will face them and save Wakanda. And the true Wakanda, the free Wakanda, will spread. In my name, in his name. And the progenitors must fall. Prepare your kingdom, T'Challa. Prepare your soul. If they bring their kingdom, they will find ours waiting. And we will remind them, Wakanda is not built on metal. Wakanda is built on will. And I gotta say right there, those words go kinda hard. And now this ends the dream sequence with T'Challa saying, I have seen Mother Bast, and I choose. Just before T'Challa returns back to his physical body. And for a moment here, his choice is explained through his narration as well as his actions. Following this, with him saying, I have walked through shadow. I have stood in the memory of the gods. And now I awaken. The sky breathes above me, and the ground sings. I feel it in the earth, in the stone, in the dust. Vibranium speaks within me. I am no longer separate, not from the land, not from the past, not from her, Mother Bast. I am your storm. I am your voice. I am your weapon. I am your son. Wakanda is not a kingdom. It is a promise. As he lets out this huge roar and these panthers come. And I got a feeling this is something we're going to get used to after a while. And he continues saying, see me, ancestors. May we be as one. Watch. See me honor you. For Wakanda. The gods are not above us. They are within us. Wakanda will rise. For this continent. For all our people. We hide no longer. I have been silent. I have let other nations march on our land. Let them feed their wars and greed with our children. And at this point, when we see this convoy who's taking a bunch of kids, one of the dudes just looks up and he's like, contact! And the next thing we see is T'Challa dropping down on these dudes, screaming. colonizer, just before he drops down on his Hummer like he ain't never missed a leg day. And right after that, he gives these guys the business. And the thing is, this isn't the first time in this series where we've seen T'Challa handle mercenaries, because we've seen that before. But this time around, it just feels very different, where before it was more like a fight, but now he's chasing some of these guys down. Like this one dude who tried to get away on a bike, only to get KO'd from a kick to the back. And if anything, I'd say it's because now T'Challa's moving with more certainty. He knows his mission. So after he's done with the mercs, he goes to free the kids that they were transporting. And at first, these kids are terrified because they don't know who this man is. So T'Challa makes sure to take the time to tell them not to fear him. He lets them know that they're safe, and with one of the kids that he lets out, he cuts his restraints, he gives him the knife, and he tells them to free the others. And now that the kids know that he's here to help, the same one goes on to ask, "Who are you?" So T'Challa tells him, "I am the Black Panther, son of Mother Bast, the true king of a place known as Wakanda." And right away this kid's like, "Can we come with you?" But T'Challa tells him, "No, not yet. It is not safe for you now, but I will make it safe. And if you hold faith, Wakanda will come back for you." And after that, he asks if they can get to safety, and they let him know that they're not far from home. So to make sure that they do make it home safe, T'Challa has one of the Panthers go with them. And he tells them here, "Go, do not fear her. She will protect you on your journey." And really, aside from this being a way for these children to get home safe, as well as the promise for an invitation to Wakanda, it's also T'Challa telling them to tell others that he's here for all of them. Because before he goes, he's like, "If you need me, or if you see others who need me, do not scream in fear. Roar. I will hear you." So yeah, now that T'Challa's back, and he's no longer in this weird space of trying to solve the vibranium mystery, so to speak, this lines things up just in time for him to handle the progenitors and sort out his whole situation with Killmonger before something huge like Ultimate Endgame comes around. So yeah, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to drop a like and let me know in the comments if you're just as excited to see Ultimate Black Panther move forward into the fullness of his power with certainty and conviction, because I can just imagine that this is going to lead us to seeing a whole lot more of what his vibranium powers can really do, because we've been getting teased with the idea since issue 8, I think it was, which at the time was us seeing T'Challa speak to vibranium in his mind and ask it to come to him. But it's like now, 12 issues later, and we see him feeling a way crazier connection between the sky, the earth, the stone, and even the dust, because now vibranium is speaking to him on a whole nother level. So yeah, if you ask me, I'm most excited to see what that's going to turn into in the near future, because that's a pretty sick power to have. Alright, so recently in this series, there's been a lot of stuff going on. From Killmonger taking the throne in Wakanda so he could be in a position to do more, because like he said before, he doesn't want to be a king. There are too many rules tied to it, but at the same time, with things getting more hostile, he's not just going to sit around with his hands tied behind his back. And aside from this, there's what we saw with T'Challa and Storm, where they left Wakanda together to investigate dark vibranium, only for that to lead to a deeper connection between the two, as well as them going half on a baby. But also with Storm being with child, this is where the progenitors thought that they were through with T'Challa, since Zanan wanted to use their child as his new vessel. So he tried to take T'Challa out of the picture, since he figured T'Challa had already done his part, only to have the Panther goddess Bast step in, pull T'Challa away, and take his powers to the next level. And after Killmonger and the Sorcerer Supreme, and I mean mostly Killmonger, tortured Khonshu and Ra to get answers out of him, and in their case mainly Khonshu because that dude sung like a bird. But this led to Killmonger discovering that T'Challa has an important role and they need him back, in addition to the new details about Shuri being the spy this whole time, which is something that I still feel some type of way about. But coming back, this continues with Killmonger making his way to a location that Shuri had given him to find this ancient hidden kingdom. And along the way, you have members of the Dora Milaje who are basically telling Killmonger like, okay, T'Challa might have made you general, but you're not our king. And really, regardless of how they feel, Okoye trusts Eric to lead them. So he reminds them of that here. And now throughout this, we also go back and forth between the search and the conversation that Okoye is having with Shuri, where it's like now they've already confronted Shuri with the whole traitor accusations. So on one hand with Killmonger, he's not sure if this mission is a trap, but on the other hand, in this conversation between Okoye and Shuri, for one, Okoye also thinks it's a trap, but then also for Shuri, she's very much in this whole let me explain kind of mode, because she starts out by telling Okoye that everything she's done to protect Wakanda. And as far as what she's leading Killmonger to now, it's not a trap, it's the truth. And it's funny how there's a moment here where one of the members of the Dora Milaje, they just ask Killmonger like, what is your relationship with my queen? Do you share her bed, Wanderer? And he's just like, I sleep alone. Stay focused, Milaje. And I'm just like, yo, they trying to find out what's popping. But he tells them to stay focused because they've come here looking for a way to stop the progenitors. So given the whole situation we've seen lately with dark vibranium, he tells them that they should assume that this place knows why they're here. So in other words, he's like, get out my business and lock in. But again, with us jumping back and forth between the two locations, back in Wakanda, Shuri asks Okoye, why did you not tell your brother of this? Why did you not tell me? And Shuri says here, because T'Challa would not have accepted it. Not in time. Wakanda has an opposite, just as Vibranium has an opposite. Khonshu sought after that power for himself. And T'Challa has no idea what he can be, Okoye. The progenitors gave these people Wakanda's opposite. Gifts, dark vibranium, cosmic knowledge. They believed they were chosen. Some among them believed they were cursed, and they were right. And now at this point, Killmonger and the others reach a door with some markings on it. So he asks if what they're looking at is a Wakandan symbol, and they tell him no. But just based on the vibranium reacting, this lets them know that they're close. As the door opens and they head further in. And now back over with Okoye and Shuri. It's here where Okoye asks Shuri directly, did you kill your father? And this is where Shuri tells her, no, but I let it happen. And I gotta tell you right there, man, all of my suspicions of Shuri possibly being innocent just flew right out the window. Cause now it's like, man, it was Shuri this whole time. She was the traitor. Had me like, it was you? Cause again, we were told this before, and I made arguments back then about how she could be or how she might not be, but now it's just, nope, that's it, it's her. But she tells Okoye here, no, I didn't kill my father, but I let it happen. He would have led my brother into the hands of the Vodou Khan. I suspected them, and I was right. And you can just tell Okoye is beyond hurt and disappointed. But Shuri continues here telling Okoye, my father knew the truth about vibranium, about the progenitors, about what was coming. And like every generation of Wakanda, they thought they had more time, willing to risk all of us to keep the truth hidden, to protect their legacy. And this is where Okoye is like, your brother's gonna hate you. And Shuri tells her here, my brother is either already dead, or he must kill what he was to be what he can be. This is a war of gods, Okoye. Khonshu knew that. You must accept that. Last time I saw T'Challa, he was changing. May my brother finish his great becoming. And I gotta say, this whole thing with Shuri being the traitor, once again, not feeling it, but here we are. But really, this is one of those cases where after Shuri learned everything she had learned, she had jumped the gun out of fear. And Shuri talks more about that as this continues, but over with Killmonger and the others, what one of the members of the Dora Milaje mention, or take notice to how this place still has power. Because again, to them, this kingdom of the ancients, it's all new. But when one of them says this, Eric calls them out here, since they often call him a wanderer or whatnot, but he calls them out because like, this is a kingdom sitting right under their nose, and none of them knew it was here. And it's almost like he's telling them, hey, maybe if you wandered more, Wakandans would have known about this place a long time ago. And soon after, when they find the passage to the hidden city, Eric goes on to tell them more. So Eric goes on to tell them how the people who lived here before wished to gain the power of gods. And he says here, this place is older than your Wakanda, all your ceremony, all your traditions, yet you people know nothing of what you are. Take note, Dora Milaje. It took a wanderer like me to show you, and you thought Wakanda was the only kingdom. I bet you people never looked for another. And as they head further in, there are even more signs of how the people of this city used to worship the progenitors. And it just says Eric like their worship didn't keep their kingdom alive. And he tells them, in my experience, the last thing people do before they wind up destroyed is ask their gods to protect them. And that's where he's asked if he has no belief. And Eric is very short and to the point about it because he's like, he only believes in what he can see, not in what he hopes to be there. And after that, he's like, let's move deeper, stay tight. And when we go back to Wakanda, at this point, Shuri, she's in handcuffs. And we get this moment here where Okoye tells her, it's hard to look at you and see someone who would let their own father die. And on Shuri's end, there's this whole sob story where she's like, my father never knew me. I was raised by handmaidens while he gave speeches. And she was like, T'Challa mattered to him, but I was just born. And I'm just like, okay, boo-hoo. You're still whack for letting them people kill your daddy. Talking about how she was raised by handmaidens. I'm sure it was hard for you. And when Okoye straight up tells Shuri here that she can't trust her, like, I don't blame her. And I mean, Okoye was ready to cheat on her husband, but that's different. And Shuri tries to make a case here saying like, of course you can trust me. I love Wakanda more than you do, which is why I always prepared for war. I just didn't realize what would be on the other side of that war. Then she says here, I looked at my brother's data, ran some tests, found some patterns. What I want to show you, no one here can know, not until my brother returns. And that's where Okoye is like, show me. And back over with Killmonger, it's here where he reaches a room where there are images on the wall that tell the history of this city. And the images show how when the progenitors arrived, one nation bowed and the other walked away. And really this is showing them here how when the progenitors came, the people of this nation, they bowed to the progenitors and worshiped them in hopes of getting power, while the Wakandans chose to walk away. But while they're checking this out, a member of the Dora Milaje hears a sound nearby, so she goes to see what it is, only for her to catch a spear through the neck. Because inside of these stone statues placed around the room, there are these biomechanical guards that just start breaking out of them and coming to attack. So for a moment here, everyone regroups and Killmonger tells the Dora Milaje to stay close and follow his lead, just before a voice off to the side says, "No, Eric, follow my lead," because now T'Challa's back and he's ready to show off some of his new abilities. And the timing is kind of perfect because these guys sure could use the help, because there's even more of these guards coming in right now, which just goes to show that they're really trying to protect something important nearby. But what's funny here, when T'Challa shows up, Killmonger just starts catching him up on what's happened or what he's missed since he's been gone, and he tells him here, "While you were gone, I sat in your fancy chair. Hope you don't mind." And T'Challa tells him, "I'm sure you had a good reason, Eric." But again, Killmonger's like, "You can have it back. Being a king doesn't look good on me. Too many rules." Which again is the same thing we heard Eric express before, as far as not having the desire to be king. But during this, there's also a moment where T'Challa does this whole sonic boom thing, only for Eric to be like, "Oh, you missed one. You're welcome." And T'Challa's like, "Appreciate it." But then Eric asks, "Could you always do that sonic boom thing? Or is that some new back from exile thing?" So T'Challa's like, "Do you believe in our pantheon of gods?" And Eric says, "Not really." So T'Challa just tells him, "Then my answer would do you little good." Because after everything T'Challa's been through lately, if he would have tried to explain it all to Eric, it probably wouldn't click, because Eric said he only believes in what he can see. But I'm just like, how much stuff you gotta see, bruh, to start believing some of these stories? But nonetheless, T'Challa lets him know that the biomechs were protecting whatever's behind this, which as it turns out, behind the images that told the story of this city, there's a room full of vibranium in liquid form. And T'Challa tells him here, "Eric, today we might challenge your lack of belief." And when Eric asks what is that or what are they looking at, T'Challa tells him, "Vibranium held in liquid form, a feat I once thought impossible. The Western Europeans used to scry with black mirrors in the dark to see beyond sight. Here we can do the same because a god has told me so." And as they're looking into the liquid vibranium, they see an image and it has Eric like, "What is this?" And T'Challa tells him this is the home of our enemies and of those who shared their power with us. They are the same. And with Eric noticing how T'Challa's sounding different, he calls him on it. And T'Challa just tells him it's because he's been through a lot. And then he says here, "The worst is coming. If you stand with me, then you'll be fighting to save the world. Our lives won't matter. We will have to be willing to die." And for Eric, that's not any different from the way that he's been moving. So he's like, "T'Challa, I'm always willing to die. That's what keeps me free." And that's when they leave from here to head back to Wakanda, where now Shuri's showing Okoye the secret she'd found. Cause she tells her here, T'Challa discovered how to isolate one vibranium signature from another, like hearing a song in the wind. So when she used that method to analyze Wakanda's foundational structure, she found these energy signatures just beneath them. Because between T'Challa, the Nigerians, and the Americans mentioning that they're looking for a gateway, it's here where Shuri's like, the gateway is here. It has always been here. And now with T'Challa and the others heading back, Okoye gets word, and this is how Shuri finds out that her brother's still alive, so now she knows she has to face him knowing the truth. And in the case of this gateway, when Okoye asks Shuri if there's anything they can do to stop them, Shuri basically gives her the, "Well, yeah, there is, but I'm gonna need you to take these cuffs off of me first." And even still, Okoye's like, "Hey, don't make me regret this." And now with T'Challa, Eric, and the others getting back, this takes us to a very brief moment where a lot of truths are revealed here, because it's around this time where T'Challa finds out what Shuri did, whether it was from Killmonger while they were on their way, or from Okoye, because we're not really shown who had told him. But when it jumps to later on, we're just dropped into the middle of the conversation between Eric and T'Challa, where they're both telling each other what happened with each other's girls, because now Eric's like, "I don't own Aurora's choices." And he's like, "Besides, I thought about sleeping with your wife." And T'Challa's like, "Come again?" So Eric just tells him, "You guys might want to work a few things out." And at this point, T'Challa's already told him that the progenitors have Aurora right now. And this basically has Eric like, "Well, we gotta go get her. We gotta save her right now." And when T'Challa tells him that she's not dead, they would have killed her if they wanted to. I mean, right there's like, we know that they haven't killed Aurora because they want her to have the child first. But just going by this conversation, we can tell these guys have not gone over those details, because this was something Zanon told T'Challa directly. So I imagine T'Challa just doesn't want to get too specific with Eric. But during this time, when Okoye gets there, she lets them know that Shuri wants them to meet her in the armory, because now Shuri has gone above and beyond to enhance the forces of Wakanda and prepare them for war. And she says here, "I allowed our father to die because I was afraid. I gave Ra and Khonshu information because I was afraid. I do not wish to escape justice, T'Challa, but I wish to no longer be afraid. Let me fight in this war. Let me use what I have built. My brother, my king. On your mercy, set me free." So yeah, in Shuri's case, this is her way of trying to earn her keep or make things right. But to me, it's kind of like, I just don't like the whole Shuri traitor thing. I don't know. Alright, so just as a bit of a recap for how things got to this point, not too long ago back in issue 18, we saw T'Challa and Ororo, who had both been away from Wakanda for quite some time, become a lot closer after being alone together for so long, with them doing their investigation of dark vibranium. So they had these talks every evening about what would be their next move that eventually led to more deep and meaningful conversations. Things got heated, one thing led to another, and the two of them got intimate. And for a little while, the story stepped away to catch up with what was happening in Wakanda. And by the time we came back to these two, Storm was missing. But we found out right away that she was taken by Zanan, the leader of the progenitors, who's also known as the spirit of vibranium. And he was told by Matron Amala the Voodoo Khan that T'Challa and Storm's child was destined to be his vessel. So not long after T'Challa did his part, Zanan was just like, hey, you're no longer needed. So he tried to kill him, only to have the goddess Bast intervene, so she could take him on a spiritual journey so T'Challa could fully claim the Panther's power. And now when T'Challa returned, he soon after discovered that his sister Shuri was basically a traitor, but they weren't able to go too deep into that because of the immediate threat, which as it turns out isn't just Zanan and a few other progenitors, but this was something that would become a full-blown invasion. And with Shuri's help recently, they found out that the progenitors had been here before, and that their history was much closer to Wakanda's than anyone would have guessed. And this is how the Voodoo Khan, who are like spiritual advisors to the Wakandan throne for generations, were able to take portions of the truth and the prophecies of what would come and use that to manipulate the throne. And this is something that was kicked into high gear by Matron Amala, who told T'Challa the prophecy that he would meet the Woman of Light, their fates would be intertwined, and they'd grow this bond in the time of war, and they'd have a child who would be the heir that Wakanda had waited for generations. And throughout this series, we've seen most of this play out, but it wasn't until recently when we learned that Matron Amala's intention, it wasn't just to ensure that T'Challa would go forward, meet this woman, have this child, and continue his legacy, but this whole time she was trying to speed up the conception, the birth, and the growth of this child so Zanan could use it as his vessel. And this kind of turned into a reveal with us finding out that the Voodoo Khan, they don't serve the throne. They don't serve kings or queens, but instead they only serve gods. And if they believe that a new god is getting ready to take the place of another, then the Voodoo Khan's gonna switch it up. And that's what placed them in alignment with the progenitors centuries ago. But jumping forward to the current moment, when we finally get back to Storm, we find her in the chamber of the Voodoo Khan, in labor. And I know what you're thinking, it's only been like what, 4 months since issue 18? How is this woman about to have a whole baby? And now one explanation we get, it goes back to the Voodoo Khan secretly being mystics. So they used magic to pull it off, but any of their powers were kept a secret up until like issue 17, when we found out Matron Amala and the Voodoo Khan's true motive, as well as her being behind the assassination of T'Challa's father, T'Chaka. So you could say with Matron Amala's manipulation of powerful figures in high places, as well as hiding her powers until she was cornered, it's very much like a Senator Palpatine kind of thing, because to her and the Voodoo Khan, the only thing that matters is serving the higher power, or whoever they believe to be the highest power, which for some time has been the progenitors and their return. So Matron Amala is more or less like, not only are they up next, but this new age is finna start now. And as far as the matron's concerned, everyone who's involved, whether it's Ororo, her child, or T'Challa, they're all just tools. And there's a moment here where she tells Ororo, like, you've done the work of a goddess, take your rest. But even still, the matron severely underestimates her. And even now for Storm, she's just like, how? She's like, this is impossible, this is too soon. And the matron just tells her all things are possible now. Just before she takes the child and looks to the other members of the Voodoo Khan and tells them, we are the last generation made to wait. Our belief has been rewarded. We will see the return of the first power. The child of light will make a throne of the world. As she lifts up the child and says, the 1,000 years are complete. Hail those who came before. Hail those who will come again. Hail the paradise to come. He will make a throne of the world. And now back over with T'Challa, Eric, and Anan, the Sorcerer Supreme. She's telling them that Aurora is alive. She can feel her, but her power is being muted. And she goes on to say the Voodoo Khan are magicians. They're folding shadow around her. The progenitors are aiding them. Brace yourselves. I need an assembly with the Alatori. So then she calls them forth to serve her, to serve the Sorcerer Supreme. And she tells T'Challa and Eric that these will be their seekers just before she gives them the command to find Storm, the elemental woman. Find her through the Veil of Shadow. And of course, this whole time, both Eric and T'Challa are like, well, what am I looking at? And this is set up to be very mysterious for the moment, because before they go, one of them tell the sorcerers Anan, we serve you sorcerers for the price of the assembly. And she tells them the price shall be paid. Find her. So they head out to search for Aurora, but that last little bit of exchange about the price of the assembly and how Anan would owe them something, T'Challa and Eric weren't supposed to hear that. So when they start asking all kind of questions, like for starters, Eric's like, what were those things? She just tells him, you don't care. You want her safe, so don't ask. And when T'Challa asks Anon, I'm like, what's all this about a price needing to be paid? She deflects once again, because she tells him your kingdom is about to be invaded by cosmic Armageddon. Ororo has been captured by zealots of the apocalypse. You are in a league with Mother Bast and mastering dark vibranium. Worry about your problems, King T'Challa, and let me manage the price of the Alatori. They will succeed. They always do. You and Eric should be ready to act. Finding her will be the easiest part of this. Getting her back will be your challenge. So again, Anon, she has her secrets, and she has her own motives, which we've speculated about for some time now. And I'm not going to go too deep into that in the here and now, like I have before, but I will say I think it's possible that she's waiting for this whole progenitor ordeal to be done with before we find out what she really wants. And after this, we jump forward to just before T'Challa and Eric get ready to go, where before they leave, T'Challa tells Eric that he thinks they need to have a talk, referring to a deeper conversation about Ororo. But Eric's just like, we don't, Anon was right. I just want her safe. And based on the time you two spent together, I think you do too. And right there, it really feels like Eric is on some, I don't care, but he really do. Because then Eric asks, do you love her? And T'Challa's like, love? No. I wanted her at the same time she wanted me. That's all. And so Eric is like, and does your queen know? And T'Challa just turns around and looks at him like, what, you gonna tell on me? I'm like, oh, you trying to be messy. But no, he tells Eric, I have told Okoye, yes, love has never kept the throne of Wakanda strong. We are a union of power and leadership. We have grown to appreciate one another. And hearing that just has Eric like, man, you must be so lonely. And T'Challa doesn't even dispute that. He's just like, Killmonger, you have no idea. And after that, they head out. And Eric's just like, Wakanda will never be a place I understand. But to me, Wakanda's been making way more sense than Eric's whole situation with Ororo. Because they've had their hot and steamy moments, then all of a sudden, when her and T'Challa hook up, Eric's just like, whatever. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's holding back some feelings that all just come rushing up to the surface at some point. And now jumping back to Storm, we find her asking Matron Amalo, where's her child? And the matron tells her, it's not your child, or T'Challa's. He was the seed, you are the vessel, the child belongs to the light. And yo, I don't think that argument's gonna hold up in court. That's crazy. Like, it's nobody's child. When the matron goes on to tell Ororo that she should stop fighting and how she belongs to them, Ororo then asks her here, what do you want? And the matron tells her what the Voodoo Khan has always wanted, power. As she goes on to say, and the true power lies beyond this world. It lies in the cosmos. Wakanda is a land of kings and queens. The Voodoo Khan exists for gods, the gods that came once and shall come again in this age, in our time. I've seen the future. The ones from beyond have shown me. T'Challa and all of his bloodline have the will of vibranium within them. The gods flow through their veins, but it needed to be woven with other power. Your power, Ororo. You don't even know what you are. She who commands the skies to rain. You are not a woman, Ororo. You are a storm, and you have one more task to accomplish. And when Storm's basically like, oh yeah, well what's that? The matron tells her this task is drawing the king and his weapons to us, so we can destroy them. And from here, they begin the process of accelerating the child's growth, while also preparing him for Zenon to take this body. And the matron's already celebrating their victory, with her saying, do you see my Storm? They've come to make their home in him now. Meanwhile, just outside, we see T'Challa and Eric being led right to them by the Alatori, as well as the arrival of Bast, who does not like this at all. Because next we see her approach Ororo and tell her, hear me, hold fast to your strength. Listen, that thing is not your child, and it must be destroyed. So Ororo's like, who are you? And Bast is like, who are you? What are you? As she goes on to tell Ororo how being held by these zealots, it's kind of ridiculous because Storm is so much more powerful than them. But her whole life she's been holding back, fleeing from her power. So she tells Ororo that she needs to embrace it, be the Storm, and make the matron rule her words. And as Eric and T'Challa make their way in, Eric is like, okay, these Voodoo Khan, they have magic. And again, all of this is new to T'Challa as well, like he ain't know. But really, Eric is setting up a question here, because he's like, what's the difference between a mystic and a magician? And that's where Matron Amala steps in and tells him the difference is power, as she immediately attacks them at the front entrance. And something to kind of keep in mind for a moment here is that with Eric, with Killmonger, he doesn't really care for or really much believe in much of this gods stuff, though you would think after everything he's seen, he'd be convinced by now. So to him, he's just fighting to save Ororo, so whoever's in the way, they can get it. While on the other hand, for T'Challa, now that he knows the truth about the Voodoo Khan and Matron Amala's lust for power, to him, it's like she's lost. And I don't know if I'd say that she's someone who seems to be lost or has lost her way, in a sense, because she's known what she's been after for the longest time. But then there's a moment in this fight where she switches it up on him, because she goes dual saber Palpatine, just before catching Eric with a nasty hit that takes him out of the fight. Like, he's done here. And while this is going on, and I mean in the matter of seconds, but while this is going on, the Voodoo Khan is continuing the ritual, and we see Storm and T'Challa's son age a good 15 to 20 years in a matter of seconds. Like, it's ridiculous. But right now, with T'Challa still being occupied with his fight, when he sees Eric go down, he goes in on Matron Amala. And I'm talking about he put the paws on her and in her. And I mean, he digs all up in her ribs, like, let me tickle those lungs real quick. And he gets up close and tells her, you chose the wrong god. Only for the matron to just double down on her own beliefs. But when T'Challa then goes to ask her, where is she? Where's Ororo? The matron gets snatched up by some lightning just before catching another lightning bolt that's cranked up much higher. Like it went from mild shock to you done now. And this is where Storm shows up telling T'Challa, I'm here. And now it's like she's fully accepted who she is and what she is, which in a way is very similar to what we saw with T'Challa embracing the full extent of his power. So in a way, all of this has made both of them truer to who they are and more powerful. And now fortunately for Eric, when he's approached by Bast, she tells him to be still, and how even though she's the very thing that he doesn't believe in, she's gonna go ahead and heal him. Because she's patient. But also Killmonger has his role to play in stopping the progenitors too. But Bast goes on to tell them here, the child is the gateway. Wakanda is their goal. Then the entire world. The three of you are all that stands in their way. But you will have to do more than stand. You will need to fight, and I will teach you how. Alright, so going into Ultimate Black Panther issue 23. This picks up in a moment where things have briefly calmed down after issue 22. Where Matron Amala and the Voodoo Khan had taken Storm and magically accelerated the birth of her and T'Challa's son so that their child could be a host for the progenitor. And now T'Challa, Killmonger, and Bast showed up to try and stop this, but they were too late, with the child already being possessed and taken by the Voodoo Khan. And now that the progenitor has taken his body, he's become the gateway, and he's getting ready to lead his people back to Earth so they can first take over Wakanda, and after that, the rest of the world. So yeah, it's not looking good right now. And as it stands, everyone here is not exactly on the same page as far as what they should do next. Because for Storm, the way she sees it, the Voodoo Khan had just taken her child. And Eric is basically like, cool, okay, well, let's go get him. Let's hunt them down. And now T'Challa's not against this, but he's like, we need a plan first. Because if they go in blind without thinking this through, then they're going to play right into the Voodoo Khan's hand. And now Bast, she's with T'Challa on this, but there's a bit more to it. Because she tells Eric here, listen to the king. The path is hidden, but not to me. The child is growing. Years, in moments. The zealots did not take him. He is leading them now. You must not consider him innocent, for he is not. He is not even human. And of course for Storm, that's nonsense, because the way she sees it, that's still her son. But T'Challa's just like, what he is not our blood, or our soul. And so that means, and Storm balls up her fist. She tells him, finish it, T'Challa, say it. And she's looking like, I dare you. And I mean, it doesn't get too crazy here, but for a moment, I thought this was going to turn into Avengers vs. X-Men versus issue 5. After Namor flooded Wakanda, and T'Challa declared the X-Men were Wakanda's enemies, which forced Storm to choose, and she chose her old team. But yeah, this doesn't quite take that route. And Eric's just over on the side looking like, hey, don't look at me, it ain't my kid. And Bast continues here saying, and really saying this to Storm for the most part. But she says here, it means you must consider him nothing more than a thing meant to destroy you. What could have been your son died in cosmic power. Hate that, and use that hate and focus on what is to come. And now this takes us right back over to the Voodoo Khan, where now, just like we were told, they're taking orders from the child, who again is really and truly one of the progenitors, who are just using this body. And the Voodoo Khan who are out here worshiping this thing basically, they've already shown their hand before, because this is what they were after the whole time. And we saw how that history all played out when the progenitors first arrived hundreds of years ago, and the people were split between who followed them, and the ones who refused went on to become the Wakandan ancestors. But the Voodoo Khan, they acted as spiritual advisors to the Wakandan throne for all these years, with the intention of using what would eventually be the son of Storm and T'Challa, the Child of Light, according to the prophecy, as a vessel to usher in the progenitor invasion. And the Voodoo Khan, they just sped up the process so that the time would be now. And like Shuri discovered and later on shared with T'Challa and Okoye back in issue 21, the progenitors also need Wakanda to bring the rest of their people to Earth. Because years ago, the ancestors who sided with the progenitors, they built a city right under Wakanda that emits a vibranium signature that travels up from the ground and through Wakanda. So together, both of these cities would make this huge gateway. And now what's crazy is that we found out recently Shuri knew about this a while back. And out of fear, she made some questionable decisions to try to prevent things from getting worse, which is why we'll often see her being called a traitor throughout this story. But recently, with more details popping up, with them learning about the Voodoo Khan's intentions, the reveal of Zanan, the lead progenitor, and their plans for Storm and T'Challa and the Child of Light, and it's come to the point where now if this kid makes it to Wakanda, it's a wrap. So now with T'Challa and the others making their way back and meeting up with Anan, the Sorceress Supreme of Earth 6160, she tells them she can find the child on the astral plane, and that this is a way to stop him. So she uses this as a way to travel to the child while keeping her physical body here safe. And right away, Bast is like, this is a bad idea. But Anan goes anyway and she finds him. And her plan is just to take him out by turning energy into matter and just going for the kill. But before she can, the child sees her and he attacks first. And dude just grabs Anan in the astral plane and he crushes her. And over in Wakanda, when her body just flies out of the building, Bast just looks over and says, your ally is lost. Like, she's done. It's over for her. And that's when we go back over to Anan's physical body as it explodes over the skies of Wakanda. And after this, the child tells the Voodoo Khan the place they call Wakanda, it is east. So they start to make their way there. And with the burning remains of Anan's body falling down through the broken roof, T'Challa starts giving orders like, we gotta get ready. So he tells Okoye, those who can fight, make them ready. Shuri, the weapons, tools, and machines you prepared, get every one of them. Let no warrior in this kingdom have an empty hand. Because now they've had a sample of how powerful the Child of Light is. So they need to get everyone who can fight ready to fight. And a very short moment later, as they're getting ready, we see Shuri approach T'Challa. And at first she's like, I have no apology with the words. And T'Challa's basically like, cool, because I ain't got no time to hear it. But really what she's trying to do here is show him something that she's been working on. And it's not only something that would be needed in a time like this, but it also goes back to her efforts of trying to make Wakanda stronger. But in the here and now, with her needing to make amends with T'Challa, she's hoping that this will be a step towards that. So again, to be clear, she didn't start working on this the moment after Eric and the others found out about her working with Khonshu from the Maker's Council. This is something she had been working on when she wanted Wakanda to have a stronger military, when she wanted to be more innovative with their weapons, and it just happens to cross over with the time that she was working with Khonshu. But she goes on to tell T'Challa here that this specific project is based off of some of his designs. And she tells him, you really should stop pretending you're not as smart as you are, brother. Be the fist of Wakanda. And now as the child and the Voodoo Khan are marching their way, this is where we see Shuri's project getting put to use quick, fast, and in a hurry, with T'Challa taking it to intercept the child and the Voodoo Khan as they're marching towards Wakanda. And as it turns out, this is quite literally the same thing as the Wakanda Prowler mechs that we got in the late 90s that we saw in both Black Panther and the Incredible Hulk series, because at one point Killmonger used the Hulk to attack Wakanda, so they had to bring the Prowlers out. But that was Earth 616, and I did a video on it like 7 years ago. And I put a link to that in the description against my better judgment. But it's pretty sick to now see that Earth 6160 has their own version of that. But as T'Challa shows up here, he says, your claim to Wakanda is broken. Your claim to vibranium is broken. Your place on this world is no more. Your march has ended. As my ancestors knew your kind, I will destroy you. And he just tells T'Challa, you're going to do this with a machine forged with the element of my world. And you can just tell by looking at T'Challa that this is hard enough for him to do. And that's where the progenitor is struck by lightning and Storm shows up, which I can imagine just helps T'Challa a bit to know that Aurora's come around to the point where she's willing to do whatever needs to be done to stop this invasion. But even with the both of them taking the fight to the Child of Light, even still, this dude is absurdly powerful because he just tosses this Prowler like it's nothing. So quickly Storm summons the winds to break T'Challa's fall, only for the progenitor to take things to the next level by summoning more of the ancients through the bodies of the Voodoo Khan, giving himself a much more formidable army. And right here where T'Challa's like, this is not my father's fight, not my sister's, not my queen's, this is mine. This is basically him saying he knows what needs to be done here. And even when T'Challa blasts this army of progenitors, while Killmonger and the Dora Milaje rally behind him, and Storm's fighting a ton of them off, the Child of Light just keeps bringing them back. Because to him, it doesn't matter how much the Wakandans want to fight. They will eventually grow tired. But the progenitors, they are infinite because he's just going to keep bringing them back. And when T'Challa hears this, he's like, no, y'all not infinite. No, you're not. But as many as they take down, more just keep coming back. And as this is happening, it really just builds into this whatever it takes kind of moment for T'Challa. That's just colliding with what seems to be at this point a desperation attack on the progenitor. As he jumps on top of the Prowler and he just starts yelling, your kingdom, your world will be my throne. But as all of this is intensifying, inside the Prowler, Bast tells T'Challa, hear me and let my strength guide you. Ethereal and machine, faith and power. And now this is where Storm comes down and she's supercharging the Prowler. And even now the progenitor's like, I am your heir. I am your truth. only for Storm to tell him you are a child of nothing. Cause now Ororo's quite literally doing what Bast had instructed, as far as using that hate and focusing on what's to come. And there's a bit more to it that's kind of played fast and loose here, because as Storm is doing this, both T'Challa and the Progenitor are either trapped in or stuck on this prowler. And for a second, Killmonger's even watching and in awe and looking at Ororo like, wow, you really doing this. You waged war with the gods. And then Storm says, "End it, King, for all we have lost." And that's where the prowler just explodes in a burst of lightning and fire. And as she comes down to the ground, Ororo says here, "T'Challa, he's gone. With that thing, T'Challa is gone." And now Eric's basically like, well, dang, where'd he go? And Ororo just tells him, "East." Alright, so coming back, this continues from the chaotic battle in issue 23, when Anan, the Sorceress Supreme, attempted to attack the Child of Light through the astral plane, only for her to get caught in the process and completely wrecked by the Progenitor who was using the child's body, which then led to a moment where both Storm and T'Challa had to bring themselves to the point where they could fight this Progenitor who had taken their child as his vessel, which led to a battle that destroyed the prowler he was piloting, in addition to T'Challa disappearing. And when this comes back, we pick up with a conversation between the Progenitor and T'Challa, with him telling T'Challa, "You are determined. You destroyed the boy, but not us. I've brought you here to bend you down." And even with T'Challa out of his comfort zone, he's over here like, "Hey, ain't nobody bending me." So he tells him, "I did not come to kneel." And the Progenitor's like, "No one does." And you can tell just based off of that, he's brought T'Challa here because he needs something. And just to give a bit more context, T'Challa's in their territory now. But even still, we get another voice here saying, "Falling without impact. The king hears his breath and knows it does not belong to air. This is the place above all places, the cosmos, an audience with the eternal." And we'll find out who this other person is in a moment. But the main thing to focus on here is with T'Challa being out of his depth in a way, T'Challa still understands negotiations. So he can tell when someone's trying to sound more powerful than what they are. And more importantly, when someone's trying to make demands from a position of desperation. Because next they tell him, "Vibranium lives with our consciousness. It is not a metal, it's a seed. And it will grow. You can slow us, you cannot stop us." So T'Challa tells him, "I will stand against you, my kingdom, and my gods." And that's where they're like, "You're Bast. And how do you know this goddess doesn't already belong to us? How do you know your goddess isn't mastered by us?" So T'Challa tells him, "Because if you had that power, Earth would already be yours. I'm here with you, and I'm alive. So you need me. Your abomination failed, so you need me to be your gateway." And that in itself leaves Big Man speechless. So T'Challa continues, with him asking, "Why? Is your world dying? Have you planted your seeds across the galaxy because you need an exodus? And if you have a need of me, then in this moment, we are equals." Because again, T'Challa's not just going to go along with the strong arm tactic because he's picking up what's not being said directly. And when it comes down to it, T'Challa understands this is a negotiation between two leaders who are really just trying to protect their own. And he's already proved that he's willing to die to do so. But in the middle of this, T'Challa hears that voice that we were talking about earlier, with it saying, "Keep him talking, T'Challa, and don't let him know you can hear me. I'm almost with you. Keep it up. I'm impressed." And at this point, T'Challa has the Progenitor in negotiation mode. So he's able to buy some more time here, because next he asks T'Challa what does he want. So T'Challa's like, "Peace through strength," only for the Progenitor to ask him, "And if we don't want peace?" Which is one thing that we knew about this race ever since Killmonger and T'Challa uncovered the secrets of them visiting Earth before, because it had always been the Progenitor's plans to take over. Even years back when they promised people power, which they would have had, but the Progenitors would have been in complete control. And right now, T'Challa hears the voice telling him, "I'm right behind you, King." So he just continues the negotiation like nothing's going on, with him saying, "Khonshu and Ra failed you, the Vodou Khan failed you, your bastard failed you. I think your people and your world are withering. I sense fear in you. You're not a god race, you just have time. Ancients, that's all you are. Colonizers." And this is where the voice who's been telling T'Challa to stall, it's like, okay, I gotta be slick. I don't think he can see me. As it reaches out for T'Challa and he's like, "Hey, I don't have forever." And at this point, the Progenitor sees what's going on because someone's trying to get T'Challa out of here. And fortunately, they're able to snatch him up and get him back to Earth without too much trouble. But this is where we find out the person who's been helping, it's Anan, the Sorceress Supreme. And right away she tells him, "I've seen cool under pressure before, but being dragged into a cosmic astral plane and arguing with the thing waiting for you there, impressive." And of course T'Challa's like, "Anan, you're not dead?" And she tells him, "I am the Sorcerer Supreme. I can separate my consciousness from my mortal form, just in case a cosmic being wants to take a pal into another dimension and glow. I'll get this nobody thing worked out soon." which right there has me thinking of some of her previous conversations with Killmonger. But then when she asks T'Challa if he's settled things with the ancient alien godman, he tells her no, but he knows what to do. So he goes on saying here, once I believed the crown could protect a nation, now I know only a people can. We have bled, we have erred, we have lived through the arrogance of isolation, and we have learned what our enemies never will. Vibranium does not make us strong. Purpose makes us strong, but we were never made for fear or isolation. And that's when he goes on to tell Okoye and Killmonger more of what he's learned. And he lets Anan know he's going to share these secrets that his father kept. And this all flows into a speech where he's sharing everything with the people of Wakanda to prepare their nation for a change, because they need to open up to the world and the world needs them. And he doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells them about the threat of the progenitors and everything, because regardless of how things have been before, if Wakanda and the world are going to make it, Wakanda has to lead the way into a new age. And he continues here saying, but we were never made for fear or isolation. We are not safe, my people. Neither is the world, but we have time to prepare. Today, Wakanda will join the world. With our knowledge and our power, we are no longer a kingdom in isolation. We will not ask the world for permission to lead. We will lead by making the world safer. Power shared is power multiplied. The progenitors will return to test our borders and our souls. Let them. We have learned the shape of their hunger. We have survived kings and colonizers, found new brothers as they fight their own wars. When we see drought, we will bring rain. The new Wakandan age has begun. We will send our hands to lift, our minds to teach, our hearts to mend, and we will forgive ourselves for the mistakes we have made. To our neighbors, we offer alliance without ownership, prosperity without plunder. We are not colonizers. We will master the vibranium in Wakanda. With the same will, I master the vibranium in my blood. And now this is what goes into the explanation of why T'Challa has but so much time. Because when the progenitors were using Khonshu and Ra, they were physically preparing T'Challa to procreate the ultimate vessel. But when Ba stepped in, she reframed all of this into being a part of his purpose, with everything setting up T'Challa to evolve so he can do and be what his bloodline never could have before. But even that's not guaranteed, because the same advantage he has flowing through his blood, it could easily work to the advantage of the progenitors as well. So as the vibranium progresses within him, and he's not able to master it, then T'Challa could become the very thing he seeks to destroy. So there's a bit of a race against time going on here. But throughout this, we then go to a brief but very important conversation between T'Challa and Okoye, where she tells him it's woven into you, progressing. So he tells her, I have enough time, Okoye. But the truth is, that's not guaranteed. And much like how Okoye became his wife, the queen, because of tradition and her duty, before T'Challa dies, he needs to produce an heir. So next she tells him here, I have not forgotten your time with Ororo, but I understand. Our marriage is tradition, always has been, but the tradition does have a purpose, T'Challa. Wakanda needs an heir, a real heir. And now throughout this series, there's been moments where it's been hinted to us as far as the reasons why Okoye and T'Challa never had a child. Whether it was because of the prophecy or Matron Amala making sure that they didn't. But regardless of what the true reasons are, if things go left and T'Challa ends up dying, then he needs to leave the throne to someone. But given everything that's going on now, if T'Challa has a kid, then he'll be passing down the same vibranium blood burden that he has now to them. And the threat that they're facing will never end. But the speech continues with T'Challa saying, let the world tune to us. My father spoke of glory and permanence the morning he died in front of you. I cannot promise permanence. No man can. I promise resistance. There are forces in this world just as antagonistic as the forces we know are beyond it. They will come for us. They will come for me. But I will only kneel to the great mysteries that guide me. Our kingdom will have seats around the world, to all descended from us, to all that have never known us. We will teach them what they deserve and help them claim what they are owed. We are reparations. We are justice. We may not be permanent, but Wakanda is forever. Wakanda forever. And after hearing this speech, all of Wakanda is excited, and even the whole continent of Africa at this point. But even with how positive this change could be, there are a few things that still need to be handled. And the first is Wakanda putting in the work to make this happen. And secondly, there's T'Challa racing against time to deal with the vibranium in his blood. So he has work to do on a personal level. But the third issue, this goes back to the North American Union. Because the way they see it, this is Wakanda taking power from them, and money as well, with Wakanda providing energy and resources that they can't take a piece of. And this isn't the first time we've seen the North American Union cut deals with places like Nigeria, for example, like when they were trying to get their hands on dark vibranium. So for them to have their underhand methods made useless by Wakanda, who's now helping their whole continent and the world without asking for anything in return, this now creates a problem. And we find out that their strategy is basically the same that it was under the leadership of Nick Fury when they used a number of tactics to go after the Ultimates, as well as other countries and their leaders, with things like media narratives or putting pressure on resources. So at first they say here that they're going to go for the same method they've done before, but if need be, they're going to go back to vibranium acquisition, though I imagine this time on a much more aggressive scale. And one of these guys is like, we can't hand the world to people the color of mud. Where would that leave us? The Makers Council is falling, but a European alliance should still be easy. Common interest. Then he's like, Wakanda forever. King T'Challa, you don't have that much time. So yeah, even with the Makers Council out of the way, so to speak, T'Challa has now made himself and Wakanda a target for the world governments. And after this, we head to a conversation between T'Challa and Eric, where T'Challa leads by asking Eric if he can trust him. And Eric tells him always. And this is where T'Challa says, I'm telling a lie to Wakanda, to Africa. A lie that both need to believe. The lie of time. My bloodline is corrupt, Eric. This blade taught me that. The cosmic forces that came to rule, I'm tied to them. And there is nothing I can do about that. It is simply a matter of time. I will have no heirs. Okoye and I have spoken of it. I will make my mission to expand Wakanda, to reshape Africa itself. I will make what we are have meaning, but I will not defeat what resides in me. I still hear them, feel them, their consciousness. I hear whispers in the walls of Wakanda. And he asks Eric if he understands, and Eric says, I do. And T'Challa continues saying, you are brave, Eric, brave enough to protect what we build when our enemies come to destroy us. And I will lead us as long as I am able. But I need you to promise me something, on your word, when I ask you, and I will. Promise me you will kill me, end my bloodline, take my throne, start this anew, for Wakanda. Will you promise me? And Eric responds saying, Wakanda forever. So yeah, with T'Challa racing against the clock and basically making preparations for his own death, this has now created a number of other problems that are only going to make that race against time more difficult. So yeah, with that said, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and let me know in the comments if you think there's even a chance of T'Challa getting a happy ending, or even anything remotely close to it. Because to me, there's a few parts in this series that just feel like a blueprint of how to recast T'Challa for the MCU. Because we're getting a lot of moments in Ultimate Black Panther that are either about the throne being taken, handed over, or passed down. But let me know what you guys think. And so now real quick, I want to give a special shout out to all the patrons. Thank you guys for all of your support. And for anyone who's new here, who wants more information on how to support the channel, I got a link below where you can go to patreon.com/Dopespill. But that'll do it for this one, guys. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below, and we'll do it again on the next one. Alright, later.